stage is working very closely together. Now remember, India's resolve India statement. India has said that if ever there is a Pakistan-triggered attack on Indian soil, then there will be a response. Now that response is never instant. It's not. There are various linkages which need to be drawn out.
And just for a quick update, a high-level meeting is likely to take place in the Home Ministry after the blast that took place at the Red Fort. It will, of course, be chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the Chief of the Intelligence Bureau, Home Secretary, Delhi Police Commissioner, Special Secretary, Internal Security and other senior MHA officials are also to attend this meeting after the detailed debrief that was given yesterday by the Home Minister to the Prime Minister, who, of course, has the overview of the entire situation. Subsequently, the Home Minister also visited the injured and the site of the blast, and now in just about 2 hours from now, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, is going to chair a security review meeting at the Home Ministry. Yes, back to you, Vishnu.
No, and I think that really summarizes what, in a sense, Shiv was asking me. How is the entire grid, the national security grid, really looking at it? And they will, of course, now, on the basis of all of what they've recovered or all of what they've found overnight, be able to get a real idea of where this is sort of pointing towards. Remember, these were Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives. That appears to be entirely clear. India has an avowed statement that there will be retaliation if this comes from Pakistan. But I think it's important for our viewers to understand, and this is a question which I've been asked all through the night from friends and others, is that where is this all headed to? How is India going to retaliate? I would suggest it's too early to be talking about any of that. There will be linkages, there will be a lot more by way of interrogation which takes place before we actually understand what the strategy of the government is going to be in terms of finding out about the very direct, immediate Pakistan links. Now, in all of this so far, while, Aditya and our other correspondents have been reporting on the specifics of who may be involved in this, and there are 4 or 5 key individuals, many of them have already been arrested, the links to Pakistan, to specific handlers, to specific groups, to specific terror handlers, modules, etc., and what they are actually part of is something that's unclear. What we do know is that the operatives who were involved in this particular attack, the terrorists who were involved in this particular attack, were highly radicalized. They were white collar. Some of them were doctors. Many of them were doctors, extremely educated, extremely skilled. They had knowledge of making weaponry, of making bombs. Just in terms of that arrest which took place in Gujarat of somebody who was a doctor who was actually involved in the manufacture of resin. That's something that we need to sort of keep in mind as well. There's a lot of excitement that, as you can imagine, constantly over here, even when there is any movement of the police. आप कुछ बताएंगे?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. As of now, the situation ये है, अभी कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर FIR दर्ज कर ली गई है। UAPA एक्सप्लोजिव्स एक्ट और BNS के तहत हमने यहाँ पे FIR दर्ज की है। उसके अलावा सीन ऑफ क्राइम आप देख रहे हो, वहाँ पे FSL की टीम्स हैं और NSG की भी टीम है जो पूरे सीन ऑफ क्राइम को और आसपास के सारे एरिया को यहाँ पे एग्जामिन कर रही हैं, और जो भी रेलेवेंट एविडेंसेस हैं उनको लिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। एज ऑफ नाउ इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और अभी कुछ भी कंक्लूसिवली कहना ठीक नहीं होगा। सर, एज आई टोल्ड यू, द इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन एंड वी कैनॉट कंक्लूसिवली कमेंट अपॉन एनीथिंग। वंस वी हैव द फैक्ट्स, हार्ड फैक्ट्स इन हैंड, देन ओनली वील बी एबल टू टेल। The FSL is doing the same thing only. They are lifting the traces of explosives, and based on their testing, they will be able to conclusively tell.
How long does that process take usually?
Just now we were talking to them, maybe 1 or 2 days they will expediting the process, and maybe they will be able to tell us in a day or two.
Do you believe that there are others who may be involved in this who have gotten out?
As I told you, that it is investigation is ongoing and the facts are unfolding, and new things are coming up. So as of now, it will be premature to conclude anything.
Was there any shrapnel which was found?
Not as of now. But still, we are examining the scene of crime.
And in terms of the metro and operations, borders being sealed, what can you share with us?
No, as of now, I cannot share anything about that. We are deciding upon it, and then we'll take a call.
Could you share any other
CCP North Delhi giving details of the investigation so far, the UAPA sections which have been invoked. Vishnu, yes.
Yeah, no, so he answered all of those questions which I asked him. And essentially what he did say is that they are unclear at this juncture about whether there are any other accomplices who got away. They are looking for them, number one. Number two, it's going to take a little bit of time, perhaps 1 or 2 more days before they actually know about the explosives which were used. Number three, there was no shrapnel which was actually used at this stage. So it's an ongoing process. It's being looked at as a terror attack. There have been various sections, as we've reported from this morning, which the police are actually involved in. So he took all of those questions from NDTV, from us, and sort of put the state of investigations very much in focus. So that's something that's happened in just the last little while, right over here, live on your TV screens. Shiv, Padmaja?
Absolutely. And this meeting that is going to take place at 9:30 a.m., like Shiv was mentioning earlier, also to take a zoomed out view, Aditya, of what really was being planned. What is the situation that we are looking at? The people who have been arrested over the last 24 hours, this blast, was it triggered in panic? And it's not just about the explosives that were discovered. The people who were arrested in Gujarat, not only were they developing a highly lethal poison named ricin, but they also had in their possession 2 Glock pistols, a Beretta pistol, 30 live cartridges, 4 liters of castor oil. When it comes to the recoveries from Faridabad, Aditya, there were at least 1 assault rifle, there were a couple of small weapons, small arms recovered. Was this about more than trying to plan a blast? The kind of conspiracy that was hatched could be much bigger.
Well, that's right, Padmaja. Very well analyzed there, because one thing should be amply clear, that multiple terror attacks have been completely averted because of the important work that is done by multiple police forces in the country, be it the J&K police, the Gujarat police, the Delhi police special cell, and other agencies who have been involved in completely decimating the module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Faridabad, in Gujarat, and other locations. But I would like to take you back to Operation Sindoor. Immediately after Operation Sindoor and the kind of decimation that we did in Bawalpur and other areas where the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been active with the active support of the ISI, there was a threat that was issued by Maulana Masood Azhar and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. I clearly remember at that particular time that he said that we will strike back. And Jaish-e-Mohammed, if you study the pattern over the last 20 to 25 years, has been active not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but particularly hatching conspiracy to attack different locations all across the country, from Parliament to J&K Assembly to other locations like the Pathankot Air Base and others. So in this particular case also, there were several threats that were given to Ayodhya, to New Delhi, to Gujarat, and several other locations as well. A week ago, I did a story quoting intelligence sources that there was a new conspiracy to reinstill, this kind of a terrorism, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but other areas as well. So there were active inputs with the RNAW and with the Intelligence Bureau that Jaish-e-Mohammed in particular, as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba, were trying to regroup. Over the last 3 months, we've been directly reporting of how Jaish-e-Mohammed is transferring its camps from the Punjab area in Pakistan to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, how the Women Brigade is being introduced by Jaish-e-Mohammed as well.
Yes.
And those family members who have been killed, their wives, their daughters, have been introduced into this module of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So indoctrination to another level, and trying to recruit people when they are not available in Srinagar, when they are not available in Kashmir, outside Kashmir, even in this particular case, educated people, doctors, 3 to 4 doctors who have been nabbed till date, is a shocking development. In the last 1.5 decades, I haven't seen such kind of a bomb blast taking place in New Delhi. So certainly alarm bells are ringing. It's a very, very sensitive development, which the Delhi police and all the security agencies will be keeping a very close watch on, because who knows that while the module has been busted and this particular act has happened, perhaps Umar Mohammed is dead, but there could be others in this entire module who could be in other parts of the country, and that's why there's a red alert in several states of India, including the border areas.
There are so many names now popping up, and we want to just declutter all that information right here on NDTV. It's important to understand that what is emerging now is the blueprint of perhaps a much, much bigger attack that was planned on India. One of them slipped through the security grid, and there must be accountability. But who were the people who were arrested, who have been caught, and how do we join all the dots together? The person who is number one right at the center of this conspiracy is Dr. Adil Ahmed Radha. He was a resident. He was working in Anantnag, in GMC Anantnag. It was he who was seen pasting posters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in various parts of Srinagar. This was caught on CCTV cameras. Subsequently, on October 27, Radha was arrested from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. After his interrogation, his arrest led to another person who was also a doctor. So first you've got this white-collar crime syndicate, this white-collar terror ecosystem that the Jammu and Kashmir police spoke about. The first point of that ecosystem was Dr. Adil Ahmed Radha. When he was picked up and interrogated, it led to Dr. Muzammil Ahmed. This Muzammil Ahmed was a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir, but he was a medical student at the Al Falah University in Faridabad. He lived on the university campus. Several of the locations which were related to him, which were associated with him, were raided, and that is where 2,900 kgs of explosive material, including ammonium nitrate, 20 timers, 20 batteries, were recovered from his Faridabad house. But this is not the only medical professional who was in the dragnet. 8 large and 4 small suitcases full of explosives were discovered. Another doctor, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, also works at Al Falah Hospital, who is related, who is associated with Muzammil. An AK-74 assault rifle was recovered from this lady doctor's car. She also has been picked up. Weapons were found in her car after the raids were carried out in Faridabad. She's the owner of the Maruti Suzuki Swift car from which explosives were also discovered in Faridabad. And then all of these people lead to this one man, Umar Mohammed. He was absconding at that time, but now believed to be the suicide bomber who was in that I-20 car. An aide of both Adil and Muzammil. Umar Ahmed, his whereabouts not known so far, but he is believed to be that person who could be Shiv in that white I-20 car, the first video of which is also breaking right here on NDTV. And that really is piecing together this entire web of different people who were spread out across several states, from Jammu and Kashmir to Haryana to Uttar Pradesh, and of course executed this blast in Delhi.
And what is most troubling about this incredibly detailed list that Padmaja has just put out is it's probably just scratching the surface. There are going to be more people, but the Faridabad link to the Delhi blast is beyond confirmed right now. NDTV has traced this Hyundai i20 car at the center of the blast to the Delhi-Faridabad border, where the car crossed between Haryana and Delhi at what is called the Badarpur border. Familiar to those who live in the Delhi National Capital Region, Badarpur is the border between Delhi and Faridabad, essentially Haryana. The Delhi police are now in the process of mapping in complex detail the route that was taken by this Hyundai i20, which actually was part of this suicide bombing. Aditya has the details of this route map and the Badarpur crossing. Aditya, give us those details.
Well, yes, it is confirmed now, and it's a big development that this particular person, Umar Mohammed, who was driving this vehicle, was part of the larger syndicate of this module that was busted by the J&K police and the Haryana police yesterday early morning inside an interior of a village in Faridabad. 2,900 kgs of explosives was recovered from there, and the entire route mapping has been done by the Delhi police and the Delhi police special cell. They're trying to investigate where all did he go. As of now, it's being said that from Faridabad, using the Badarpur border, he came to Delhi, he came to this part of the old city, and for about 2 to 2.5 hours, he was sitting inside this parking. My analysis tells me that perhaps he was frustrated. He did not know what to do because most of his accomplices were either arrested or he was not, able to contact them, including Adil, including Muzammil. And in the 2.5 hours that he was in the parking, perhaps he was in panic, perhaps he was monitoring news and trying to see how and where can he go from here? Or perhaps he was here to meet someone, but as of now, there's no evidence that he met anybody here. He was alone in that vehicle, trying to perhaps formulate a plan as to what to do. And then when he left from this entire location, from the parking towards Red Fort, and the direction was towards New Delhi, perhaps in panic, he wanted to target a particular location in New Delhi. And while he reached this particular red light behind me at Subhash Chowk, there was a blast that was triggered. Was it a planned blast? Was it had happened because he was in panic? Is a matter of investigation, and that's why we have FSL teams and forensics here. But one thing is clear, that officially the Delhi police is treating this case as a terror attack. There are cases under the UAPA and the Explosives Act that have been filed already, and multiple teams of the J&K police that are also camping in New Delhi, trying to focus on this particular case. Top sources within the J&K police have also told NDTV that they got first leads about this case 26 days ago. So since 26 days, along with the J&K police and other important agencies, they are trying to track down these three crucial elements: Adil, Muzammil and Umar Mohammed, all three doctors. And they were chosen by the Jaish-e-Mohammed top brass and the ISI because they were doctors, and nobody would have suspected that doctors are involved with Jaish-e-Mohammed or a terror conspiracy case. There's one more crucial element, Muzaffar Ahmad Radha, who was the brother of Adil, who has escaped India. He has escaped 2 months ago, and Muzaffar had left New Delhi for Dubai. And agencies suspect that from Dubai, he might have left to Afghanistan or Pakistan. That's a matter of investigation also. But one thing amply clear, that this is a huge Jaish-e-Mohammed module, that part of it has been busted, but there were other crucial elements that led to this terror attack. And now the agencies are trying to find out whether there are other crucial elements apart from Tariq and Amir, who are in Srinagar. Tariq already apprehended, those who could be on the run, or other sleeper cells who could be in hiding right now.
You were hitting 8 a.m. this morning, and I want to just very, very quickly summarize before I go to Vishnu Padmaja. We're looking at the big link that we've just traced as far as the car is concerned, multiple ownership and how it changed hands. We've got clarity on that aspect. All of the people who've been detained so far, we've got some of their pictures. Most importantly, crucial footage from moments before the actual suicide attack in Delhi. And Dr. Mohammed Umar is the man presumed to be in these pictures that you're seeing only on NDTV, and is being treated as the key suspect in this case, probably the suicide bomber himself, who was sitting inside the car. We're looking at the Home Ministry that's going to be holding a high-level meeting with all key stakeholders from the national security establishment at about 9:30, an hour and a half from now, 90 minutes from now. That big meeting is going to take place. But as we speak, let's make no mistake, Padmaja, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Delhi police are on high alert. Forensics teams on the ground. Very likely that there will be more detentions and arrests today as well.
And let's also look at the timing, Shiv. We are bang in the middle of the festive season. Remember, exactly 20 years ago, Delhi had been rocked by some of the worst blasts. It had happened around Diwali, just before Diwali. A series of blasts had been triggered in the very heart of the national capital, busy marketplaces. Central Delhi had been targeted, Old City had been targeted, and yet again, just after Diwali and before Christmas and New Year, you've got this entire web of terror operatives being revealed. Number of raids which were carried out overnight, number of interrogations, but 4-5 things are absolutely clear. This is far beyond Delhi. This wasn't just about Delhi. It was far bigger. It was far deeper than what is emerging. It starts with Jammu and Kashmir. It extends to Haryana, in Faridabad and perhaps in other places. There are people arrested from Shamli and from Lakhimpur Kheri. People who belong to those places have been arrested. There are 3 arrests which have been made linked to Gujarat. A doctor in Gujarat who was picked up for having large amounts of castor oil. He was developing an extremely poisonous, toxic substance, ricin, which can dissolve in water. It is apparently not even traceable in autopsy reports. Weapons have been recovered, automatic weapons, small weapons have been recovered. What really was the grand plan over here? A Home Ministry meeting is going to take place in a while from now. And in the meantime, the big revelation in the Delhi terror blast case, a CCTV footage of the alleged bomber, Umar Mohammed, has been accessed by NDTV. The police suspect that this was a suicide attack. Was this man still in the car at the time that the explosion took place. What happened in the parking? For 3 hours before the blast, this car with this man inside was parked in a parking area close to Red Fort. In that time, we are being told, Aditya and Vishnu, this man did not budge. He did not get out, Vishnu. He was staying put inside the vehicle. Now, two key questions. What was he waiting for? Did somebody join him at that time? Was he waiting for further instructions? Was Red Fort really the target, or was he headed somewhere else? Vishnu.
Well, I think a couple of important points which have emerged from this little press conference which happened just over here. The DCP North took our questions, and I asked him specifically whether he believed that there was more than one person in that car, that Hyundai i20 in which Umar Mohammed was seated. He says that is a matter of investigation. I asked him whether or how much time it would take to identify the explosives in this particular blast. He said it would take a day or two. I asked him whether there were any other accomplices linked to Umar Mohammed who the police were trying to get. Again, he said that is a matter of investigation. He did, however, identify the various charges under UAPA and other charges on the basis of which this is an out-and-out murder case. But what I'd like to do very briefly is to just follow up within a minute for the benefit of our viewers, summarize two key points: how they were able to get to Umar Mohammed, the owner of the car, and who are the key individuals involved over here. So there was a Salman who was at one stage the owner of the car. Ultimately, that Hyundai i20 was transferred to an Amir, ultimately then to a Tariq, and then to Umar. Umar is believed to the person, or likely to be the person, who was in the i20 when it was detonated a short distance behind me. Apart from that, there are four other key individuals. Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed near Gandhinagar. He was allegedly involved in the production of ricin. Ricin is a highly dangerous poison. It can be dispersed through the air. And one of the reasons we know he was doing this is because castor oil, which is actually used to manufacture ricin, was found on him. There were 3 handguns as well which were located. There's Dr. Mujammil Shakil. He has this Faridabad home. Almost 3 tons of bomb-making material, including ammonium nitrate, was recovered yesterday. There is an Adil Ahmed Rathar who was associated with him. He'd been picked up from Saharanpur earlier on. And Adil Rathar, before being picked up, in fact, there was an automatic rifle found in a locker at the Government Medical College in Anantnag, which may also be directly linked to him. There's also Dr. Shaheen Shahid, who allowed Shakil to apparently store ammunition and an assault rifle in her car. So these are the key people who are involved now as this net closes in the investigations.
Absolutely. Aditya, let me bring you in also at this point. Dr. Umar Mohammed, he remains the key to this entire investigation, Shiv, because the DNA analysis of whatever is recovered from the blast site will be able to determine if indeed that person in the car was Dr. Umar Mohammed or not. So far, only grainy footage, a partial view of his face can be seen. This we know now for a fact is the exit point of the parking close to the Red Fort area where he is paying the parking fee and exiting. A black mask partially covering his face, so no clear view of his face just as yet. Was this Dr. Umar Mohammed? He eventually was in possession of the car. He was seen crossing over into Delhi from the Faridabad border at Badarpur. Then he was seen, or at least this car was seen, parked in a lot close to Red Fort. Did the car change hands before the blast took place, or is Dr. Umar Mohammed the 5th doctor to be identified in this entire terror network? Is he now identified as the Red Fort bomber in Delhi? Shiv.
That's correct. There are many moving parts as this pattern emerges. The 5th doctor, as Padmaja says, we've got pictures so far of 4 of them. Dr. Shaheen Shahid's picture is not available just yet, but I suspect, Padmaja, that things are going to get much sharper. This picture is going to get much sharper in the next 2 to 3 hours, because as we speak, there are not only going to be more detentions and possibly arrests, but we're going to get possibly, proper images and pictures of Dr. Umar Mohammed, because after all, he was an individual who was being tracked, this picture of him in the car, presumably him in the car. We can still not categorically confirm it is him, but intelligence and police sources are telling NDTV's Aditya Raj Kaul and our internal security reporters that this is believed to be the man in blue peeping out of the car before he pays that toll is believed to be Dr. Umar Mohammed of Jammu and Kashmir, and he becomes the 5th doctor in what has been a 48-hour terror alarm between Gujarat, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir, all of it sort of resulting in the Delhi blast. There is no clear linkage between all of these disparate forces, but we do know that the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was busted in Faridabad that Aditya was reporting on, that link, as Padmaja just showed you through that cast of characters, which we'll play out for you again in just a moment, establishes pretty reasonably that these incidents are all connected. At this point of time, ammonium nitrate fuel oil is said to be the explosive that was used in the attack. Ammonium nitrate fuel oil is a popular choice of explosive used by terrorists. It's been used in the Pune blasts in 2012, been used in the Oklahoma City bombings in 1995 as well. Easily available materials, powerful blast effects, easily transportable, quite rudimentary to assemble for not a very experienced bomb maker, far easier to smuggle and handle than RDX, and that's one of the reasons why ammonium nitrate fuel oil was perhaps used. Was this a panic suicide bombing after the terror raids in Faridabad? That is another angle that Aditya and our team are looking at right now. How the murder weapon was acquired, Padmaja is going to take you through that right now.
Well, this I-20 car that, for all practical purposes, was the murder weapon in the Red Fort blast. How did it change hands? That intricate web that was woven to ensure that the police are not able to track it back to the original owners. Let's tell you who acquired it and how. First up is this man called Amir. You would have seen his picture. We broke it first on NDTV. Amir bought the car from Salman. He was seen in a picture holding a key and with the I-20 in the background. Now, Salman, remember, is the person who's a resident of Gurugram in the National Capital Region. The registration certificate of this car, by the way, still bears his name. Salman was picked up yesterday by the police and he said, I have already sold the car off. That is what led police to Amir. Subsequently, Amir handed the car over to Tariq. He bought this car from Amir. He was yesterday night detained in Kashmir. He was subjected to sustained interrogation, and that is when it emerged that Tariq had also given the car over to Dr. Umar Mohammed. Dr. Umar Mohammed is the key person of interest in this entire case. Umar Mohammed is likely to be the suicide bomber, the man who is seen in the driver's seat of this I-20 car, which was last seen in a parking lot close to the Red Fort area. And Umar Mohammed is a key accomplice of Adil and Muzammil, the two doctors, one from Anantnag and the other from Haryana. Both of them who were arrested over the weekend, over the last several days. And these two people ultimately are the links between the terror attack, between the attack that took place outside the Red Fort and the Faridabad module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed that was busted over the last few days by the police in Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and in Delhi. Adil and Muzammil, both of these men, and Dr. Umar Mohammed was the person who was linking these two Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives and the blast that has taken place at Red Fort. Shiv.
It's incredible. The picture is becoming sharper, becoming more detailed, becoming more textured. We're able to fill in the blanks. Every 15 minutes, there are more details coming in, allowing us to paint a much more detailed picture. Vishnu, on the ground right now, the forensics teams, the NIA, the police, the details that they were able to share with you just a short moment ago have revealed that ammonium nitrate fuel oil is very likely to be the explosive that was used in this attack. I want you to talk us through ammonium nitrate fuel oil, or ANFO, which has been a popular ingredient used by terrorists in the past as well. This, once again, as Padmaja was pointing out, it just struck me, adds another layer to the linkages between the JEM module in Faridabad, where over 2,000 kilograms of explosive, including ammonium nitrate, were actually recovered. So maybe people won't be very surprised, forensically speaking, to have found that on site, Vishnu.
Well, ammonium nitrate is more easy to locate, more easy to procure than RDX is. RDX is a very high intense chemical explosive. A very small amount of RDX can cause a massive blast. The nature of the blast itself, the direction of the blast, the explosive impact of RDX is higher. An explosion out of ammonium nitrate is said to be a relatively slow blast. Sometimes in bombs which are assembled, there is a booster which is ammonium nitrate, which then triggers a larger explosion which uses the chemical RDX. But we're going to have to go back through how ammonium nitrate can actually be procured in India. A lot of these chemicals are actually used, for example, in the mining industry and in other industries as well. These are all located, but ultimately the police would certainly be looking to source all of this. What we do know is that in terms of the recoveries which have taken place in Faridabad, it's ammonium nitrate, approximately 400 kilos, in addition to other explosive material. I'm told there is some breaking news coming in at this stage as well. Shiv, back to you.
Vishnu, stay with us. We're getting more details right now. Amir is being questioned by the Delhi police as we speak. Very, very interesting development right now. Amir, as Padmaja just showed you, who had bought that I-20 car, one of the several owners in that traced route that we've just brought you here on NDTV, allegedly gave this car to the man you finally see in the pictures at the top of your screen, the bomber Dr. Umar Mohammed. Amir, who has been arrested, is being questioned at this point of time. Padmaja, this is going to be very interesting because his interrogation reveals not only the transfer of ownership or why he gave that car to Dr. Umar, but what Amir's role beyond just being one of the owners of the car might actually be.
Absolutely. Was he just an unsuspecting middleman, as it were, in the transfer of the car from one person to the other? Both Amir and Tariq are being questioned by teams of the Delhi police. In fact, we're also getting to know from our teams on the ground that CCTV footage from multiple routes, from Badarpur border, which is the Delhi-Faridabad border, to the parking area of the Suneri Masjid near Red Fort, from Outer Ring Road to Kashmiri Gate to Red Fort, all of them are being examined to see exactly what route this car took all through the day yesterday. Was it scouting for locations? Because what Vishnu and Aditya have been breaking since morning, that perhaps Umar Mohammed panicked when the revelations were made early yesterday morning about the arrests and the recoveries that have been done in Gujarat and in Faridabad. He panicked. He was roaming around the city, all the different points. CCTV footage from there is being scoured. Nearly 200 police personnel have checked the CCTV footage, and based on this, 13 individuals have been identified. They are currently being questioned. So it's not just these two people, Amir and Tariq, who are currently being questioned, but 13 people, Vishnu, from across Delhi to try and figure out if there are other sleeper cells, perhaps other members of this so-called white-collar terror ecosystem who could still be in hiding, who could still be active. Vishnu.
Well, I'd just like to break down these names for our viewers, and in a very simple way. Number one, in terms of ownership of this vehicle, this is a Hyundai i20, believed to be white in color, Haryana registration. It went from a Salman to an Amir to a Tariq to an Umar. That Umar is the person who's believed to have been, or potentially believed to have been, in the car when he set off an explosive device about 200 meters behind me, 150 meters behind me, as a result of which so many people, upwards of 10, lost their lives in the blast which took place after 6:30 p.m. last night. The other people involved in this is Dr. Mujammil Shakil. He was in charge of a home in Faridabad. The home has been sort of linked to him, where approximately 3 tons of bomb-making material, including ammonium nitrate, was recovered. He worked very closely with Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar, who was also picked up earlier on. He was a senior resident at the Government Medical College in Anantnag. He had a locker. Inside that locker at this hospital, there was an AK-47 which was found. He's been charged with the Arms Act and the UAPA, which is a very stringent part of the law which deals with terrorists. There's Dr. Shaheen Shahid. She's a woman doctor arrested in the same sort of network, as it were. There was a Maruti car, I think it's a Maruti Swift of hers, in which there were live cartridges which were recovered. And I think as significantly as all of this, Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, arrested from Gujarat on the 25th of November, he was apparently preparing ricin, which is, it's dispersible by the air, highly poisonous, and it is manufactured through the use of castor oil, which was actually recovered as well. So you've got a number of 4 or 5 extremely educated, professionals, radicalized doctors who are involved in this horrific attack which took place in the national capital yesterday.
And the manner
what the
in which
external
this is being
links
done,
are,
Vishnu, you
and the
mentioned
direct association with Pakistan is something we need to look at very, very closely.
That's right. When you're mentioning this doctor who has been caught with large amounts of castor oil, he was developing ricin. He has also gone and surveyed. He has done a recce. This is what the police said yesterday. He conducted a recce of the Azadpur Mandi, which is the largest mandi in all of South Asia. They recceed a similar vegetable market in Vadodara and the RSS office in Lucknow as well. So their targets were marked out. Were they trying to carry out a mass poisoning attack? All of these details quite alarming. Around 9:30 a.m. is when Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to hold a meeting at the Home Ministry. All the senior chiefs of the intelligence agency is going to be present at the spot, because the larger picture,
Padmaja and
perhaps, there is
Shiv,
still
if
too
I can
much.
just come in briefly for half a second.
Yes, Vishnu, go on.
No, I just wanted to make the point that, we've seen investigations like this pan out for months, if not years. The reason that within a period of less than 24 hours, we're able to bring you a lot of detail is because of the actions of the police, which actually began earlier in the month. If you're looking at Dr. Muzammil Shakil, the key person in Faridabad, he'd actually been arrested several weeks back. Another person who was arrested was Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin. He is the Gujarat person. He was also arrested earlier on in the month. And Dr. Shaheen Shahid has also been arrested. So these are key people who are already in the custody of the police, on the basis of which information on the operations of this terror network and whatever links they have would already firmly be established. What is unfortunate in this case is that the person who actually carried out the attack, potentially, this Dr. Umar Muhammad, was somebody who was part of the group. He managed to get into this car and he managed to detonate this explosive before such time as they managed to get hold of it.
And more news coming in. In fact, this ties in with what we were discussing earlier, Vishnu and Shiv. Ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, explosives and detonators. These are the initial findings of the kind of explosive material that was used at Red Fort yesterday. Ammonium nitrate, fuel oil and detonators. This is what the initial finding is. Of course, the final report on that is still awaited.
That's right. Ammonium nitrate, fuel oil. The initial findings seem to confirm that this is the result of a basic forensic examination and scrutiny of the blast site where Vishnu is standing and where all the victims were recovered from. Reet also joins us and I'll go to her in just a moment. But I want to go back to Vishnu on this aspect, and we'll be bringing in other reporters looking into the police aspect of this in just a moment. Vishnu, we were just talking about ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, ANFO, which, as you said, is these are ingredients that are relatively easy to access and assemble for not very experienced bomb makers. That's the reason why they've been popular in attacks before. We've seen them in India. The Pune attack in 2012 comes to mind. I know there have been others, but I can't think of them immediately. But I'm sure a quick search will tell us where else ANFO has been used. Much easier to assemble and get right than RDX. Obviously much easier to transport as well, given that it is a precursor in the chemical and fertilizer industry as well. But this would also explain, Vishnu, the lack of shrapnel, nails and ball bearings on site.
So 2 points. I think it's important that we speak very briefly about ammonium nitrate fuel oil, ANFO. It's a widely used industrial explosive. It's used in mines. It's about 94 to 96% ammonium nitrate. It's got prills, which are porous pellets, and 4 to 6% fuel oil, which is typically number 2 diesel, which is used. It's the most common blasting agent in mining or quarrying because of its low cost, its relative safety in handling, and its effectiveness. When all of this is put together and you've got the conditions where a blast can take place, it is absolutely deadly. Putting together an explosive on the basis of ANFO it's cheap, it's relatively easy to assemble, and it is quite it's insensitive. It can be handled carefully. It's not very difficult, for example, such as RDX. It does require a booster, or such as a dynamite or a cast booster, to actually result in detonation. So that's a little bit about ANFO, which I think is important because that's a key part of it, number one. And number two, the DCP North, who answered several questions which I asked him about 15-20 minutes back, made the point that no shrapnel was found at this location. That means that the terrorists involved in this blast were looking at the explosive power of the explosive, presuming that it was ammonium nitrate linked, to actually result or cause the maximum amount of casualties. Why are we talking about shrapnel, and what exactly is shrapnel? Well, in the context of improvised explosive devices, terrorists have widely used metal shards, they've used iron nails, they've used other fragments, metallic balls, as part of explosives to actually maim and harm people in a particular area. There has been no shrapnel which has been found in this case, which gives you an idea of the nature of the explosive which was used, where perhaps the terrorists felt that given the volume of the ammonium nitrate, or potentially even RDX, or potentially even both, that was triggered, it would cause a blast large enough to result in significant casualties, which is what has taken place very sadly.
Let me quickly get a word in from Reet as well. She has been staking out outside the LNJP hospital, where overnight anxious relatives have been doing the rounds trying to find out whether the injured have been brought to this hospital or are elsewhere, trying to track them down. Reet, what's the update? How many people identified, and where are we when it comes to the number of people who are injured?
Right, absolutely, Padmaja. I'm currently present at the mortuary. This is the LNJP's mortuary. This is the Maulana Azad Medical College, is what we're being told at the moment. And we've been told that around 5 bodies have been identified and they've been sent back home, is what we're being told. This process has been happening for the past 24 hours, for the past 12 hours, my apologies. Now, 5 bodies, like I said, have been sent home, and the death toll, as we've been told, stands at about 10. Now, the revised death toll is 10, is what we're being told. As we speak, bodies are being identified inside the mortuary. We just saw a relative who'd gone in a while back who has identified his cousin brother, is what we're being told. Now, the brother is said to have been about 21 years of age. So that is the youngest that we're getting at the moment, that the youngest person who's tragically passed away is about 21 years of age. And what makes this extremely devastating and shocking is not just the fact that the tragedy has occurred, it's also the fact that this young person that we're talking about, the relative in question, learned about the demise of his brother through television. It was through the media that he understood that his brother had passed away. He saw the charred remains of his brother's car on air, and that's how he understood that his brother had passed away. So we're getting devastating information coming in from the mortuary at the minute. The revised death toll, is what we're being told, stands at 10 now. There are 5 bodies that have been identified and have been sent back. As we speak, more bodies are also being identified. We are about 2 lanes away from the LNJP hospital. Now, there are also victims that are being treated at the LNJP hospital. While the number stands conflicted, we've been told that the figure is above 20 of the injured people, and they're being treated at the LNJP hospital as we speak. Back to you.
Okay. Reet, continue to stake it out outside the LNJP hospital. There's likely to be some movement there as well, and we will be telling the stories of the victims, and we will identify some of them once we are cleared to do so. NDTV will not be jumping the gun on that, but our focus remains on the terror track itself. Padmaja has been putting it together very, very closely. There are still some blanks that are left to be filled. Multiple arrests have taken place. Multiple interrogations are taking place as we speak, Padmaja. But from what we know so far, the cast of characters paints a pretty detailed picture. Padmaja, take it away.
In fact, over the last 24 hours, we've seen a number of revelations being made by the police from Jammu and Kashmir to Faridabad to Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat. Now it is all coming together. What is this entire cast of characters? It begins with one person called Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar. Now, he was a resident of Anantnag in Jammu and Kashmir. Sometime in mid-October, Radar was seen on CCTV footage pasting posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed which were threatening security forces, and these posters were found cropping up at several places across Srinagar. After looking at that CCTV footage, he was arrested from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh on the 27th of October. When he was interrogated, investigators blew the lid off a much bigger conspiracy that was underway. Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar then led the investigators to another man, also a doctor. Remember, the Jammu and Kashmir police has called this a white-collar terror ecosystem. Members of this, at least 5 doctors, 5 medical professionals have been identified so far. So first we had Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar. He was arrested from Uttar Pradesh. An AK-56 rifle was recovered from his hospital locker. That immortal picture, that unmissable picture of a locker in a hospital where you've got a stethoscope hanging right next to an AK-56 rifle. When this man was interrogated, he then led to yet another doctor, Dr. Muzammil Ahmed Ganai, alias Muzammil Shakil. Now, who is Muzammil Shakil? He is in Faridabad. He is originally a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir, but he was a resident, medical student at the Al Falah University in Faridabad. This man, when he was investigated, that is when the lid was blown off a massive conspiracy that was underway. He lived on university campus, he studied on university campus at Al Falah University in Faridabad, but 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate were recovered from his Faridabad house. In addition to that, there were 20 timers and 20 batteries along with some other fuel oil, detonators. All of that was found. 8 large and 4 small suitcases were also found with explosives. And that's not all. 2 small arms as well as an automatic rifle was recovered. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, that's the 3rd doctor. She also works at the Al Falah hospital, and it is from her car that an AK-74 assault rifle was recovered. She was subsequently taken into custody as well when the raids were carried out across Faridabad. From Muzammil, the linkages then led to Dr. Shaheen Shahid. She's the owner of a Maruti Suzuki Swift car from which explosives were found, a rifle was discovered, and then of course there is Umar Mohammed. Umar Mohammed is the one who bought a car that was registered in Faridabad. Through a number of people, the car changed hands and eventually led to Umar Mohammed. Who is this man? He's the suspected car bomber there in that picture, that grainy picture that has been recovered from a CCTV camera which was installed at the parking lot close to Red Fort at Soneri Masjid. This man is most likely Umar Mohammed, and he is the aide of Adil and Muzammil, the men I spoke about right in the beginning. Adil Ahmed Radar, the doctor from GMC Anantnag, and Muzammil, the man who was arrested from Al Falah Hospital in Faridabad. Very detailed, very intricately planned, but what should be particularly alarming is that all of these people, white-collar terror ecosystem, all of them doctors.
White-collar ecosystem, all of them trained medical doctors as part of a terror module. And remember, as we speak, as we bring you this live broadcast, the people that Padmaja has just named, all of them are currently being investigated or interrogated, which means that many of the blanks that present themselves, and I'm going to bring Aditya Raj Kaul in, our internal security editor, on this. Aditya, you're in touch with the J&K police as well as the intelligence agencies right now. Obviously on NDTV we will not be reporting any sensitive materials, but on the surface of it, The interrogations will not only fill in some of the blanks that currently exist, but will solidify this link between Faridabad, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that began with posters that were spotted in different parts of J&K, and what we're seeing actually happen right now. Just take us through these links and what you're hearing. What's the latest?
Well, that's right, Shiv. You know, one thing that I've observed in this particular Faridabad terror conspiracy case is that most of the masterminds of this case are from the Kashmir Valley. While the initial directions and the go-ahead might have come from Pakistan, from the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and perhaps from the ISI, that is obviously overseeing the terror activities in India and the proxy war, but the masterminds have been based in the Kashmir Valley. And there's a direct link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, which is the front for Al-Qaeda in Jammu and Kashmir. Also, there's a Maulvi called Yasir who has been picked up and arrested from Shopian, who was a very important link to the radicalization of these doctors. Not just that, he was the front for Zakir Musa. Shiv, you've covered Jammu and Kashmir and anti-terror operations very closely. You would remember Zakir Musa. He was killed in 2019,
yes.
And he might have been the face of Ansar Ghazwatul Hind as the commander, but this particular Maulvi, Yasir, was the key to radicalization and key to Al-Qaeda's Ansar Ghazwatul Hind in the Kashmir Valley. And he was radicalizing these doctors, trying to aid them. Also, what I've learned from the intelligence agencies is that these doctors in SKIMS and GMC were involved in treating a lot of these terrorists from Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Toiba between 2018 and 2021. This is a confession that the doctors, both Adil and Muzammil, have made during the initial interrogation that has taken place yesterday and in the days before that when Adil was arrested from Saharanpur. So very crucial details that have been picked up. Several of these links that have been involved in this direct terror attack here in the heart of the national capital outside the Red Fort. But what would be also crucial are two major things. One, who was the main target, or which all areas were the main target of the terror conspiracy of Jaish-e-Mohammed? And secondly, how did they actually afford to take such huge amounts of ammonium nitrate and other weapons, etc., very close to Delhi, just 50 to 55 kilometers away from where I'm standing in Faridabad. That too, in a very far-flung area inside an interior village where a rented house was taken, and that's where the entire ammunition as well as ammonium nitrate was kept. So all details coming up, but it does seem that Umar Mohammed, Shiv, who is the key to the Red Fort blast and perhaps has been killed in that car explosion that took place, was an associate of Muzammil and Adil, and it does seem that he was panicked completely, and that led to this attack. Just God forbid, if he had actually entered the Lutein zone, the national capital New Delhi, where sensitive locations are there, very high-profile Government of India buildings and offices are there, there would have been a havoc. There could have been a massive, massive tragedy. While the terror attack has taken place, 10 casualties have happened, 20 others are injured, but just imagine what could have happened. And that's why the J&K police, Delhi police and other forces need to be complimented as well, that a huge Jaish-e-Mohammed module has been busted. There might be a possibility that there are others on the run, and that's why the J&K police and Delhi police have been working 24/7 since this case came out, even though 26 days ago the first leads came in. But since last about 15 hours or so, there has been hectic activity taking place both in New Delhi as well as Srinagar to trace together, to piece together the entire story and see if there are other members of this module who are on the run.
Individuals detained and questioned in Kashmir, close to a dozen people who are being questioned in Delhi itself. CCTV footage being looked at from across Delhi, the various points through which Dr. Umar Mohammed could have passed in his I-20 car. For now, you've got Section 16 and 18 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act that have been invoked in the FIR. What are the further details of the investigation of the attack so far? Here's what DCP North told NDTV's Vishnu Show.
यहाँ पे सीन ऑफ क्राइम में फॉरेंसिक साइंस की टीम भी है, एफएसएल की टीम है, उसके अलावा एनएसजी की भी टीम है और भी स्पेशलाइज एजेंसीज की टीम है, जो बहुत ही बारीकी से पूरी सीन ऑफ क्राइम का अभी जांच चल रही है और उसके अंदर जो भी लिफ्ट एविडेंसेस ज़रूरी हैं वो सारे लिफ्ट किए जा रहे हैं।
सर किस तरह के एक्सप्लोजिव का जो है इस्तेमाल हुआ, कुछ और जानकारी
अभी
आइडेंटिफाई हुआ?
मैं एक सबके लिए बता देता हूँ, अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है। इट इज़ FSL अभी जो है वो सीन ऑफ क्राइम को देख भी रही है और बाकी सारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी की जा रही है, तो उससे ज़्यादा अभी कुछ भी कंक्लूसिवली नहीं किया जा सकता। जब भी हमारे पास कुछ भी फैक्ट्स आएंगे जो एस्टेब्लिश होंगे तब उसकी जानकारी यथा समय पे दी जाएगी।
गाड़ी के ड्राइवर को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है?
अभी सब कुछ चल रहा है, अभी इट इज़ ऑल ऑन गोइंग।
Bringing back Vishnu Aditya and Reet into the conversation and take a look at these images. This is where this murder weapon, the Hyundai i20 Vishnu, was last seen. It entered the parking lot close to Suneri Masjid in Old City area at 3:19 p.m. That's what the CCTV camera inside the parking lot shows. 6:48 is when it exited, and at 6:52 to 6:55 it had reached that red light close to the Red Fort. This timeline very, very crucial in establishing the movement and the whereabouts of Dr. Umar Mohammed. Vishnu.
No, you're absolutely right. And this was a vehicle which was in that parking lot for several hours. And I think the point that we've been reflecting on throughout the last couple of hours, that it does appear that there is a strong possibility that this Umar Mohammed panicked. And that as he realized that 4 of the others have already been arrested, and that they were, as a result of that bust on that Faridabad house, coming close to him or getting close to him, he perhaps decided to go ahead and do this. What we don't know at this stage is whether he was alone in the car when the blast went off or there were others. But the DCP North, who we spoke to a little while back, seemed to indicate that this is obviously an area of active sort of investigation. But I think what is important in all of this, and it's important for our viewers to reflect, quite besides the fact that these were highly educated doctors, is that Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar, Dr. Muzammil Shakil, Dr. Shaheen Shahid and Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed have all been arrested in the last couple of weeks. And therefore, the possibility of getting evidence, of understanding the links, of looking at how they were inspired, how they were radicalized.
All right,
what
so
their overall
we'll just interrupt
goal
you for
was,
a second, because NDTV has now accessed the first image of the suspected Delhi suicide bomber. This is a mega exclusive by NDTV. The very first image and a clear picture of Dr. Umar Mohammed, the man who is suspected of having been the suicide bomber in the Delhi Red Fort attack. Aditya, coming straight across to you, what more do we know about this man? Look at him, extremely young, obviously educated, somebody who was a medical student and now suspected of being a suicide bomber. What more do we know, Aditya?
Well, we know for sure that Dr. Umar Mohammed is the key to the Red Fort terror attack that happened yesterday, in which at least 9 to 10 people have been killed and 20 others are injured. He was associated with the Al Falah University. He was an accomplice of Muzammil Shakil as well as Adil Rathar, who were in fact arrested earlier from Saharanpur and Faridabad respectively, from UP as well as Haryana. Now this Umar Mohammed was a crucial part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module in this entire terror conspiracy. When he noticed and he found that his accomplices, including Adil and Muzammil, was arrested, he escaped from Faridabad, and there's a CCTV footage of the entire track from Faridabad to Delhi. He reached the Red Fort area, and inside the parking he stayed for about 2.5 hours, and there perhaps he was in utter panic or shock, or was waiting for a command from his handlers to what the next steps really should be. And it does seem that this was not a planned attack, but this was an active desperation of somebody who was completely isolated when most of his accomplices were arrested. And that's why there were active intelligence inputs about some members who are on the run, and that's why the Delhi police and other agencies were actively perhaps looking for Umar Mohammed as well. But he kept his patience, stayed inside the parking for 2.5 hours, and then came out, and then within minutes there was a bombing that happened right behind me at the Subhash Chowk outside the Red Fort in the national capital. Umar Mohammed was the owner of this particular vehicle that he got from Tariq, and Tariq had got it from Amir. This is the first photograph that is coming out of Umar Mohammed, the crucial link to the Red Fort terror conspiracy. And apart from the Jaish-e-Mohammed angle and how Pakistani handlers were involved, and there were other important characters from the Kashmir Valley involved in radicalization and the entire chain, the investigators are now trying to also piece together evidence from the scene so that DNA testing can can be organized with the family members of those who have been arrested and those who died here. If Omar Mohammed was alone or if there were other members, that needs to be investigated. As of now, top sources within the intelligence apparatus are telling me it does seem like that Omar Mohammed was alone in that particular vehicle. He did not know what to do next, and that's why triggered that particular blast. God forbid if the vehicle had entered the Lutyens zone near the government offices or other sensitive locations, it could have been a lot worse. There could have been many more casualties in this particular area. But this is first breaking here on NDTV. We are piecing together each and every aspect and evidence and source-based information that we are getting without jumping the gun. Factual reporting here on NDTV, what we are learning from J&K Police, Delhi Police and other agencies, including the IB, the NSG and the NIA, who are coming together for the first time in an unprecedented national level investigation on the Red Fort terror attack that has happened here.
Shiv,
Unfortunately,
I think it's also important to underline that this will be a very real concern in this time and age. The fact that young, educated professionals are getting radicalized in this fashion. Aditya yesterday, in fact, had also given details about how Irfan Ahmed, a cleric and the imam of a mosque, was supposed to be the kingpin of radicalizing these doctors. He was also linked to a most wanted terrorist, Zakir Musa, a man who was gunned down in 2019, and that these doctors have admitted to not just pasting posters supporting Jaish-e-Mohammed in Nogam, in Srinagar, but that they also treated some terrorists who had been injured in encounters. And this is a very real danger. Young, educated professionals who are increasingly being locally radicalized. Could they be lone wolves or be drawn into a larger terror conspiracy? And this man on your screen right now is only the latest example. 5 doctors who have been uncovered, who have been arrested over the last 24 hours, over the last 1 week in a crackdown, a coordinated crackdown that has taken place on the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, mushrooming in different parts of the country, Shiv.
Padmaja, this is a very important aspect that you've just mentioned, because as Aditya and I and Vishnu have reported from J&K, in the aftermath of the Burhan Wani killing at the Hizbul Mujahideen crackdown, one of the big achievements and gains by the Indian security establishment had been on precisely what you're talking about, the ecosystem of recruitment of trained, educated youth in Jammu and Kashmir, and many successes had been achieved towards that. Now, this is not to say that all those gains have been lost, but this terror attack in Delhi, the arrests of multiple doctors, and I think it is reasonable for us to say that this is a module that is far larger than what is visible to us in front of us at this point of time. It most certainly couldn't have been perpetrated by 4 or 5 individuals. There has to have been a larger logistical base for this kind of thing. But if Umar Mohammed from Kashmir is the face of the attack, and he was indeed the man in the driver's seat of the car detonating that explosive, then you're right. I completely agree. This goes beyond just 10-11. This goes beyond just, whether this was one little module that's been linked to Faridabad. This is going to be something that the security grid, the Unified Command in Jammu and Kashmir, will have to look at very closely. I want to point out once again, Padmaja, that this is the first terror attack since the Pahalgam attack.
Yeah.
This is the first terror attack since then. The dynamics in the country have completely seen a sea change since then. Our rules of engagement as far as terror have completely changed. That's the big gorilla in the room that we're going to have to talk about at some point or the other. I think it's probably a good idea to wait maybe till the evening, till after Home Minister Amit Shah holds that big that big meeting with his intelligence and security officials. But the rules of engagement as far as a national response to this is something that we're not going to be able to ignore beyond a certain
I'm talking about the modus operandi. Correct me if you're wrong. And all of you have reported extensively from within the valley. After Burhan Wani, suddenly we'd seen a number of cases where, young boys, and we'd seen so many of these images, they were handed a pistol. There were reports that emerged that by way of taking them, by way of recruiting them into the terror outfits, they were told, take this pistol, go and shoot that CRPF man dead. Or, there were suddenly these attacks which were caught on camera of young boys with a weapon in their hand shooting somebody at close range. And that's when the entire grid cracked down. These people were identified, the Maulvis or the Maulanas who were involved in radicalizing them, they were picked up, and now it seems to have shifted. There is a sea change from the young, relatively poor, uneducated boys who were involved in stone pelting earlier, then are involved in the lone wolves attacks. Now we have these educated young men and women being drawn into the terror network.
In 45 minutes from now, Padmaja, and I'll bring Vishnu and Aditya in on this. Vishnu, to you first. The big high-level meeting at the Home Ministry chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah will obviously be looking at the specific aspects of what's in front of us. But obviously and necessarily, he will have to look at all of these aspects as well. The priority ladder will, of course, be dealing with what's in front of us. But all of these things that Padmaja and I have just mentioned cannot be ignored either, including rules of engagement post-Pahalgam.
No, Shiv, you've been very delicate in the way in which you're asking this question. I'll say it more bluntly. There have been several promises which have been made by our political leadership after the Pahalgam terror attack took place. The name Op Sindoor was given for a particular reason, for a particular sort of cause. And India has avowedly stated over and over again, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, others, that if there is a terror link from Pakistan, then India will retaliate. Now, that isn't to say that there's going to be some sort of a knee-jerk reaction, not least of all because the threads to the link in Pakistan is something which will need to be established through a great deal of interrogation, and that's a process which is obviously ongoing. But we do know that the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Toiba, or some of the other groups which we've been referring to are very clearly based out of Pakistan, and that there was always a sense that Op Sindoor was a response to the Pahalgam terror attack. It wasn't an end to terrorism by itself. But if India's philosophy and India's belief strategically and militarily is to hit Pakistan hard whenever there is a clear link between terrorism coming from Pakistan and an attack on Indian soil, then I dare suggest that this is something which our planners would be looking at. But they aren't going to do anything knee-jerk. Military strikes take time. It takes effort, sometimes even months, and it needs very solid intelligence. You need to ensure that the strikes are not just strikes for the sake of showing people that, look, this is what we've done, because in the case of Pakistan, there would be a response, as we've seen during the Op Sindoor period. It has to be something which actually hits out hard at terror. In Op Sindoor, we struck Bahawalpur, we struck Muridke, we struck 7 other areas just across the line of control, carrying out the deepest strikes since the 1971 war, a fight against terrorism in Pakistan. Of course, that ended up being a military battle as well. But that's not something that can be easily replicated time and time again. But it has to be in the calculus of our military planners, because you've stated a policy. And if you have stated that, then once the links are clear, I think it's a fair question to ask whether India would eventually take a bigger decision.
Absolutely. And what is the kind of response that India is going to have? That is going to be key. And we are likely to hear much, much more about it in the next few hours, especially after that high security review meeting that is held by the Union Home Minister along with all the intelligence chiefs. But is this the face of new age terror in India? That's a question that India will have to grapple with and on priority. These two images that India is going to be looking at very, very closely. This man, who was last seen in the parking lot close to the Red Fort just minutes before that explosion was detonated. This man is believed to be Dr. Umar Mohammed, a young medical professional, radicalized by a Maulvi who has also since been picked up. These two images should worry a lot of Indians and especially the intelligence agencies. First, you see Umar Mohammed here in a car, presumably alone. Were there others? Did he get instructions? 3 hours, he kept this car waiting. in the parking lot near Sunahri Masjid in the Old City area. And this is his first ever picture, a close picture of this man before he carried out a terror attack. What were the linkages? Are there other people like him involved? That is now going to be key. Young, educated men and women, Aditya, who are being radicalized, who are joining the terror network. Despite the entire crackdown that has taken place over the last several years, this new face of New Age terror in India should be worrying. What more do we know about other possible associates, other possible people linked to him?
You know, Padmaja, over the last 5 to 6 years, there's been a dip in terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. There's been a dip in infiltration, and there's been a dip in the new recruitment of terrorists or young terrorists from Hizbul, Lashkar-e-Toiba, etc. But one thing that has not changed, and that's a cause of concern, is radicalization. You've been speaking about it since early morning today. Radicalization has been a cause of concern from south to north to central Kashmir. And this has been happening at a different scale, at a different level. They are not releasing any pictures, they're not releasing any videos, but they are silently doing it. You mentioned about the hybrid terrorism that we saw in the valley from 2018 to 2021, and it peaked between 2019 and 2022. There were, young adults, educated adults who were given a gun or a grenade and then were given a task to eliminate an innocent person, an innocent Indian in the Kashmir Valley. And that led to the hybrid terrorism. They were not categorized A++ or B category or C category terrorists. These were unknown people from civil society who were radicalized and given a weapon for a task by terror groups based in Pakistan and sponsored by Pakistan. But in this particular case, again, there are educated people that have come to the light. In the past also, between 2017 and 2020, I remember there were cases, at least a few cases of PhDs, people from Aligarh Muslim University or other parts of the country who were originally from Kashmir, who were radicalized to the level that they joined Hizbul Mujahideen or they joined Ansar Ghazwatul Hind and other such terror groups. This is a cause of concern that will remain. And this is a new form of terrorism that is also erupting after Operation Sindoor, because their terror target does not remain security forces or innocent Indians or migrant workers in the Kashmir Valley. Their target is now New Delhi, or their target is sensitive locations all across the country. And that's why this new Jaish-e-Mohammed module, this new strategy by the deep state of Pakistan is a cause of worry for India. Of course, the Indian intelligence apparatus and the security agencies are very much prepared. A very robust planning has been done over the last many months, significantly after Operation Sindoor. But this Jaish-e-Mohammed module is a very, very critical, I would say, paradigm shift in the kind of proxy war or terrorism that India has been facing from Pakistan. There's a new strategy of radicalizing educated youth from different forms of the society. In this particular case, at least 3 to 5 doctors who are involved, and certainly there could be many more. And that's why the Delhi police and the J&K police are leaving no stone unturned to investigate this further and see to it that others who could be on the run are arrested as soon as possible.
The reality that we all face today as we report this story the morning after the blast is that India is under attack. This was a terrorist attack likely to have been conducted by the Jaish-e-Mohammed in a module that was busted just a few hours before the actual attack took place. On NDTV, we will not be jumping the gun. We will not be irresponsible with information. We will leave that to the investigators and the teams on the ground who have a very difficult job piecing all of this together. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, Padmaja and I are back with even more news breaks. We'll take you to the ground as well as to the LNJP hospital. Heartbreaking scenes from there as well. Right back after this. Stay with us.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app, and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी।
Hello and welcome. Thanks for tuning in to NDTV 24/7. We are getting you the very latest on the terror attack on Delhi. Yes, now it is official. What happened yesterday, the explosion outside the Red Fort in Old City area is indeed a terror attack. UAPA sections, Arms Act have been invoked in the FIR, and now the bigger picture before intelligence agencies is, Shiv, is there a larger module at play?
A larger module clearly appears to be at play, and that's what the investigation is looking at right now on NDTV. First, among many of the things that you've seen for the first time today are images of that Hyundai i20 right before the actual blast took place. We've pieced together imagery, visuals, CCTV, moving footage, as well as a picture of the actual attacker. And Padmaja and I, over the next couple of hours, will take you through every aspect of what we're looking at. Let's quickly remind you first of the top developments we're tracking at this time. Initial findings are out in the Delhi 10/11 terror attack. Ammonium nitrate, fuel oil explosives, detonators. Final report is still awaited, but a clear link has been established in this initial forensic scrutiny.
Big revelations in the Delhi terror blast case. NDTV accesses the CCTV footage of alleged bomber who triggered the blast near Red Fort. First ever picture of Dr. Umar Mohammed now emerges.
NDTV told you first, and it's been established, the Faridabad Jaish-e-Mohammed module link to the Red Fort blast is now clear. Sources tell NDTV that Dr. Umar, who drove the Hyundai i20, is an aide of Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Adil Radar, who were part of the Jaish module that was busted yesterday in Faridabad.
The first image of the i20 car just before the explosion was set off. It was parked in a lot near Red Fort for nearly 3 hours. It was driven out moments before the explosion was set off at 6:52 p.m.
And of course, politics has erupted over the Delhi terror blast. Congress trains its guns on the Prime Minister, slams him for big intelligence failure, demands Prime Minister and Amit Shah's resignation.
Breaking now on NDTV, the Delhi terror blast case is now, investigation into it is wide-ranging. The Delhi police, along with the Jammu and Kashmir police, have also roped in other agencies. They are now actively investigating with other agencies the angle of whether this was a suicide attack. Where is Dr. Umar Mohammed, the man who was last seen exiting a parking lot of Suneri Masjid near the Red Fort area? The man you see circled on your screens right now. Did he remain in the car? Did he jump out at the last moment? Remember the sequence of events. The Delhi Police Commissioner made it clear that it was a slow-moving car that halted at a red traffic signal just seconds before the explosion was set off. Now, what happened in the interim? Did he manage to get out, or was he inside the car? Is Dr. Umar Mohammed the face of New Age terror, the white-collar terror ecosystem, as the Jammu and Kashmir police called it yesterday? And was he the suicide bomber in the Delhi Red Fort blast case? Aditya Raj Kaul, Vishnu Shom, Reet Sani, all of our colleagues joining us from various points on the ground. I want to come across to you, Aditya, first. Dr. Umar Mohammed, was this a suicide attack? A key question today.
Well, it does seem like, Padmaja, we have been relentlessly reporting here on NDTV, keeping in mind the factual details that we are getting from the Delhi police, the J&K police, and other agencies who are involved in this massive investigation. It's not a city-based investigation anymore. It's a national-level investigation, and that's why there's a red alert in several crucial areas, including border areas of India. Umar Mohammed, Dr. Umar Mohammed, is the crucial link in the Red Fort terror attack that happened, around 9 to 10 people being killed and more than 20 injured, just meters away from where I am standing. This is outside the Red Fort at the Subhash Chowk, between the Gauri Shankar Mandir, the Chandni Chowk and Red Fort. This is where the terror attack took place at around 6:55 a.m. That's when the first PCR call was made to the Delhi police. Now, Umar Mohammed was an accomplice of Muzammil and Adil. Muzammil was arrested yesterday early morning from Faridabad in Haryana, and earlier in Saharanpur on 27th October, Adil was arrested as well. Both of them doctors, both of them close associates in this Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Now, what really transpired yesterday, when I went to Faridabad to report and anchor live from there on this entire development, that's when Umar Mohammed came to know about this entire, modus operandi of the police to nab the suspects, and he escaped in this particular car. It's being said that while he was escaping, there could have been 1 or 2 accomplices sitting in the car with him. That's when he used the Badarpur border to enter. There are multiple CCTV footages that have been noticed and taken by the Delhi police in this investigation. But once he reached the Red Fort, he was alone. He did not have anybody with him. So there's a massive manhunt that would be launched by the Delhi police as well if there was at least 1 or 2 accomplices with him while he was entering Delhi from Faridabad in neighboring Haryana here. So clearly, there could be a possibility of other accomplices on the run, and that's what the Delhi police is more concerned about, that is the module over or there are other accomplices with ammunition and ammonium nitrate that could be on the run. Apart from that, J&K police has played a significant role in the investigation with the detention and the arrest of Tariq, who's a crucial link in this entire investigation, and Amir as well. Tariq has been interrogated yesterday in Pulwama, where he was arrested, and early this morning brought to Srinagar in cargo, where his interrogation is underway. He's given crucial details of how the car was taken and how Umar Mohammed was given that car. The entire link has been exposed here on NDTV. But the big talking point is about the Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Is it only about Saharanpur, Faridabad, New Delhi and Srinagar, or are there other crucial links as well? My sources tell me that there are other places, perhaps Meerut, Kurukshetra, etc., that are also under investigation, and there could be other doctors or perhaps members of the module who are under the scanner as well. So the entire investigation is not over. The cat and mouse chase of the terrorists and the terror operatives of this module is far from over.
Absolutely, and let's actually put that together. Like Aditya said, there are many, many more angles, linkages from within Kashmir and outside. Young professionals, young students belonging to Jammu and Kashmir, hailing from various parts of Jammu and Kashmir, studying in other parts of the country. How were they linked to each other, and how did the movement of this car take place? Because you've seen the face of Dr. Umar Mohammed, who's believed to be the suicide bomber of Delhi, but how did he get this car that ultimately turned into the murder weapon? Amir, he is the person who bought the car from Salman. Who is Salman? He is a resident of Gurugram. You would have seen that registration certificate right here in NDTV. This Gurgaon registered car was in the name of Salman. Salman sold it off to Amir, who in turn then gave it to Tariq. Tariq bought this car from Amir. Yesterday night, he was detained in Kashmir. He was interrogated overnight. He handed the car to Umar Mohammed, and Umar Mohammed, this young doctor, is likely to be the suicide bomber of Delhi. Joining us now is NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who is with the family of one of these accused. Umar Mohammed, believed to be an aide of Adil and Muzammil. Over to you, Nazir. What more are you hearing?
Well, I'm at the home of Amir and Umar. While let me tell you, there is confusion about some names. For example, this picture, which is at the center of whole this bomb blast case, is the picture of Amir, not Tariq, who is in front of this car. And let me talk to this man's mother. And both Amir and Umar have been arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police. They have been being interrogated since last night. Let me talk to mother of Amir and Umar. ये आपका बच्चा है क्या? ये बेटा है आपका? आमिर, हाँ? ये आपका बेटा है। अच्छा, ये कहते हैं कि ये मुलवस है जो में दिल मंज को ब्लास्ट तात्मंज ये मुलवस नहीं है। अच्छा, क्या ये दिल्ली या फरीदाबाद गया था? नहीं गए घर के, कहते हैं कि घर के बाहर। लेकिन क्या ये फोटो इनका नहीं है? नहीं, क्या ये फोटो इसका नहीं है? क्या ये फोटो इसका? हाँ, मतलब इच्छा गाड़ी किसकी है? आपको मालूम नहीं है गाड़ी किसकी? आपका बेटा क्या कभी गया था फरीदाबाद या दिल्ली? हाँ।
सफाई कर सब
नहीं गया था, नहीं गया था। अच्छा,
मैं आपको
अच्छा बताइए, आप बताइए।
मैं देता हूँ,
जी बताइए।
मैं देता हूँ, एक मिनट, आप ठहरो
जी
मैं देता हूँ।
हाँ
जी कर सब समय बात माहे टेंशन से
जी बताइए।
माहे से टेंशन क्या बात है सुबह करके
ये जो लाइव
सुबह करके
ये आप बताइए क्या?
हाँ मैं
बताइए।
ये उम्र है कौन? ये उम्र है, ये उम्र नहीं है
जी।
कौन
जी?
ये उम्र नहीं है। ये जो फोटो आपने एनडीटीवी ने चढ़ाया ना, ये इसका नाम आमिर है।
बिल्कुल
ये आमिर है, मेरा मुसरा भाई है। ठीक है। कौन? ये है ना। एनडीटीवी ने कैसे इसको बनाया, कल्प्रिट कैसे बनाया? ये दिल्ली गया ही नहीं कभी।
अच्छा, ये पुलिस का है, ये हमारा नहीं।
कौन? ये पुलिस। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, इनको पहले पता करना चाहिए था ना। ये जो बंदा है ना, ये बंदा जो है, ये कभी दिल्ली नहीं गया,
कभी नहीं
दिल्ली गया। ये घर से कभी निकला ही नहीं।
फोटो नहीं है गाड़ी के साथ।
Okay, we've got first images coming in. Viewers, bear with us because these are images and details coming in very, very thick and fast, and we are detailing them in real time for you. The picture on your screen now. First images of suicide bomber Umar. Now, what we're getting from Nazir Masoodi, our colleague on the ground, is that suicide bomber Umar and the man with the car, Amir, who had bought the I-20 from Salman, are actually brothers. Umar, employed as a doctor at Al Falah Medical College. I'm going to ask our reporters to tell us who the man in this picture is in just a moment. Padmaja, there are multiple pictures coming out in front of us. This is said to be a picture of Umar, who now we learn is a brother of Amir, the man holding that key to the I-20 in that picture that's been going viral since yesterday. Nazir Masoodi, our Kashmir bureau chief, is on the ground. He's actually at Amir's residence right now. The family is understandably not willing to come out with any details at this point of time. But the first image of suicide bomber Umar, who we can now say, with information coming out in front of us, is the brother of Amir. Not just an associate, but a brother of Amir, is the information we're getting at this point.
And that Umar is employed at Al Falah Hospital, the same hospital in Faridabad from where Muzammil was arrested and from where 2,900 kgs of explosive material, including ammonium nitrate, timer, batteries, have all been recovered. So, is this how the loop seems to be closing at this point? Multiple pictures, two pictures of Umar right now on your screen. The first picture that we showed you of him with glasses on. Now another picture of him in a blue shirt. Who are the various people who we can now identify, Vishnu? These names now seemingly tying in with each other. Here is what the family is saying, that the man who was seen holding a key with the I-20, he is Amir. Amir and Umar apparently are brothers, possibly cousins of each other. Muzammil, a doctor at Al Falah Hospital in Faridabad, and Umar, also a doctor at the same hospital. Vishnu.
So let's just, for the benefit of our viewers, make this very, very simple. How did the car, or how were the police able to identify who owned the car? The ownership documents of the car went from a Salman to an Ahmed to a Tariq to an Umar. It appears now that Umar, who is also believed to be the bomber in this case, may be related in some way, shape or form with Amir. Whether they're brothers or cousin brothers is something that we need to actually see. The other key people in this, and they're all doctors, that's very, very significant because all of the people involved very educated. Firstly, Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, a doctor in Gandhinagar, he was apparently producing grisin, that's a poison which can be dispersed in the air. Dr. Mujammil Shakil, he was the one in that Faridabad home, or he owned or was associated with that Faridabad home, where 3 tons of bomb-making material, including hundreds of kilos of ammonium nitrate, was recovered. Then there's a doctor called Ahmed Rather. He was picked up from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. This is a doctor who was seen distributing or putting up posters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was further investigated. And then there was at the Government Medical College in Anantnag a locker where an automatic rifle was found along with bullets and things. he's also been arrested. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, who allowed Shakil to store ammunition and an assault rifle in her car. So there are all of these people over here. All of them are doctors, highly educated. But I think the key point, and I want to mention this once again, is that all of them have been arrested. And the fact that they've been arrested and the fact that they were arrested several days back means that the investigation had gone to a very, very far extent, by which time they were able to make this bust in Faridabad. And it does appear, as we've been reporting for the last couple of hours, that Umar, the person who owned the I-20 vehicle, the person who was affiliated with this entire network, panicked perhaps, got into that car, drove to this area. At about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the vehicle was seen parked at a parking lot. And after about 6:30 p.m., closer to 6:50 p.m., he'd come onto the road and he triggered an explosion in that I-20 vehicle approximately 200 meters behind me. 10 people, we are told, have lost their lives. Several others have been injured. But there are the mangled remains of more than 20 cars, is what I was told yesterday. I've been reporting over here till about 1 a.m. or 12:30 last night. What has changed this morning is that there are screens behind us which the investigators have placed. Behind that, you've got tents which have been put, and the investigators continue with their work. The other key development, of course, is the belief that ammonium nitrate fuel oil was actually used in this. Ammonium nitrate fuel oil is something which is commonly used in the mining industry and is relatively easily available, though it is still under tabs. But if that is the case, then a lot of questions would be asked on how so many, such large volumes of this explosive were actually taken by these terrorists.
Absolutely. The amount of explosives recovered is stunning. 2,900 kgs of that explosive yesterday recovered from various spots in Faridabad, and in all of that, this Al Falah hospital seems to be emerging as a key spot. And you have reported actually on both of the stories, Aditya, speaking at length about the radicalization that took place, the doctors whose names are emerging, Muzammil arrested, a doctor at Al Falah hospital. He was connected with Adil Ahmed Radar. Now he is believed to be also connected to Umar, who also in turn was working at Al Falah. The commonalities now emerging, and the NIA may take over the Delhi terror attack case. Officially, the NIA will take over the investigation. So far, it has been conducted by the Delhi Police Special Cell, the District Police and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, after links between the Delhi blast and the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module have emerged. Now the NIA is going to take over the investigation, and there are so many more angles to probe, especially that of a nationwide radicalization and a pan-India terror module. Aditya.
Well, Padmaja, the details that are trickling in are as complex as they are stunning, really. This is perhaps for the first time that the Jaish-e-Mohammed and terror groups have used doctors for execution of a terror crime, that too in the heart of the national capital in New Delhi. While yesterday a huge haul of explosives and ammunition was recovered from Faridabad in Haryana at a very interior village, but at the same time there was a huge blast that took place just meters away from where I'm standing at Red Fort. Of course, at least 10 people have died, and there are 20 others who are injured in this terror attack that took place outside the Red Fort. And this brings the memories of what happened in 2005, 2008 and 2011 in the national capital. Over the last 14 years, we haven't seen the kind of a blast that took place yesterday here outside the Red Fort in the old city area, very close to the popular Chandni Chowk and the Gauri Shankar temple. So, of course, the Delhi police, the NIA and other investigative agencies are piecing together each evidence, each crucial link that is coming together. It was 26 days ago that for the first time J&K police came to know through intelligence sources about the nexus of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, which was working very closely for terror attacks in national capital and perhaps other areas as well. And that's when different teams were sent to Delhi, Saharanpur and Haryana to nab and locate who these people were from Kashmir who were working on this Jaish-e-Mohammed module. There were several arrests that were made till now. About 7 to 8 arrests have been made as part of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module. But yesterday, Omar Mohammed managed to escape when he came to know that his close associate Muzammil, Shaheen, Shahid and others were in fact arrested. There is a CCTV footage that NDTV has also accessed indicating how he entered New Delhi from Faridabad. There is a possibility that 1 or 2 accomplices could have been with him at that particular time, but when he reached the Red Fort, he was alone, and either he got a direction to act the way he did, or perhaps in panic, in utter desperation, he acted, and even before he could reach his target, the blast took place at the Subhash Chowk red light where the casualties were reported. Now, soon enough, the NIA will be taking over the investigation from the Delhi police, but the Delhi police, special cell and other agencies will be working actively along with the J&K police also to piece together, because remember, there are crucial links including Tariq and Amir who are in Kashmir Valley, who are being interrogated at this particular stage in Srinagar at the cargo. And apart from that, there could be other members of the module who are involved in the radicalization and the terror conspiracy who could be still on the run. Remember, it's not just, the buck does not stop just at, Amir, Umar Said and others. There could be a possibility of other doctors who could be involved, and that's why there are multiple teams of Delhi police in Haryana, in Uttar Pradesh and many other areas trying to locate the other members of this module.
There's, one thing is very clear, and I want to weigh my words very carefully as we bring you this broadcast, but it is very clear from what Vishnu, Padmaja, Aditya and I are reporting this morning that India is under attack. There are patterns that are emerging that are making it very clear that this is not a one-off. There are clear linkages between the arrests that have been made. 5 doctors have been arrested. That in itself is not a coincidence. A big module with almost warlike stores level of explosives have been recovered. Assault rifles, combat weapons, communication sets, etc. have also been recovered. And the modus operandi of this entire case in Delhi makes it very clear that this was possibly a larger conspiracy. Remember, Aditya Raj Kaul, our internal security editor, was the first to report that this is being investigated as a terror incident. That lack of clarity has evaporated overnight. This is Delhi 10/11 terror attack. It is not being seen as anything else at that point of time. And Vishnu, no surprise therefore that this is now being investigated and taken up by the NIA. The Delhi Special Cell will obviously be assisting in the entire investigation, but the NIA leads, which means it is a complete terror case that is being looked at. Every aspect of what we've brought out so far indicates that as well. 10 minutes to go for that big high-level meeting at the Home Ministry, Vishnu.
You're quite right, and I'm really waiting to see what the Home Minister eventually says, either in a statement or in a press release, because that'll give you a clear idea of where they are, not just in terms of the investigations where we do expect some sort of updates, but also in terms perhaps of where India is going with this, and what is the larger picture over here. Are there any linkages to Pakistan which have already been looked at or which they are willing to express at this juncture? We do know that terrorism emanates from Pakistan, that Jaish-e-Mohammed clearly involved over here. The fact that they've got so many people that they've been interrogating for a while, it just goes to show how, how close they were to actually preventing this from taking place. And for me, Shiv and Padmaja and Aditya, the abiding sort of thought over here is that, it's such a horrific attack which has taken place, but the fact is the police and the investigators were on the right lead. They busted Anantnag, they busted the Gujarat link, they busted Faridabad, and they came so close to actually shutting this all down when that one man, Omar Mohammed, a key accomplice to that group, got out into that car and triggered this blast. They were so close to busting this entirely without the loss of life. But that said, the fact that we've actually broken this group, hopefully that there are no further accomplices who may be immediately active, is something that's very, very important indeed.
All of us have covered terror attacks, and there's one thing we can all agree on and that we are aware of. There is an old saying, one attack is an attack too many. And all it takes is one little crack, one little lapse for a terror attack to happen. When we report terror attacks at this time, and we know that millions of viewers are tuning into NDTV, as a responsible network, I want to say the incredible number of terror attacks that are foiled, that are, where plans are, foiled at the planning level, at the execution level, at the cross-border level. There are hundreds of such cases that get foiled, but only the ones that succeed necessarily get reported, because those are the ones that obviously come into the public domain where damage of this kind has happened. But Aditya, you've looked at that very closely. We've all actually looked at it very closely. And in this particular case, what Vishnu says is absolutely right. The busting of that module was actually an incredible success, and it was panic that triggered what happened in Delhi. It may have been much larger. If they'd had access to more materials, it may have even been a serial blast, God forbid. But this was clearly the symptom of what was a larger anti-terror success between Haryana, UP and J&K.
Well, absolutely. Very well said, Shiv. It's a massive success for the J&K police, really. 26 days ago, when the initial input came with the J&K police, immediately they sent in their teams to Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and New Delhi. They were trying to trace down this entire Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Now, remember, there are 20 timers, 2,900 kgs of explosives and other ammunition that has been recovered in Haryana. If that had led to the national capital, if there were 20 different areas where the attacks had taken place, if there were sensitive locations that were targeted, this could have resulted in a massive, paralysis of the government in here if there were massive casualties all across. Where we are standing right now, where the blast took place yesterday, is just a few kilometers away, just about 10 to 15 minutes away from the exact national capital where the Parliament of India is, where the Prime Minister's residence and the Prime Minister's office is, where the North Block and the South Block is, where the seat of the Modi government really is, and that could have been a target as well. But nonetheless, as it is said, that the terrorists have been, lucky this time. They have been lucky in the past as well. But here, the J&K police, in coordination with other agencies, have worked relentlessly. They are working even now to piece it together, the entire detail of this, entire modus operandi. And we will be keeping our viewers abreast with factual reporting, whatever we hear. As of now, within minutes, the Home Minister is chairing a high-level meeting with IB Director Tapan Deka and others, including the Home Secretary and the Delhi Police Commissioner. And there, some crucial details will be discussed as per what the next steps would be, where the investigation and perhaps raids are concerned in this case.
These fresh images that you're getting are from the Red Fort area within the perimeter of that place which was worst affected by the blast. And look at the remnants of the vehicles that are being picked up, entire chassis of a car. And if I can take you back to that moment when that first blast video came out, you saw a huge ball of flames erupt into the sky, a massive blast. People who were on camera, who were talking to each other, it was a massive shock that you could see on their faces. And now the remnants of the vehicles from the spot bear testimony to the impact of that blast. I want to show pictures now of the recoveries. We've been talking here about just how big a conspiracy this could have been. Yes, this terror attack also demands accountability, but think of what could have been. Over the last 1 month, several reports emerged of how operatives were picked up from one part of the country or another. Usually, Shiv, these reports are treated with cynicism. Yesterday, when that press conference took place, some politicians said, just in time for the second phase of polling to take place. This is small-minded critique. This is far, far bigger. Look at the arms that were recovered, and this is just the kind of recovery that we saw in Faridabad. 2,900 kgs of explosives, we've spoken at length about that, but the small arms, you had one Chinese star pistol, one Beretta pistol with ammunition, one AK-56 and one AK Krinkov rifle. If you could talk us through some of these weapons, and how does a doctor, how do these 2-3 doctors, a medical student, how do they get access to weapons like these?
The point you made earlier in the broadcast is actually precisely what we're looking at here, Padmaja, that this was more than just, a conspiracy to wreak terror. This was obviously a composite conspiracy which may have involved some kind of a mass shooting in a crowded area, because, why else would someone need an assault rifle like the Krinkov, so much ammunition, all those magazines, close combat star pistols, in a place like Faridabad.
Yeah.
Where else are you going to go with something like that, if not Delhi NCR? So an educated guess looking at these pictures and everything we know from yesterday's suicide attack is that this was going to be composite, probably some kind of a serial attack, possibly a staggered attack aimed at Delhi NCR. Like Aditya was reporting, the car itself that exploded yesterday outside the Lal Killa may have been headed, God forbid, to just a couple of kilometers away into the VIP zone where you've got Parliament, you've got our ministries, the Prime Minister's office, all of those in the central part of the city. If a blast had taken place there, the security implications would have been exponentially higher. Not to say that this isn't serious, but these arms recoveries that we're looking at here in these pictures suggest that this was a multi-layered conspiracy and not just about a vehicular bomb. That appears to have been some kind of an afterthought, possibly a panic reaction. We don't know for sure yet, but this was a module that clearly had tentacles going in different directions.
And this is as far as the recoveries from Faridabad are concerned. We should also focus on what happened in Gujarat. We've spoken about the 35-year-old Dr. Ahmad Mohiuddin Saeed. He was arrested from Hyderabad. What was recovered from him? Of course, he had castor oil. He was trying to develop ricin. But in addition to that, there was also 30 live cartridges, 2 Glock pistols and a Beretta that was found on him. 2 more men were subsequently arrested for being his accomplices, a 20-year-old tailor from Shamli, Azad Suleiman Sheikh, and a 23-year-old student from Lakhimpur Khedi, Mohammad Suhail. This is how far this network had spread out. What was a doctor who was based in Hyderabad, was found in Ahmedabad, doing with a Beretta and a Glock pistol? What was a young medical student doing with a Chinese star pistol, several magazines and explosives in Faridabad? And most importantly, Aditya, how did these men gain access? And not just men, a young lady doctor also in Faridabad was caught with a rifle and ammunition and explosives in her car. This is the gravity of the situation which we must not lose sight of. This is not just about the blast that took place at the Red Fort. It is about a much, much bigger conspiracy that had been hatched, and it spread across states. Not just explosives, not just fuel oil, but weapons, large and small, also recovered. Aditya.
Well, definitely. You know, this is as complex, as intense and stunning, really. The new details that are being revealed on this entire nexus from Kashmir to Saharanpur in UP to Faridabad in Haryana, then of course to Gujarat and New Delhi as well. The tentacles of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module have been far and wide. They've been silently working, and that's the change in strategy really. Earlier, Jaish-e-Mohammed used to recruit terrorists, used to recruit people in Kashmir, and then openly claim that. There used to be photographs that used to go viral. But over the last few years, the strategy has completely changed. Ever since the Pulwama attack as well, there are attacks that take place, but nobody claims it. There is no notification or a statement that comes in from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. There are threats that come. And say that we will seek revenge. But there are no statements of new recruits that are joining in. So they are silently working. They are working in tandem with Maulvis, radicalized Maulvis, to radicalize further people in the society. And that's what has happened over the years in Kashmir. They have developed sleeper cells from Kashmir to different states of India, particularly in the northern part of the country. And that's what is a huge concern for the security agencies as well, that while there was hybrid terrorism that used to be there in the Kashmir Valley, now is a different kind of terrorism altogether, where educated people, in this particular case, at least 4 to 5 doctors who have come to light, most of them who have been arrested. There's one who is on the run as well, but currently, I'm being told that the investigation, it is at a very crucial stage. At 11 a.m., I'm being told, not at 9:30, but at 11 a.m., the Home Minister will be chairing a meeting with, of course, the NIA DG and, of course, Director of the IB, the Delhi Police Commissioner, the Home Secretary, and other senior officials, where this would be discussed threadbare, and the NIA would be given the task to lead the investigation and finally culminate this entire investigation and try to see where all the other perpetrators of this entire module are hiding right now.
Very important update here. The 9:30 a.m. key meeting at the Home Ministry has been pushed to 11. Not uncommon. This is a routine postponement, possibly in order to get more information, perhaps bring more people on board as part of this meeting for a more structured response to what is taking place in the national capital. And remember, like we've been pointing out, this isn't restricted to the national capital. This is now a pan-India issue because there is a heightened state of alert across different states, not just in the north, but also in places like Telangana, Karnataka and elsewhere. Airports across the country have heightened security measures in place as well. All of this will be on the agenda, Padmaja, when Home Minister Amit Shah reviews security. He was already there on the ground last night. Yeah. He visited the LNJP hospital. He went to the blast site. So I think we can all be very clear that he's receiving real-time updates from all the security grid chiefs at this point of time before that 11 a.m. meeting.
That's correct, and that meeting will take place at Kartavya Bhavan at 11 in the morning. The Union Home Secretary, Director of IB, Delhi Police Commissioner, DG NIA will all be attending that meeting. The DGP of Jammu and Kashmir will also be virtually joining the meeting, and this just stamps the story that we've been on since morning, that this has a linkage across states. This is going to be a composite investigation. The NIA is going to take over this entire investigation, and that pretty much shows the direction in which this probe is going. Vishnu and Aditya continue to be with us. The linkages which were tenuous in the beginning are becoming quite apparent, and the NIA now overall will take over the investigation. Vishnu.
No, absolutely. The NIA is now going to be involved. I think it was just a matter of time before they were actually brought in. I think it became clear that they would be, lead investigators after this became a terrorist case. UAPA charges, the most stringent sections, invoked already in this case: murder, attempt to murder, terrorism, all of that. So this is a terrorist attack. I think the larger question is, what are all the threads, or has this module been busted once and for all? The real worry, and I asked this to the DCP North a little while back, is that, is there a suspicion that some people got away, that there may have been others in that car with Omar Mohammed who may not have been in the car at the time of the explosion. And he said that, look, this is a matter of investigation. So that's something which we'll have to look at very, very closely. And, obviously it's remarkably quick that all of this has happened in the way that we've actually reported it. The blast has taken place. The identity of the owner of the car has been established. The fact that he was in the car has been established. People he was associated with or related with has been established. We've identified this as a terror case as well. So these things have moved very fast. It could have taken weeks, if not months. And the reason it's moved fast is because at least 4, if not 5 doctors of the module stretching from Gujarat to Kashmir, to Faridabad or Delhi's outskirts have been arrested in the last couple of weeks. So I would suggest that our investigators actually have a really good idea of what this is all about, the extent of this group, how far it spreads, what their goal was, where they actually got this ammonium nitrate from. That's a huge cause of concern, this amount of explosive material. So what will India do with this next piece of information? What will the Home Minister announce? I should mention, and I think it's an important point, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, it is in a sense business as usual, in as much as he would be alert to every aspect of the investigation. He's travelled to Bhutan today. It's a short visit, but one that sort of reflects a sense of the government being in control of this situation. They would be in control of this situation on the basis of all of the information which they've received. And I think at this stage, we really need to focus, as we have been, on where we are with the investigations, what India intends to do next, what this all links up to, and not get into what we see already from the opposition on X leader or Y leader should be asked to step down because it's their fault. It never works that way in terrorism.
And more, in fact, information coming in from Kashmir. 3 suspects have been picked up in Pulwama. They've been picked up from Avantipora. These 3 men are Tariq Ahmed Malik, Amir Rashid and Umar Rashid. All 3 are from the Pulwama district. Can you give us more details about these 3 men? They were picked up by the police in Pampore in connection with the investigation into the Red Fort blast. More information, Aditya. What are their links? Who are these men?
Well, yes, these are the same people, who are involved. We've been speaking about Tariq and Amir in this particular case, Padmaja, since morning, as you've been telling the viewers about the crucial link in this entire case of Umar Mohammed. Now, Umar's brother is Amir. Amir is the person who was photographed with this particular vehicle, accepting it from apparently a person called Devinder. The entire chain now is such. As of now, there could be changes as the investigation proceeds. Salman sold the car to Devinder. Devinder then further gave the car to Amir. Amir gave the car to Tariq, and Tariq finally handed it over to Umar Mohammed. Now, Umar Mohammed and Amir are brothers. That's what we've established. Our correspondent in Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi, was out there interviewing the family members. But as of now, the custodial interrogation of Amir as well as Tariq is underway. And there's a third accomplice, Umar, also who has been apprehended. This seems to be a different Umar, not Umar Mohammed, because Umar Mohammed apparently was driving the vehicle that led to an alleged suicide bombing yesterday outside the Red Fort. Of course, more details are still trickling in from the Delhi police and others, but some initial arrests have been made, as we pointed out last night as well. In the middle of the night, Tariq was picked up from his residence in Pulwama, and thereafter there were others also arrested, and from Pulwama they were brought into the cargo, which is the specialized center where the interrogation really happens in Srinagar. So apart from the IG, the DIG and the SSP, all are closely monitoring this development. The DGP of JNK, of course, is keeping a very close watch on this as well, because apart from Delhi police and the NIA, JNK police has been playing a very crucial role from the very beginning, because let's remember, this entire operation to bust the Jaish-e-Mohammed module has been of the Jammu and Kashmir police, in particular the Srinagar police, that had received inputs and intelligence inputs also 26 days ago about the Jaish-e-Mohammed module at work in India's national capital and elsewhere, including Uttar Pradesh and Haryana as well. So these people who have been picked up in the Kashmir Valley will be very crucial to the entire investigation, because they will, threadbare reveal the entire chain, and also their handlers, both handlers in the Kashmir Valley and handlers across the border in Pakistan. It's a handiwork of the Jaish-e-Mohammed based in Bahawalpur as well as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but it is also the work of the Pakistan ISI, an ISI, an army chief that is completely devastated after the kind of devastation they saw during Operation Sindoor, and that's why there's a lot of frustration that's growing in. If you scan the social media, they are trying to prove this as a CNG blast, LNG blast, etc., desperate to shield the Jaish-e-Mohammed and shield the terror network and the snakes in their backyard, as Pakistan has done always. They've used state policy as terrorism for last several years, and it is likely to do the same in this case as well. They've shielded terrorists and UN designated terrorists in the past, and it's likely to do the same again. So in this particular case, investigation being carried forward, but the crucial meeting at 11 a.m. With the Home Minister would be chairing would be also important before the NIA officially takes over this particular case.
The Prime Minister of India is headed to Bhutan. He's going to be there. I think we can all be very sure that he's going to be keeping a very close watch on what's happening in the national capital. The Prime Minister will be back soon. He will be in touch with the Home Minister, who's holding that high-level meeting, security review at 11 a.m., which will be looking into all aspects, Padmaja, of not only the investigation itself and the finer details of precisely what we've been piecing together here this morning on NDTV, but also what the next steps are going to be, not just in terms of the investigation, but also national response, because this is not Faridabad and J&K or Delhi or Saharanpur, but this is a national impact story right now. India is under attack.
Absolutely. And in fact, the 3-4 factors that are now emerging will have to be addressed in a comprehensive fashion. One, that these are young, educated men and women. 5 doctors so far already identified, either arrested or in the case of Dr. Muhammad Umar, possibly killed in that suicide bombing. Who is radicalizing them? Where are they getting access to such high-grade explosive and weapons, sophisticated weapons? What really was their plan? Were they planning to carry out lone wolf attacks in crowded areas? Why was this time chosen. You know, we're bang in the middle of festive season. Diwali has just gone by. Christmas and New Year. Usually at this time, marketplaces are flooded with people. They chose an area which is teeming with crowds at that time of the evening, 6:52 p.m. Close to the metro station, close to the Red Fort, people who would be commuting to and from work, people who would have gone to the market. All of this needs to be factored in and also determine whether there are still accomplices, overground workers, underground workers who are still around associated to all of these people, which is why this review is going to be critical.
All right, Vishal Vivek is also live with us. He is following the Home Ministry meeting that's going to be taking place at 11 a.m. Vishal, what are you hearing? We've already got the broad details of who will be attending this meeting. What are you picking up from your sources?
So, Shiv, right now we're right outside the Home Ministry building, Kartavya Bhavan. We've heard from several people that this meeting, as you rightly mentioned, will be headed by Amit Shah himself and some other top honchos in the administration, such as the DIG of NIA, Delhi Police Chief, the Jammu Kashmir Police will also join virtually, and also the fact that the Union Home Secretary will also be present physically. We have some of the biggest names when it comes to security situation in the country that who will be here to attend the meet, and we have already given out the details as to authorities are still piecing together the information, the heap of information that we have at our disposal at the moment, because there are several names that are going around. There's Mohammed Umar that seems to have been killed in this suicide attack, this alleged suicide attack. There's another Umar who seems to be from JNK. There are a couple of other names such as Amir, who seems to be the brother of Umar. So these are some of the really highly educated doctors whose names have come up, and this incident is seems to be directly associated with the Faridabad, whatever exposure happened in Faridabad when it comes to the seizure of around 2,500 kg of ammonium nitrate. So some sources have indicated that Dr. Umar could have panicked, and in that panic would have detonated because his accomplices were apprehended by the Indian authorities, and in a state of panic, he could have taken this decision in desperation and blew up the car.
All right, that meeting is going to start at 11 a.m. Remember, we broke to you first on NDTV how the NIA is going to carry out this entire investigation. And this, Vishal, is going to stretch across several states. We've heard over the last 48 hours how the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Gujarat police, the Faridabad police, the Delhi police have been working in tandem. Are other states also likely to get involved now?
Well, that remains to be seen, Padmaja. But at the moment, as you rightly mentioned, several states are on high alert, including Bihar, which is doing its final, stage of polling today. That will be, particularly be on the watch, on close watch. Several other states are on high alert. Jammu Kashmir itself is involved because several of these accused seem to be from the state. So the JNK police chief will be joining the meeting. What happens in that meeting that will only be revealed after the meeting. So we'll have to wait for that. We have about 60 minutes to go for the meeting, and then we'll have the latest. But for now, the whole country seems to be on edge. Delhi, I've just traveled across Delhi, and people seem to be talking only about this incident. People are watching reels, people are tracking whatever is happening on social media.
Stay with me for a moment. I'm coming right back to you. Our colleague Vikas is outside the Red Fort, not very far from the location of the blast itself. He's just sent us this ground report at a time when forensic tests are taking place in that investigation.
देखिए, इस वक्त हम चांदनी चौक में जैन लाल मंदिर में हैं। इसी मंदिर के ठीक सामने वो जगह है लाल किला, और लाल किला और जैन मंदिर के बीच में जो सफ़ेद पर्दे आप लगे हुए देख रहे हैं, ये ब्लास्ट की साइट है। कल यहाँ पर शाम को 6:55 पर I-20 कार में ब्लास्ट हुआ। ये I-20 कार जो है उमर मोहम्मद चला रहा था, जिसके ऊपर फिदायीन हमला करने का आरोप है। पुलिस ने इस मामले में तमाम लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। I-20 की जांच के जरिए अभी तक क्लू तक पहुंची है। पुलवामा का रहने वाला है, डॉक्टर गैंग से जुड़ा हुआ है, जो कि फरीदाबाद में 2900 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट के छापेमारी के बाद पैनिक में आकर उसने यहाँ पर ब्लास्ट किया। धमाका इतना जोरदार था कि यहाँ पर देखिए तमाम टुकड़े जले हुए यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं। ये देखिए, ये किसी व्यक्ति का सिर का ऊपरी हिस्सा है जो कि ब्लास्ट के बाद चीथड़े उड़ के और जैन मंदिर के ऊपर आके गिरा हुआ है। इसमें कान दिखाई दे रहा है, साइड का गाल और बाल भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। इसी धमाके के बाद यहाँ पर तमाम सुरक्षा एजेंसियाँ फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस कलेक्ट कर रही हैं और ये मंदिर जो है ठीक ब्लास्ट के सामने की तरफ है। प्राचीन मंदिर है, लाल जैन मंदिर के नाम से मशहूर है। इसी के बगल में गौरी शंकर मंदिर भी है और ठीक यहीं पर ब्लास्ट हुआ है। फिलहाल जो फॉरेंसिक की टीम है यहाँ पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने का काम कर रही हैं। तमाम जो सुरक्षा एजेंसियां हैं जिसमें दिल्ली पुलिस के अलावा NIA, NSG, इसके अलावा देखिए गुजरात पुलिस, UP ATS, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस जैसी अम्ब्रेला एजेंसीज इसमें रोपिन हुई हैं, एक साथ मिलकर पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन को अंजाम दे रही हैं। तकरीबन मैं आपको बता दूं कि 14 साल बाद ऐसा हुआ है कि दिल्ली में धमाका हुआ है, आतंकी हमला हुआ है। ये आतंकी हमला क्या फिदाइन हमला था, इसको लेकर भी लगातार सबूत मिल रहे हैं। लेकिन इतना साफ है कि इसने एक बार फिर से खतरे की घंटी बजा दी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली जिसको सुरक्षित माना जाने लगा था, 14 साल बाद यहाँ पर आतंकियों ने एक बड़ी घटना को अंजाम दिया है।
You know, there's a lot of conversation about even the spot that was chosen. Like Vikas just mentioned, the Jain temple very, very close to the spot where the detonation took place. In fact, some of the debris, some of the parts of the people who were deceased also on the terrace of that mandir itself. Meanwhile, the politics is now well and truly underway. Yesterday itself, many political parties had reacted, questioned the intelligence lapses. The Congress today again is going all guns blazing at the centre, demanding the resignation of the Home Minister and the Prime Minister himself. Let's listen in to what some of the Congress leaders have said so far.
पहलगाम के घटना में जिस तरह से सरकार ने और बीजेपी ने राजनीति की ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के नाम से, वो तो पूरा देश देख रहा है। आज उनको अब जवाब देने का समय है। ये जवाब अब केंद्र की मोदी की सरकार को, बीजेपी को देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह से दिल्ली में, कश्मीर में, हमारे बॉर्डर में जब हमला होता है तो एक बात उसमें मान सकते कि वो आगे भाग गए, लेकिन दिल्ली में हमारे राजधानी जो सुरक्षित नहीं है, इसका जवाब ये 56 इंची को देना पड़ेगा। और इसमें हमको कोई राजनीति नहीं करना है। हमारा सवाल है कि आज देश असुरक्षित है और केंद्र की सरकार इसके लिए जवाबदार है।
पुलवामा से लेके आज तक कितने दर्जन बम ब्लास्ट, फायरिंग हो चुके हैं। सुबह फरीदाबाद में इतना बड़ा जखीरा पकड़ा है, तो आप क्या इंतजार कर रहे थे कि कोई बम ब्लास्ट होगा? इतना बड़ा फेल्योर क्यों? और इस फेल्योर की जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? प्रधानमंत्री जी की कि होम मिनिस्टर की?
Of course, Pappu Yadav being slightly economical with the truth, where he says that several explosions and attacks have taken place since Pulwama, which is not correct, because the only other terror attack that has taken place was in Pahalgam and in mainland India, outside of Jammu and Kashmir, after many, many years. Very unfortunate, but the fact is that after several decades, you're seeing a terror attack like this in mainland India. Shiv, that being said, yes, how did the explosives find their way into the houses, the hospitals, the flats of all of these people? That does need to be determined, all the politics aside.
Incredibly difficult questions that will be asked, must be asked, and we will do so here on NDTV. The intelligence aspect of it, the Al-Falah Medical College, the Government Medical College in Anantnag, how these doctors operated. It's all very well to call it, a white-collar terror ecosystem, but how were these people able to operate undetected so far and be able to transport these, these combat-level quantities of explosives and, weapons, etc., is perhaps the most alarming aspect. And all of that, let's be very sure, is going to be in front of the Home Minister in just about an hour from now, at his residence in the national capital. Meanwhile, let's, Padmaja, not for a moment forget about the 9 victims of yesterday's blast, all people who've died, including Pankaj, who was killed. We've just seen horrifying footage of human remains on the blast site, and we are going to be blurring those pictures before we show anything to our viewers. But my young colleague Reet Kaur Sahni, who's been at the LNJP hospital, which had all of these human remains and is treating the injured, has had a chance to speak to some of those families. And this is perhaps the only chance you'll get to hear from the families who've actually lost something in yesterday's attack. Listen in.
सर आपके यहाँ पे कौन थे जो अटैक में घायल हुए हैं?
मेरा भाई था, वो हमारा कजन भाई था, और वो 5 बजे निकला था अपने घर से यहाँ पे ड्रॉप करने के लिए। एक फैमिली थी, उसे ड्रॉप करना था रेलवे स्टेशन, पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन, वहाँ पे वो छोड़ने आया हुआ था। बट वो 7 बजे के बाद जब ब्लास्ट हुआ है, उसके बाद हमने जब उसका फ़ोन ट्राई करा तो उसका फ़ोन कंटिन्यू स्विच ऑफ आ रहा था। हमने आधे घंटे तक वेट किया, ट्राई किया, उसका कंटिन्यू स्विच ऑफ आने के बाद फिर हम वहाँ से निकले हैं, यहाँ पे आए हैं। 8:30 बजे के करीब हम यहाँ पहुँचे हैं। उसके बाद हम कंटिन्यू स्टेशन, पुलिस स्टेशन पे और यहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में आके उसकी बॉडी को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं, पर उसकी बॉडी आइडेंटिफाई हो नहीं पाई। ये मेरे भाई की फ़ोटो है। ये गाड़ी की फ़ोटो है।
The 9 families who have been shattered by the blast that took place yesterday. And imagine to have to look for your family member, your loved one, extremely grievous injuries that have been inflicted because that blast was massive. Imagine anyone who would have been in that car or would have been in close vicinity would have sustained a lot of damage. So even now there are people who are looking for their loved ones. Some bodies continue to remain unidentified. On NDTV, our thoughts and prayers are with those 9 families, with those who are injured. At least 2 to 3 of them have sustained serious injuries, are being treated in NJP hospital and other places. And in the meantime, the big question before India: how did this blast happen? The terror modules that were busted, is that a tip of the iceberg? What more do we need to know? All those answers, we'll keep asking those questions here. Stay tuned to NDTV.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
The most
coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
नीतीश जी की सेहत इस वक्त एक इशू है इस इलेक्शन में।
5 गांव में बिहार में जाना अपने आप में अच्छी सेहत का परिचायक माना है। हम 160 के आसपास सीटें जीतेंगे, बचा कुचा सब में बटेगा।
सीबीआई का डर इतना है, जब सरकार उठा कर ले जाती है तो क्या कीजिएगा?
यदि सम्राट चौधरी किसी भी मामले में अभियुक्त हो तो सम्राट चौधरी राजनीतिक तौर पर संन्यास लेना पसंद करेगा।
मैं चुनाव से पहले,
न चुनाव से पहले गठबंधन, न परिणाम के बाद।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India.
Viewers, you're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of the Delhi blast that took place yesterday on Red Fort. NDTV's crack team of reporters gets you every aspect of the impending investigation. But first up, let's get you the headlines. Initial findings out in the Delhi 10/11 terror attack: ammonium nitrate, explosive detonators and fuel used. Final report awaited. Big revelations in the Delhi terror blast case. NDTV accesses the CCTV footage of the alleged bomber who triggered the blast near Red Fort. Police suspect a suicide attack. Faridabad Jaish-e-Mohammed module link to the Red Fort blast now clear. Sources tell NDTV that Dr. Umar, who drove the Hyundai I-20, is an aide of Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Adil, who were part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was busted yesterday. NDTV accesses image of the I-20 car before the blast. The car was parked in a parking lot near Red Fort for almost 3 hours before the blast took place at 6:52 p.m. yesterday. Politics over Delhi 10/11 blast continues. Congress party trains guns on the Prime Minister, slams him for the big intel failure, demands the resignation of Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah.
All right, viewers, breaking news coming in on the broadcast. The latest as far as the Delhi terror attack probe is concerned is picking pace. The Delhi police, along with the Jammu Kashmir police, have roped in multiple agencies as all angles are being investigated in the blast case. The terror crackdown in the valley after the Delhi blast is another angle that we're going to get you all details of. The latest coming in is that 3 terror suspects have been picked up in Jammu Kashmir. Let's first get in my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Vishnu, through the night, through the morning, you've been tracking every aspect of the investigations that are currently underway. Walk us through the latest that you're picking up.
Well, as I do that, I'd just like to describe to our viewers where exactly we are, where we were in the evening. So if we just walk over here, you could actually see the Gauri Shankar Mandir over here. And the reason I'm pointing all of this out is to give you an idea of just where, the attack took place. And as I walk to this particular area, and I'll just ask my camera person, Prem, to focus over here. Those are the ramparts, so that is the rampart of the Red Fort. And that's just about 150, 200 meters away from where I am right now. And then if we just walk over here and, just to give our viewers an idea of the security deployment in this particular area, the blast took place over there. It took place behind the white screens. Those white screens didn't exist when I was reporting here a little past midnight, and the media have actually been brought back a little bit by about 30 odd feet or so. The rapid action force that's in the men in blue over here have been deployed, and what we are focusing on now, Prem, is Chandni Chowk's entry. This is one of the entry points to Chandni Chowk that you can actually see. It's sort of headed in that direction. So what the idea over here is basically to tell you about where this took place. The blast took place 200 meters behind me, about 150 meters, about 200 meters to this side is where Red Fort is located. The Gauri Shankar Mandir right over here, and in the distance over there, not too far away, just barely 50-60 meters away from me, is where one of the primary entries to Chandni Chowk is located. And the blast took place right over there, right next to a metro station, as it were. So the location where the blast went off, one of the most congested areas in Old Delhi. When it did happen at approximately 6:50 or so p.m. Last night, it took place when this area would have been incredibly busy. A lot of people out in the markets at that time, people, tourists from India, around the world, when that massive explosion took place. So this is what we're picking up in terms of this area. The big story or the big breaking news early this morning was that what we sensed last night, that there were no two doubts about the fact that this is a terror attack, is something which has been proven to be entirely correct at this stage. Section 16 and Section 18 of UAPA, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, has in fact been invoked in this particular area. There are various charges of terrorism, murder and attempt to murder as well, which have come in. Earlier on, approximately 2 hours earlier, in this particular area, what I did notice was a couple of investigators actually coming out and picking up small remnants, debris, possibly of explosives, possibly of the remains of components of the vehicles which had been blown up, and they were putting them into little pouches and then going back, and inside or right behind where you see the white curtains, behind that there are a couple of tents, at least one, which has been set up where a lot of equipment has been set up. So a couple of important developments which have taken place in the last little while, in the last couple of hours, is as follows. And the big breakthrough is a sense of who was responsible as far as the blast was concerned. The man who was actually driving the car, a Hyundai i20, a Haryana registration. The initial owner was somebody called Salman. From Salman, it went to an Ahmed. It went to a Tariq, who's in fact being questioned now by the police, and ultimately to Umar. and it became clear that Umar Mohammed is likely to be the person who was driving the car. Now, when I spoke to the DCP North a little while back, what he indicated is that it's uncertain whether there was anybody else in that car, but there is a hint of suspicion that perhaps Umar Mohammed was acting on his own. Now, what he was, of course, clearly a part of was a larger gang. And I think as we bring you more details of this, what I can share, and again, that's the Gauri Prasad, the Gauri Shankar Mandir that you see on the side over here. It's just right in the middle of all of this, the busiest possible area, one of the busiest possible parts of Chandni Chowk. The Jama Masjid not too far from here, the Red Fort on this side, is that Omar was part of a larger group, and that larger group had the following people who were involved. There was a Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, somebody who was in Gujarat. This was a doctor who was actually trying to produce resin. This is extremely poisonous. It can be disseminated in the air. Castor oil, which is something which is used in the manufacture of resin, was actually found over there, and the effort, it appears, was to try and develop that. So he was arrested some time back, as also Dr. Mujammil Shakil. Now, this is the man who had that property in Faridabad, and it was in Faridabad that close to 3 tons of explosive material, including several hundred kilograms of ammonium nitrate, was required. That ammonium nitrate is what actually triggered, it is believed, the blast which took place. There's been no shrapnel which has been found in the area, which seems to indicate that perhaps as far as the explosion itself is concerned, the sense was that there was no need for nails, pellets, etc., that the explosive strength of the ammonium nitrate itself would have been enough. Then there was Adil Ahmed Rathar, another doctor picked up from Saharanpur. He was arrested over there, but he was at the Government Medical College in Anantnag. In his locker, there was an AK-56 rifle which was found, ammunition as well, and also one other person who was Dr. Shaheen Shahid, who was an associate who allowed the use of her car to actually store weaponry and things like that. So these are the 4 people, and it just strikes me as I hand back to you that the police were actually interrogating all of these people, with the exception of Omar, who has detonated that device and died in that blast. The police were interrogating the others in this particular case, and they were really, really close to shutting this down altogether. And there is a sense that perhaps Umar, who had panicked at a particular stage, decided that he needed to do something, got into his car, came to this area in the afternoon. He was in a parking lot over here till approximately 3 p.m, a little after that. And then I guess at about 6 p.m. or so, after a few hours of being in that parking lot, he moved to this area where the explosive was detonated. More than 20 cars, or approximately 20 cars, were absolutely smashed. 10 people have lost their lives. Many others have been injured.
All right, Vishnu giving us really a lowdown of how things look right now. Vishnu is at the site where that deadly blast took place and has walked us through all aspects of the investigation and the multiple threads that the agencies are looking at right now. Let's also get in Nazir, my colleague who's joining us from Srinagar, to tell us the very latest as far as what's happening in Srinagar. There's also the Pulwama link that has been established firmly by the agencies. Nazir, you are in fact standing outside the residence of Dr. Umar. He's believed to be the suicide bomber. That's what the preliminary or the initial investigation reports seem to indicate right now. You've been speaking to the family members there. What is it that you're picking up?
Well, I'm outside the home of suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar. And there's sense of disbelief. Only one woman, his sister-in-law, is in the home. It is his mother, Dr. Umar's mother, his 2 brothers. They all have been arrested by the police yesterday for questioning. They are being right now questioned. And also there's another link. Look at this picture. Amir, who was earlier seen as Tariq, standing in front of this car, which reportedly was used. So I went his home also, and he and his brother, Umar, another name Umar, they also have been detained. They have been picked up by the police yesterday. So there are two locations where police conducted raids, simultaneous raids last night. First, arrested the family of this suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar, and then they raided the house of Amir and Umar. One is Amir is a plumber, Umar is an electrician. Both have been detained for question and their role. But in both the places, for example, Amir's mother and his relatives say he has never been outside Jammu and Kashmir. And the car and the picture is his picture, but they say it could be AI generated, but it's not his. But police are investigating, and here the biggest shocker is the suspected suicide bomber. Remember, in 2019, February 2019 suicide attack, the suicide attacker Adil Ahmed Dar had come from the same area, Pulwama, when he blew a car. He was driving a car, he blew that car, became a suicide bomber and killed 40 CRPF personnel. And now there's another suspected suicide bomber, and most surprisingly, a doctor, Dr. Umar Muhammad, and his home here. But his family say, I spoke to his sister-in-law, there is a sense of disbelief. They say he was a bright student and he was in the medical college, he was a doctor, 33-year-old, and then suddenly he is turning a suicide bomber. Who has and how he became so radicalized, and if it is correct, he is the suicide bomber, because so far preliminary information says he is the suicide bomber. So then it is really a worrying trend, because in 2019 it was in the same area when we saw Adil Ahmed Dar became a suicide bomber, killed 40 CRPF personnel, and that led to strike on Pakistan. And now we see this Dr. Umar Muhammad here at his home. Many people, if you can see, many people have actually come here. They are near the household. There's a sense of disbelief what exactly is happening. People are watching here because there's a lot of media presence here, seeing a doctor turning a suicide bomber, suspected suicide bomber. So here in Pulwama, which was once a hotbed of militancy, but over the last several years it had become peaceful area. But now we see whether he was acting on his own, even as large number of people, including 2 doctors, rather 3, have already been arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police and the Haryana police in connection with the explosives which was found in Faridabad, 2,900 kilos. Imagine. And this also, it is also believed that in Delhi blast also ammonium nitrate may have been used as well. And if it is correct that the suicide bomber is Dr. Umar, this is really a very, very serious challenge. Number one, when people in Kashmir were listening, doctors have turned like this. Oh, they are doctors, they are seen as saviors. But
this is what many are saying,
that
you have these deadly doctors of doom,
threat.
So to say.
Yeah, that's exactly doctors of this horror and terror when they become suicide bombers. But here, as you can see here, the family here inside living in this one-story house here in Koil in Pulwama, where we see lots of people. Last night, police conducted raids here in this house and several other places. Large number of people have been picked up for questioning. Yesterday, already police had arrested 7 people, including 2 doctors and an imam in connection with this terror plot. But then after the blast in a Red Fort in Delhi, now these raids, pinpoint raids, are being conducted by police. One is Dr. Amir and this Umar. As I have shown you the pictures of these 2 brothers. This is Amir and Umar, 2 brothers who have been, one electrician and other the plumber. And let me show you, this is the picture which actually first thing when was shown. And mother, I spoke to the mother of this Amir, who was first initially passed off as Tariq, who is in front of this car. She said, yes, he is her son, but he has never been outside Kashmir. So, but that could be the logistic sport, whatever the involvement. But the real threat and real worry for everyone here is how could a doctor turn as a suicide bomber?
Absolutely.
What motivated him? How he got radicalized? Because if that, initial report is correct that he is the suspect suicide bomber and only DNA, other evidences will prove that. But the fact is, at the outset, what is known here, that there's sense of belief in the whole village, there's complete sense of disbelief in the whole village, and complete shock and disbelief in the family, where they can't believe that a bright doctor who was in Medical College Srinagar, 33-year-old, could become a suicide bomber. I asked them, when did they know? They said they only came to know through media, and only police told them when a police party raided their house. They detained mother of Dr. Umar, Dr. Umar Muhammad. They detained two brothers of Dr. Umar, and they were said they have been blasted, their brother is involved, and they have been taken for questioning to Srinagar. And police is thoroughly investigating. Remember, somehow, because it is believed that the attack may have happened, suicide attack in panic, because when police actually cracked this whole case of explosive, the major terror plot by recovering 2,900 kilos of explosives, rifles, detonators, timers, etc. So, and 3 doctors were, already arrested. The larger plot was being exposed, and it all started with the beat policing when some posters were pasted in Srinagar's Naugam area, where the shopkeepers were being asked not to give supplies to the central agencies. So local police thana, they investigated the case, and after investigating the case, they could see a larger conspiracy, a larger terror plot, and finally they could arrest these people. But everything later changed in the evening when there was a blast in Delhi, car blast, and we are now finding that it was a suspect suicide attacker, Dr. Umar, suspected suicide at Dr. Umar, and we are right in front of his house, and there's sense of disbelief and shock in the whole village. How could a doctor turn as a suicide bomber?
Indeed, that's the shock and disbelief that the nation, in fact, is feeling right now, that you have these multiple suspects, all of them, in fact, being highly educated, but at the same time being highly radicalized as well. Nazir, stay with us, because I want to now tell our viewers in terms of the persons of interest that are there as far as the case, the investigation right now is. Let's tell you, viewers, if you're joining in right now, who really are the persons of interest right now as investigating agencies are currently probing the Delhi blast. First up, who are those specific individuals as far as this investigation is concerned? First and foremost, Dr. Umar Muhammad, he is the suspect in the suicide attack. Nazir is in front of his house. He's talking about the disbelief in the family, but he right now is the prime suspect as far as the blast is concerned, the suicide attack is concerned. The police suspect that he was in the car during the blast that took place. Remember, there is an image that has been taken, and there is also at least hundreds of CCTV footage is being mined. And what the prima facie investigation is suggesting is that he was the one who was inside the car, and he's the key accomplice to the Faridabad module that was busted yesterday, where 2,900 kilos of bomb blast has been identified, and almost 3 tons of equipment being made available. Now, Dr. Umar Ahmad was the aide of Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, the 2 suspects in the Faridabad module that was busted yesterday, where deep inside the village area in Faridabad, almost 3,000 kilos of blast material was identified and caught. Then Salman, the next character, he has been detained right now. Remember, there's been a series of car changes that have taken place. The ownership of car has actually changed multiple times, all of it illegally. Salman is the primary owner of the car, the Hyundai i20 that was involved yesterday, that was in the blast, and he then gave it to Amir. Amir gave the car further to Tariq. As I said, series of ownership changes have taken place, all of it illegally, and we're trying to stitch all those pieces together for you viewers. Tariq then gave the car to Dr. Umar. We started with Salman, then it moved to Tariq, and then finally Tariq is the one who gave it to Dr. Umar. And Dr. Umar Muhammad is the one who was the key accomplice in the Hyderabad module. So these are the key characters. All of them are being stitched together right now with investigating agencies. Probe is still in its initial phases right now. Remember, all agencies, multiple central agencies are involved right now in the investigation. Dr. Adil is the one then who was arrested in the Faridabad arms bust. Something that we told you about, almost 3,000 kilos of material has been, yesterday it was caught by the investigating agencies. Dr. Muzammil, remember we are talking about highly educated but highly radicalized individuals. Dr. Muzammil is the one who was arrested in the Faridabad arms bust. He was the one whose locker was opened when an assault rifle was found, and that is when investigating agencies immediately swung into action, and then they realized the larger trail. It started with posters that Nazir was talking about, and look where it led us to. Now let's tell you exactly the route that the car took. It entered Delhi around 8 o'clock yesterday from the Badarpur border, and through the day, where all it went, we are telling you just that. From the Badarpur border, it entered Delhi around the Delhi border around 8 a.m. in the morning, and then it went first to Sarai Khale Khan, then to ITO, and to the Red Fort blast site. This is the route it took, but that actually happened over the entire day. 8 a.m. is when it entered Badarpur border. The blast took place at about 6:52 p.m. in the evening, and through the course of the day, this vehicle was actually traversing through Delhi. Several key locations, in fact, is where this car was identified and found. And that is what the CCTV image was telling us. All right, let's now go back to our team of reporters. Aditya Kaul as well as Vishnu Som getting us all those details. Aditya, let me now rope you in terms of how investigating agencies are evaluating, looking at every clue that they have found so far. You've been working up the phones through the night. Walk us through the details, the latest updates that you're picking up from your sources.
Well, it's been quite a few hours and there have been twists and turns in this particular case right now. Of course, now the Delhi police is investigating this case as a terror attack. Not just a terror attack, but possibly a suicide bombing as well that took place in New Delhi on the, near the ramparts of the Red Fort. Where I'm standing right now, just to give you a glimpse before I tell you more about the investigation, this is the place where the blast had taken place. This is just in the heart of the national capital. You can see this entire area has been, covered completely in a white sheet. You can see the white tent that has completely been, this area being sanitized. And there is Delhi police and the paramilitary forces that have been deployed here. To give you a glimpse at where I am, on the right side is the Red Fort. You can see that nameplate there saying that the Red Fort. Yesterday, the big development was that the Red Fort was shut, and that's why the massive tourist population was not here. Otherwise, there would have been a complete havoc. If we move a little further towards the left, of course, a massive security deployment here. But this is where the Gauri Shankar temple is. It's a very famous temple, and on Monday, because of the worshippers of Lord Shiva, a lot of these worshippers come here to pay their respects for their brief pilgrimage inside this Gauri Shankar temple. Apart from that, we know for a fact that this entire module had been working for the last few weeks. In fact, 26 days ago, J&K police got the first whiff of this development, telling us that they were in fact tracking the module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed from Muzammil to Adil and to the Umar Mohammed as well. There were several teams of the J&K police that were in fact sent to Saharanpur in UP and then to Faridabad in Haryana and of course to New Delhi as well. So they were working very close to with multiple police forces in the country and intelligence agencies as well. But once Muzammil and Adil were arrested and their accomplices were arrested as well, 2,900 kgs of explosives, including ammonium nitrate, was also, taken over from Faridabad. That's when Umar Mohammed realized that, the game was closing in. And that's when he escaped from that entire location. There are CCTV footage of him coming from Faridabad, using the Badarpur border and then entering New Delhi yesterday in the afternoon. And then for about 3 hours, right behind me in the parking near the Red Fort metro station, he stayed there. he was either in panic, in desperation as to what to do next because most of his accomplices were arrested, or he was waiting for a phone call from his associates or his handlers in Kashmir or in Pakistan. So a massive expose by the J&K police. Kudos to them, credit where it is due. But at the same time, it is a very sad development that more than 10 people have been killed and there are more than 20 that have been injured here. Imagine if the 2,900 kgs of explosive ammonium nitrate had entered New Delhi near the government offices or the seat of the Modi government. It would have led to a complete havoc. And that's what we are investigating further here on NDTV, giving factual reporting, not jumping the gun. Whatever we are being told by sources in the MHA, in the Government of India, and apart from Delhi Police, NIA, NSG and the J&K Police is there for the viewer. Of course, apart from the Delhi Police investigation and the forensic examination that is taking place right behind this tent, right behind me, it is 200 meters away, there's investigation parallelly happening at the level of the J&K Police, who are interrogating at least 3 suspects, including Amir and Tariq, who were the people involved in this entire exercise, where the car was given from Salman to Devinder, from Devinder to Amir, from Amir to Tariq, and finally to Umar Mohammed. Now, this is for the first time that Jaish-e-Mohammed is using doctors, well-educated doctors, who should be actually saving lives in this terror conspiracy. Imagine doctors radicalized to such a level that they are ready to kill themselves and they are ready to
now
kill
getting more breaking
innocent
inputs
lives.
coming in on the story. I'm going to come back to you. Just let's quickly tell our viewers more breaking inputs coming in right now. All right, first image of Tariq. We're going to put that out, viewers, right here. The man who gave the car to Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is suspected suicide bomber. But let's also now show you the picture of Tariq, the man who actually gave the car to Dr. Umar. As we've been saying, there have been multiple changes of ownership that have taken place, all illegally, for the vehicle I-20. And on your screens is that picture, that image of Tariq, who gave the vehicle, who gave I-20 to Dr. Umar, who is now the suspected suicide bomber. All right, that's the latest update that we are getting right here. Viewers, if you're tuning in right now, the latest updates that are coming in is that the Hyundai I-20, which finally was the blast, it was involved in the blast. It was being driven allegedly by Dr. Umar. But the man that you're seeing on your screens is the one who gave the car to Dr. Umar Mohammed, who is, the agencies believe, the suicide bomber involved in the blast yesterday. Let's get in both Aditya as well as Vishnu for more on this. Aditya, go ahead, finish your point. We've got the image right here, and then I get in Vishnu as well for more on this. He's been working up the phones as well. Aditya, the image of Tariq, who gave the car to Dr. Umar, is right there on our screens.
In fact, NDTV was the first network here in India to confirm that this is indeed a terror conspiracy, and not just a terror conspiracy and a terror attack in the heart of the national capital, Gauri, but also at the same time, this has links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was exposed and busted in Faridabad yesterday morning. I was there in Faridabad. It was astonishing that just 50 kilometers away from the heart of the national capital, there was 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate. And now NDTV, for the first time, giving pictures of other masterminds and crucial linkages in this entire terror module of Jaish-e-Mohammed. We have put out the photograph that I just received from my sources within the intelligence apparatus in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the photograph of Tariq Ahmed Malik. He is the person who was a middleman between getting this car from Salman to Umar Mohammed. Apart from Tariq Ahmed Malik of Sambura in Pampore in South Kashmir, we also have an image of Amir Rashid Mir, who is also from Sambura. Now, Amir Rashid Mir is that photograph that came in yesterday evening holding that car, because he was the first person who received that car, then handed over to Tariq, and Tariq gave it to Umar Mohammed, who is apparently the so-called suicide bomber who led to this bombing, this terror attack yesterday evening. So all crucial things are being investigated further, mainly by the Delhi Police and the J&K Police. But sometime this afternoon, NIA formally will take charge of the investigation. At 11 a.m. this morning is the crucial meeting chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah, in which IB Director, DG of the NIA, the Home Secretary and other important members investigating this case would brief the Home Minister, and some crucial details would be discussed further on the future course of action. Gauri?
Vishnu as well, a Senior Managing Editor, joining us for more updates. Vishnu, you've been working up the phones. We are getting details as far as possible. We've also put out the detail of Tariq, the suspected middleman who gave the car to Dr. Umar. Now tell us what next in terms of the probe that is underway, the agencies, the multiple agencies that are involved right now, the multiple angles that are being looked at right now.
Well, let me just walk through this particular area and just for the benefit of our viewers, explain the link which has taken place in terms of identifying, the owner or the eventual owner of the car, the man who's believed to have ended his life in that after triggering that explosion. The first person was Salman, it then went to an Amir, it then went to a Tariq, and then subsequently to Omar. And now Omar was the person who was actually driving this car when the explosion took place. And that explosion took place about 150 meters or less than that, 100 odd meters just behind the screens which have been put up by the police over the last couple of hours. The area in between has been sanitized. The media was actually much closer to that side, to those white screens, but we've been pushed back this morning, and the area in between has been actually used by the by investigators, forensic experts to look for more shrapnel, or not shrapnel, but any remnants of the explosives or perhaps of metal shards or anything of that sort from the vehicles themselves. What I would really be interested in seeing at this stage is any statement that comes from the Home Minister, Amit Shah, and quite besides the investigation which has been going on in a very speedy pace, I think the real question is on intent and what India does next. Is there investigation thus far? Has the investigation showed very clear-cut associations or links with Pakistan? Remember, we have got a very clear-cut statement which has come after Op Sindoor that if there is Pakistan-linked terror, then there would be a response from India. Now, that doesn't mean there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction, not at all. However, if there is some sort of response, if there is some sort of message, would Amit Shah actually give that message today? Because that's something that we need to really keep an eye on. The real worry, the real concern is that terrorism was not going to end as a result of Pahalgam and Op Sindoor which followed. The terrorism wouldn't end, but then it's a test of India's resolve. How exactly are we going to address this? The Gauri Shankar Mandir just behind me, and just to its side is where the entry of Chandni Chowk is actually located. And the fact that the location of this, I mean, it's just picked to the point where, it's very, very deliberate, as you can see. If you just flip our camera to this side, you can see a part of the Red Fort as well. So the Red Fort about 250 meters away from where I am now. The entry to Chandni Chowk just about 15 meters away from me, as also this mandir, and right in the middle on this very busy intersection is where that particular blast took place. Now, you asked me about the NIA. The NIA is being involved. They will be the nodal investigating agency. That is absolutely expected, particularly if you are investigating the broader links to terrorism as well. But again, it's that statement of the Home Minister which is important. Remember, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, he's gone to Bhutan today. It is, in a sense, a signal that the government believes it's got this investigation under control. They know what they're doing. They believe that it was important enough for the Prime Minister to go ahead with this very important visit rather than cancel or postpone that particular visit. Also, in terms
of... Stay with us. I want to quickly now walk our viewers through more breaking inputs coming in on this big story. The latest update that we are getting right now is that 3 doctors, suspected suicide bomber's mother has been detained. That's the latest update that we are getting. Umar Mohammed, the suicide bomber suspected to be the suicide bomber for the blast yesterday, his mother has now been detained. That's the latest update that we are getting. Of course, this is important, extremely crucial, given the fact that DNA samples of the mother are being taken, are likely to be taken, and the suspected bomber's mother, as well as 2 brothers, have also been detained by the police. We're going to get Nazir as well to tell us the latest that is coming in right now. But that's the update that we are putting out right now, that suspected suicide bomber's mother has been detained by the police. All right, let's go back to both Vishnu and Aditya. Even as viewers, if you're tuning in right now, there are two very important details that need to be highlighted. If you're tuning in right now, in less than about 25 minutes, there's going to be an extremely crucial meeting at the Home Ministry chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah, and several angles that both Vishnu and Aditya have been pointing out are likely to be taken. Multiple probe agencies are investigating this attack. What happens next, the course of action, possible Pak angle that Vishnu pointed out is going to be extremely significant. If that happens, will that be identified? Will that be then be the key course of action going forward? Those are all aspects that we will get to know after the meeting ends, which starts in about 25 minutes. Let's go back to Vishnu for more on this. Vishnu, now, the latest update that we're getting is that the suspected suicide bomber's mother has been detained.
No, that's very important. So, Omar Mohammed, his mother in Kashmir, has been detained for the moment. They would be doing tests to try and make that link between her and the person who was driving the car. This is the standard forensic process which is followed, which is expected. I think what is important to note at this stage is that at least 4 doctors were part of this plot, a plot which extended between Kashmir to the north and Gujarat to the south, including the National Capital Region and Faridabad, included extremely trained doctors who were working together. There was a doctor who was arrested some time back in Gujarat, and this was somebody who was involved in the manufacture of ricin. Ricin, extremely poisonous. It can be dispersed in the air. It's been used in terrorist attacks on a few occasions elsewhere. The castor oil is something which is used to make ricin. This is something which this person was found to have in his possession. Then the doctor in Faridabad who was associated with a particular property from where nearly 3 tons of explosives was actually located. Again, that's very, very significant in terms of what the overall objectives of these terrorists may have been and what they were trying to do. There is this cliche which is repeated quite frequently: warlike stores having been recovered by our armed forces. But I can tell you that if you are looking at 3 odd tons of high explosives, of which several hundred kilos of ammonium nitrate exist, then certainly it is a matter of great concern on where exactly they got this from. Then there was a Dr. Rathar who was associated with Dr. Shakil in Faridabad. He's been arrested, and also another accomplice. And I dare say it's because of the interrogation of all of these individuals over the last several weeks that the police, the Jammu and Kashmir police and others, were able to close in and bust the Faridabad module, when one of the accomplices, quite clearly, it appears, Omar Mohammed, got into that I-20 vehicle and triggered that blast. I did ask police officials, the DCP North some time back, whether there were others who they were in the hunt for directly associated with Mohammed Umar. They said that's something that they're looking at. But also very significantly, he added that as far as the explosion here is concerned, there was no shrapnel which was involved. It was just the force of the explosion which resulted in those deaths. 10 people at least dead, many more who've been injured.
And that, I think, is extremely important to tell our viewers. No ball bearings, no shrapnel, just explosive material that was there as far as those bombs are concerned. Extremely important because they also throw clues into why and who really were the people behind it. Remember, we've been talking about the suicide bombers, the suspected suicide bomber, but the mastermind is the larger question. And to get to the mastermind, the pieces of information that Vishnu has been talking about, that some of our other reporters have been talking about, are going to be extremely important. Nazir joins us as well. Nazir, the latest update that we are getting is that Umar Mohammad's mother has been detained. His brothers have been detained. Tell us, what is it that you're picking up?
Yes, exactly. I'm right side his house. His mother and his 2 brothers have already been detained by the police during midnight raid last night. And what sources tell us that DNA samples of mother of Umar, Dr. Umar, is also being taken to match with the DNA sample of the suicide bomber to establish if it is indeed Umar Mohammed or Umar Nabi who is suspected to be the suicide bomber, outside near Red Fort yesterday. This is the house of Umar, Dr. Umar, suspected suicide bomber. But our sources tell us for last 3-4 days, police were looking for him and they have been searches at some of their relatives. And in fact, his phone has gone switched off from Friday itself. And he was told by some people, come back because police are looking for him. But then his phone was switched off and nobody has an inkling what exactly happened. There's a sense of disbelief, really shock here in the entire village and in the valley. How could a doctor who the relatives and the family says was a bright medical student, could turn as a suicide bomber? If it indeed is Dr. Umar Nabi or Dr. Umar Muhammad, who blew himself up near Red Fort yesterday, in which 10 people were killed, many more were injured. And already we know this appears to be the part of the larger gang. When we see that the group of doctors who were arrested, at least 3, Dr. Adil was the first who was arrested, then Dr. Muzammil and another woman doctor, 29 kgs of explosive material used for the IEDs that was recovered by the police, Jammu and Kashmir police and the Haryana police based on the investigation of Jammu and Kashmir police. But then the main accused was believed to be Dr.
In fact,
Umar.
Okay, all right, Nazir, let me address more breaking news that's coming in right now. Viewers, government's big warning after the Delhi terror attack. Any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. This is something that the government's position has been since Operation Sindoor. The government made it absolutely clear that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. And that's exactly what needs to be remembered. The big warning that's coming from the government. Now remember, Operation Sindoor, after that, the government made this very clear that any act of terror will actually be an act of war against India. Now, what will be decided is going to be extremely important, that we will get to know after the Home Ministry's meeting ends, which is going to start in about 15 minutes from now. This is extremely crucial to remember. Operation Sindoor is still underway. The government has said it absolutely clear that Operation Sindoor is still on. India hasn't officially stopped or ended Operation Sindoor, and this big warning is going to be extremely significant. Let's get in Vishnu as well for more on this. Vishnu, we were speaking about this. All right, we were speaking about this a short while back and telling our viewers that whether there will be a Pakistan angle that will be identified, what will be the aspects that the government will focus on from here on. The investigating agencies are absolutely clear that there are multiple threads that are coming in and they are converging with regards to Jaish-e-Mohammed. That terror link will decide how the government approaches this. But the source-based information that we're putting out right now, that any act of terror is an act of war against India, needs to be kept in mind. Because viewers, India has been under attack since yesterday evening, 6:52 p.m. when that Delhi blast took place. Prior to that, when 3 tons of explosive materials was identified and found in one of the suburbs of Delhi, that tells you the extent and scale at which possible attacks were being planned. Aditya, going into that meeting that Home Ministry is going to start in about 15 minutes, this big warning by the government is extremely important. That source-based information that we're getting right now. Operation Sindoor is still on.
Well, yes, Operation Sindoor is on. It's been underway. It was not shut. It began 6 months ago after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 innocents died at the behest of Pakistani terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba and the TRF. But immediately we saw the 4-day war in which several of these terror camps and headquarters were completely decimated. And then the Pakistan army had to pay a price also. The worst embarrassment for Asim Munir, who was the main conspirator behind the Pahalgam terror attack. But this time, after the Red Fort terror attack, this warning of the act of war again been redefined clearly, because I remember clearly after the Pahalgam terror attack in the Cabinet Committee for Security, it was reaffirmed that any attack on India, any terror attack on India in future will be considered as an act of war. And let's have no doubt in our mind that when it comes to Jaish-e-Mohammed, when it comes to any terror group operating on the Indian soil, there are links directly to Pakistan. In fact, Jaish-e-Mohammed is a Pakistani terror outfit. There are Pakistani terrorists who are at the epicenter of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Its headquarters has been in Bahawalpur, and Jaish-e-Mohammed has been one such organization which has been completely facing decimation since Operation Sindoor, and that's why they are trying to regroup. In fact, Gauri, we know as per intelligence inputs that several of the camps of the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been moved from Bahawalpur to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in Pakistan because they don't want to be in the direct firing range of the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. Such is the kind of fear that is in the mind of the terror groups and the Pakistan Army currently. But after the Red Fort terror attack, after the foolproof investigation is over, we'll have to wait and watch what the next steps of the Government of India clearly would be. The crucial meeting today at the level of the Home Minister, who would be chairing this meeting in a couple of minutes from now, the most crucial aspect would be to ensure security not just of the national capital region, New Delhi, but also of all vital installations, of all important government buildings, etc. across North India, which seems to be under the target of this new Jaish-e-Mohammed module. And this is a new strategy because doctors for the first time have been used, educated doctors who should be in fact in hospitals saving lives, instead have been used for these terror attacks. And now we'll have to wait and watch what the next steps crucially would be, because Delhi police and the J&K police are investigating this further. There are forensic investigation that is underway behind me. There are interrogations of some of the main conduits in this entire exercise that are underway. There will be a DNA testing also carried out, because earlier in the day we saw FSL collecting body parts from this entire area.
Aditya.
And now
hold that thought. I'm going to come to you. I want to address more news coming in right now on the broadcast. All right, viewers. As far as those moments of destruction yesterday evening when the blast went off, the lives it took, the devastation it caused, and the havoc it created, and more importantly, the message it sent, is something that India is now completely and absolutely aware of. Let's get in another eyewitness speaking to us, Deepak Sharma, who joins us live on the broadcast to tell us exactly the moments leading to the blast and what really happened in terms of the devastation, the destruction it caused, and what really he saw. Deepak Sharma ji, thank you so much for speaking to us on NDTV. पहले तो ये बताइए कि exactly क्या देखा आपने उस समय जब ये blast हुआ?
जगह पे ये धमाका हुआ था, मैं उससे शायद गौरी शंकर मंदिर है उसके पास में ही एक वीडियो शूट करा था। मैं एक यूट्यूबर हूँ और वहाँ पर एक वीडियो शूट करा था। उसी दौरान एक बहुत तेज का धमाका होता है और मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डर जाता हूँ। जितने भी पब्लिक वहाँ पे थी वो सारी भागने लगती है, भगदड़ में जाती है। और ये धमाका ऐसा था कि मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा कुछ देखने को मिला और बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब पूरा आसमान ऐसा लाल हो गया था बिल्कुल। वहाँ के जो पेड़ पौधे थे झुलस गए थे, तो वो चीज़ें बहुत शॉकिंग था मैम। और वहाँ पर जो एक व्यक्ति का मांस का टुकड़ा आके गिरा और लाल मंदिर है वहाँ बगल में, वहाँ पर आके गिरा, तो वो चीज़ मैम बहुत ज़्यादा खौफनाक था। पब्लिक देखकर बहुत ज़्यादा डर गई और वहाँ से भागने लगी। मैं अपना कैमरा लेकर वहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पे गया और वहाँ से पब्लिक को हटाने लगा ताकि आगे जाके उनको कोई चोट ना पहुँचे। बस ये चीज़ें मैंने देखा मैम, बहुत ज़्यादा डरावना था ये चीज़ें जी। और जो हम लोगों ने जो दृश्य देखे, जो बाद में वीडियो जो आ रहे थे, वो बता रहे थे कि कितनी भीड़ थी वहाँ पे, कितनी सारी गाड़ियाँ खड़ी थी। 6:45 बजे का जो समय था, उस समय बहुत ज़्यादा लोग सड़कों पे भी खड़े हुए थे। ये बताइए आपने क्या देखा, कितने लोग आसपास खड़े थे, किस तरह का उस वक्त आपको सारी डिटेल मिल रही थी, कुछ और बताइए। जैसे कि सोमवार का दिन था तो
All right, I believe that audio line we're going to try and fix in just a bit. We were speaking to Deepak Sharma, who's a YouTuber who was standing at the Gauri Shankar Mandir there, very close to the exact spot where that blast took place yesterday evening. It was about 6:52 in the evening, a very crowded place, full of people. And remember, this is also the wedding season, so that entire area has lots of shops, and that market area is buzzing and was buzzing with people because it's peak wedding season. Not just the festive season, but also wedding season that is in full swing right now, and which is why that blast actually caused the kind of devastation that it did. We're going to try and connect with Deepak in just a bit. He's a YouTuber who was actually at that spot. But I'm going to take a very short break, viewers. We come back with our rolling coverage that continues as far as the Delhi blast is concerned. Stay with us for that.
In Bihar, बहुत politics है. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं। चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game.
Good morning and welcome. We are reporting live from right next to the Red Fort, right next to Chandni Chowk and the Gauri Shankar Mandir that you actually see to my right over here. It's been less than 24 hours since the horrific bomb blast which took place just about 150 meters away from me, right behind the white screens over there are where investigators continue to look into forensic evidence on the nature of the explosives and on a lot more. The big story now developing is that there is an important meeting of the Home Minister which is taking place now. Several senior officials are actually with the Home Minister at this particular juncture. But what we can tell you is that there is a new resolve which has been stated, and that is the resolve of Sindoor, government sources indicating and reminding people that Op Sindoor hasn't in fact ended, and that if there is a terror attack, India would look at it very, very closely. We're going to come back to all of those details, including the entire trail of who was involved in these attacks, because we've got a great deal of information which we'll be sharing with you. First, it's across to the headlines.
Initial findings out in the Delhi terror attack: ammonium nitrate explosive detonators and fuel used. Final report awaited. Big revelations in Delhi terror blast case. NDTV accesses the CCTV footage of the alleged bomber who triggered the blast near Red Fort. Police suspect suicide attack. Faridabad Jaish-e-Mohammed module link to the Red Fort blast now clear. Sources tell NDTV that Dr. Umar, who drove the Hyundai i20, is an aide of Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Adil, who were part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was busted yesterday. Politics over the Delhi blast case intensifies. Congress trains guns on Prime Minister Modi, slams him for the big intel failure, demands the resignation of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah.
Well, the Home Minister Amit Shah, along with top officials of the National Investigating Agency, other investigators over here, presumably also Jammu and Kashmir Police, which has had a huge role in the breakthrough over here, they are meeting now at, I believe, the Home Minister's residence. This is an absolutely critical meeting which is taking place. The Home Minister was over here yesterday as well, just a short distance away. He walked actually in front of me. It was just before midnight when he actually came over here. He'd gone to the LNJP hospital as well. And then, of course, he came over here, spent between 7 and 10 minutes. And in just the last little while, we've got a statement of resolve from India, that a reminder that Op Sindoor is not over. Op Sindoor is after the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 people were killed. India making the point that that terrorism is not a new normal for India, and that India would retaliate in some way, shape or form whenever there was a terrorist incident which takes place. Now, again, as I state that, it's important to assert that this doesn't mean knee-jerk reactions. It means cool, calculated moves, and it's not an instant reaction by any means. It's something that the government would need to look at very, very closely. Let's go straight across to Vishal Vivek, who's been tracking this story along with the rest of us. Vishal, this meeting of the Home Minister, very, very significant. What are you picking up? And do we actually expect a major statement to come at the end of it?
Well, a major statement will indeed be released, but the meeting, whether or not it started or not, that remains to be seen. We are right outside Amit Shah's residence. That's about 50 meters from here. You can see security personnel standing in the distance. They're guarding the residence. We also have fellow media personnel here who've been standing here with me for the last 2 hours, waiting for the meeting to start. We have heard from a few sources that indicates the meeting could, have some really big, repercussions as far as Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned, because that is the terror group at the center of this whole conspiracy. The terror module that's been spearheaded by a team of doctors. That's been the most shocking factor, because at least 5 doctors are believed to be in this team. One of them is also a female doctor that is seemingly the sister of, she's related to the sister of Masood Azhar, who leads Jaish-e-Mohammed. So all of that angles will be explored, because the top honchos of the security establishment, whether it's the IB chief, the NIA chief, the Delhi police chief, they're all here. The JNK police, as you rightly mentioned, will be joining virtually. Just a few moments ago, the Delhi police chief and the NIA chief walked into this meeting. We'll have the details. This meeting could last up to about 2 hours, is what we've heard. So we'll have to wait for some concrete statements on that. But the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror angle has almost been established. How many people were totally involved, that remains to be seen. But we have 5 key names, ranging from the suspected bomber, Muhammad Umar, to his brother Amir, and also another person named Umar, who also is a doctor who has been apprehended from JNK with the help of JNK police. So all of these angles will be explored. We will be bringing the updates. We are right now right outside the Amit Shah residence. Talking about the commuters here, you can see the traffic is going on pretty smoothly. There don't seem to be too many restrictions. Authorities are keeping everything under check, but the people are going about their daily activities. I also traveled on the same road through different metro routes. People are talking about this incident. They are worried. People could be seen, on getting on social media to get the latest updates. But the situation, as far as authorities are concerned, they seem to be on top of this incident. They seem to be taking everything under their control. But as far as the investigation is concerned, the initial FSL report will be tabled today. That will also have key details of the meeting because that is what will determine whether the suspected bomber was in the car or not. Because Dr. Umar's remains, the suspected remains, they will have to be matched with the DNA of his mother, of his skin. So that is part of the investigation. Is still to be done. We are here right at the place where all the action is happening. All the meetings are happening. This is the highest level meet that we've seen so far ever since the incident occurred, the terror incident, the suspected terror. It's been about 14 to 15 hours. We'll have to wait for the meeting to get over, then we'll have the latest details.
All right. Okay, I'm just going to go across to Anushka and Aditya, who've been tracking this story with me. Anushka has been looking at the families at LNJP Hospital. There are so many people who are injured in all of this, and we hope that they recover from their injuries, and of course at least 10 people who've lost their lives. But Aditya, what I'd like to do with you, and it's happened really, really fast, is we have a clear-cut idea of who was responsible in this, and that has to do with the fact that many of the key suspects had already been arrested over the last couple of weeks. So let's break this conversation into 2 or 3 parts. Let's first talk about Umar Mohammed and how the car was traced down to him. How did that happen?
Well, Umar Mohammed is the key to this entire terror conspiracy, Vishnu, because Umar Mohammed is somebody who is associated with Muzammil as well as Adil. He is someone who was sitting in that car that led to that explosion. Was it a suicide bombing? Only Delhi police can answer. But clearly, Umar Mohammed has a lot to do with what happened yesterday. The kind of deadly explosion that took place outside the Red Fort in the heart of the national capital. In fact, what we are being told is that he was with Muzammil perhaps yesterday morning in Faridabad when the raid took place, and when he got the whiff of the raid, he escaped from that location. There's an entire CCTV of Umar Mohammed driving in that particular vehicle from Faridabad in Haryana towards New Delhi from the Badarpur border. And it's not amply clear right now whether he had any 1 or 2 accomplices with him. That's still under investigation. But here, when he reached Red Fort, he was alone. He parked his car inside one of the parkings near the metro station right behind me where I'm standing. And immediately after that, we saw 2 to 3 hours Umar Mohammed staying inside that parking. And there, either he was in panic or in desperation to act in some way because most of his accomplices had been arrested, or he was waiting for some kind of a final order from his handlers in Kashmir Valley or Pakistan. On your screens right now, latest visuals coming in from the exact area where the blast took place. There is paramilitary, there's Delhi police deployed here. The entire area has been covered in a white sheet to prevent any kind of exposure, and the forensic teams, apart from the teams of the NIA and the Delhi police, are here because the NIA officially will be taking over the investigation perhaps in a couple of hours from now after the meeting with the Home Minister really ends. But the crucial link to this entire episode, Vishnu, is Umar Mohammed, who in fact apparently has been killed in the explosion because it seems to be a suicide bombing. When he was desperate, he had to act in a certain way. He either thought that he would be arrested or nabbed by the police, and that's why he had to act. Also, what is very important here to mention is that Umar Mohammed was driving his vehicle from the parking lot near the metro station at Red Fort towards New Delhi. So was his intended target something different, perhaps a high-level installation or a sensitive building in New Delhi, because that is just in the periphery, a couple of kilometers away from here, within 5 to 10 minutes distance. But when he was at the Subhash Chowk, red light, that's where the explosion took place. At least 10
just
people
hold on
died
for half
and
a
more than
second,
20
Aditya. Let me
were
go quickly
injured.
across to
So
my
many
colleague
of these-
Anushka as well. Anushka, you're at LNJP Hospital. Give us an idea of what's happening there.
Well, right now I'm at Al-Falah University, where the raids are taking place, where several of the Faridabad police officials have just entered the Al-Falah University. This is the same university where Muzammil Shakil was in fact, working as a senior doctor, and also he was staying inside the campus for 3.5 years. I'll quickly show you some visuals also from this place. More than 800 Faridabad police officials have deployed at several key points at the Dausa police station, and they have in fact been combing every nook and corner so that they can trace any amount of explosives that was in fact found at Faridabad at a rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil. Now, we do know that 2,900 kilograms of explosives were, confiscated from his rented accommodation, and from there, several people have been detained. Also, what we are getting to know is that there was a female doctor, a female colleague of Muzammil Shakil, who was also behind this planning. She was giving her Swift car to Muzammil Shakil so that he could travel anywhere he wanted with explosions inside the car. The car has also been detained. It was a Swift car, white colored, and we are seeing that it has been detained. And several of the key police officials are in fact involved in the investigation. We did see that Jammu Kashmir police and along with Haryana police had in fact held a joint operation in Faridabad yesterday, where we did see that the investigating officials came very close to the terror group, and after that they have detained several people after the arrests were made and after the news got out that Muzammil Shakil and Amir Abdul Rathar was arrested, after which Umar Muhammad, who is said to be an accomplice of Muzammil Shakil, came into panic and hatched the plan which happened at Chandni Chowk that day, and after which we saw that 9 people have lost their lives. More than 20 people are reportedly injured in this particular blast that took place yesterday. But we are at the Al-Falah University. This is the same university, and several questions are here as to whether or not the university officials did a background check before hiring him as an employee, and how he was using his medical knowledge to in fact orchestrate this terror attack. We did see that it happened at the time when the news got out. They had chosen the place where they could have maximum footfall, that is at the Chandni Chowk. We do know that during the evenings, Chandni Chowk is generally bustling with people who are there to take a look. Not just domestic people, but also internationally people are coming to Chandni Chowk because it is
Anushka, just hold on a
site.
second. Let's just bring in Aditya as well at this stage. Aditya, let's just sort of break this up into 4 or 5 different parts to look at the main people who are involved in the conspiracy. It's a conspiracy which extends from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat, with Faridabad in the middle. So let's start with Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar, a resident of Anantnag. How is he involved in all of this, before I go to the other names?
Well, that's right, Vishnu. Adil is one of the first people who was arrested. In fact, on 16th of October, there was a visual, or CCTV, that was captured from Naugam area on the outskirts of Srinagar, where he was seen pasting posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed for recruitment as well as for terror propaganda in the Kashmir Valley. Thereafter, there was investigation that was carried out. On 27th of October, Adil Ahmed Rathar was arrested from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. It was a big setback for Jaish-e-Mohammed module because this was the first major arrest that was made. The J&K police, of course, has been investigating this for the last 26 days. And apart from Adil, there are other crucial characters. But Adil's arrest really was a game changer, which led them to the ammunition and the entire mission of Jaish-e-Mohammed.
And Adit, let's talk about the next person, Dr. Muzammil Shakil. Could you tell us his links?
That's right. From Adil, we move now to Muzammil Shakil, who is another very, very crucial player in this Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Both Adil and Muzammil are doctors. They worked in Kashmir and were associated with the Al-Falah University in Faridabad in Haryana. Now, Muzammil is another such mastermind of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module, who was collecting in different trenches ammunition as well as ammonium nitrate and explosive material and keeping it at a rented accommodation that he had got from a local Maulvi inside a village in Faridabad of Haryana, which was roughly 50 to 55 kilometers from where I am standing right now. So the entire puzzle has been unearthed by the J&K police with the help of the Delhi Police Special Cell and other agencies in this entire matter. Now Muzammil is crucial because he was in touch with his handlers in the Kashmir Valley and he was in touch with the other doctors who were involved in this. When he was interrogated by the J&K police yesterday, he said that he was not given a target yet. He was asked to prepare. He was told to get in touch with some of the doctors and other handlers in this, but he was not given a target. The target could have been any place in New Delhi, but the target was told that he would be given a target at a specific date when the preparations are fully over. But before that could happen, there was a raid conducted by the J&K police, facilitated by the Haryana police as well, and finally Muzammil was arrested. Not just Muzammil, but his girlfriend, his associate, Shahid was also arrested. She's from Lucknow. She's also part of the Al-Falah University. She's also a doctor. And in fact, when Shaheen was interrogated, it was revealed that an AK-47 was in fact carried from her own vehicle. It's said that Shaheen was very voluntarily willing to speak to the agencies, and she gave a lot of details about Muzammil and the entire operation at this stage. Vishnu.
And finally, Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, the Gujarat link, as it were. Tell us a little bit briefly about him before we move on to Gauri, who's got more details on the explosives in the car.
Well, that's right. That was yet another arrest that was made by the Gujarat ATS, because remember, it's not just about the Kashmir Valley or Haryana or New Delhi or Uttar Pradesh. There is a crucial link to Gujarat where Syed was also arrested, and he was in the process of making a very, very, deadly chemical, and that chemical could have led to a brutal terror attack and costed a lot of lives. But the Gujarat ATS, apart from the intelligence agencies, swooped into action and arrested him, thwarting his plans to conduct a massive terror attack, perhaps in Gujarat. So at this particular stage, it's been a big breakthrough. It's been a big success for multiple police forces in the country, from the J&K police to the Gujarat police to the Delhi police and the special cell. But of course, unfortunately, this terror attack has taken place here in the national capital, perhaps the first one in the last 14 years, which is very, very deadly, which is a cause of concern. But this also tells us about the change in the modus operandi, the change in the strategy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the deep state of Pakistan after Operation Sindoor, after they were completely decimated during Operation Sindoor by the Indian Armed Forces. They did not have a way out during that particular time. They had to beg for mercy. They had to beg for a ceasefire. And this time they have given a new task to the Jaish-e-Mohammed to act in a very different manner for the first time.
All right, just hold on a second. We've got some breaking news coming in right now. We've got more details of Umar Mohammed. And what we are now told is that he's part of a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. He was reported to be close to Dr. Adil. Both were associated with the Radical Doctors group. This group was active on Telegram. 7 members of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module have been arrested. So there have been quite a few arrests which have taken place. Remember, 4 to 5 doctors had been arrested in the last couple of weeks. And Umar Mohammed is reported to have been close to this Dr. Adil, both of whom were associated with the radical group, as I mentioned, on Telegram. He received his MD from the Government Medical College in Srinagar, and he served as a senior resident at the Government Medical College in Anantnag and later transferred to Faridabad. So that's some detail that we're getting on Umar Mahmood. The focus of the investigations presently on him. Remember, he is the man who's thought to have been in that Hyundai i20 when the explosion went off. It appears that he may have triggered that explosion. But let me go back to Aditya for more on this. Aditya, we're getting more details of Umar Mohammed. On the basis of this, what can we, it just strikes me the fact that these radical doctors were working on a Telegram group is it takes the story forward. We get to know a little bit more. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, yes, these doctors were working in tandem for the last many months on the Telegram chat service, but some of it was available to the J&K police as well. J&K police had got a whiff of it around 26 days ago, and that's when they swooped into action. They sent multiple teams to Uttar Pradesh, to New Delhi, to Haryana to track down these doctors, these terror operators of the Pakistani terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed, and finally there was success. In Saharanpur, Adil was arrested. He's a doctor. In Faridabad of Haryana, there was arrest of Muzammil as well. There were at least 5 other accomplices that were arrested. Also, apart from that, Shaheen was interrogated. She was also detained from Faridabad. But there is ammunition, there is AK-47, there is Chinese pistol that was recovered from that particular location. But the most horrific aspect was the 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate that was picked up. Now, there is a kind of details that we are picking up right now about the blast that took place here in Red Fort. There are 2 versions coming in because there is no official version right now on the details of the explosive that was used. There are some who are saying that ammonium nitrate was used, but there are others who are saying that a different kind of a chemical component was used in that blast. So we'll have to wait and watch for the investigators to reveal what really happened there. Perhaps this is the reason that it is taking time for the investigators from the Delhi police, the NIA, the NSG and the FSL to piece together each and every evidence to identify the exact chemical component that was used to trigger this suicide bombing here outside Red Fort in New Delhi. So Vishnu, what will be also crucial, apart from the investigation taking place just meters away from where we are reporting from, is the J&K police investigation and the interrogation of the 3 key aspects, suspects in this case. Their apprehension
Hold
happened
on for half a second.
last night, midnight.
We've got more information which is actually coming in at this stage. We've got Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, who's issued a statement. I'm just going to read that statement. I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic accident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. I wish to assure my fellow citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of this investigation will soon be made public. I want to firmly assure the nation that those responsible will be brought to justice. Let's listen in to the Defence Minister.
Ambassadors from foreign friendly countries, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, Ambassador Sujan or Chunai, DG, MP, IDSA, officers of the Ministry and the Armed Forces, distinguished participants, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be amidst this August Assembly of the eminent speakers and participants at the Delhi Defence Dialogue 2025. I extend my warmest welcome to our distinguished international guests, whose wisdom and a global perspective.
Well, let's just go straight across to Shiv Arur, who's been tracking this very, very closely, the statement of the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. I think, the takeaway for me, Shiv, is that the resolve of the Defence Minister, it amplifies what the government has been saying, including today, where sources reminding people that Op Sindoor is not over. It's just on pause.
Very important context to what would otherwise be seen as a placeholder comment, Vishnu. 2 points. One, Operation Sindoor happened 6 months ago. Point number 2, as you correctly pointed out, Operation Sindoor is still very much on. The government has just reminded the public of that. Point number 3, the Defence Minister, who basically oversaw what was a historic military operation during Operation Sindoor, which was in direct response to a terrorist attack perpetrated by Pakistani terrorist groups, is now issuing a warning saying that those responsible for this attack will be brought to justice. Now, here on NDTV, you and I, of course, will not second guess or jump the gun as to what India's next actions might or might not be. That is the prerogative of the security and national security grid at this point of time. But the words being used at this point of time carry a lot of weight. The context is important. The fact that India continues to be, in effect in an operational sort of mode post-Operation Sindoor means that the defense minister saying that the perpetrators will be brought to justice in the context of new rules of engagement that were articulated post-Pahalgam, where all acts of terror are to be treated as acts of war, means that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh isn't just condemning what has happened in Delhi, he is issuing a warning that is based on a very new dynamic. And Vishnu, remember that what happened in Delhi outside the Red Fort, where you're reporting from since last night, is the first terror attack since Pahalgam. And therefore, in terms of the new dynamic, in terms of India's response, in terms of the new rules of engagement, it is in many ways a test of India's national security system, and it is in that context I would read Rajnath Singh's words today.
All right, that was Shiv telling us about decoding exactly the big message that has come in from Raksha Mantri, who said that attackers will be brought to justice. The Defense Minister's big warning after the Delhi attack. And as we've been saying, that Operation Sindoor has not ended and Operation Sindoor is still underway, and the government's big warning that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Now, viewers, this, even as the Home Ministry is currently meeting right now, the Home Minister is chairing a crucial meeting right now with all key investigative agencies being part of it to really chalk out the larger plan as far as the next course of action, even as investigations is currently underway on all and multiple threads that have opened up since the blast took place yesterday evening. And on your screens is the latest update where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has said that those responsible will be brought to justice. Big All right, viewers, let's now tell you in terms of the exclusive details of the car bomb, the one that took place and what really happened, decoding the entire timeline, and then we're going to tell you exactly how easily that bomb was made. But first up, the timeline that we are telling you right now, exclusive details of the car bomb on your channel right now. And 8:13 in the morning is when the car entered Delhi. That's when it crossed the border, entered Delhi, and 8:20 a.m. is when it was there. And those are the live, in fact, the latest updates that we are getting. This was via the Badarpur border is when it entered, and it was spotted at the Okhla petrol pump. Let's get in Shiv for more on this. Shiv, now we've been able to stitch together exactly the timeline, how that car entered Delhi 8 o'clock in the morning until, of course, when the blast took place.
That's right. Hundreds of CCTV camera visuals are being scrutinized forensically right now to piece together what appears to be a complex route that this car actually took. Now remember that when you're not looking for a car, a Hyundai i20 looks like any other of the lakhs of cars that pass through the Badarpur border that separates Delhi from Haryana, specifically Faridabad, every single day. So it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. But in hindsight, working backwards after yesterday's attack, looking through all of those CCTV pictures, we can now share with our viewers that this particular i20, which mind you has had many different owners in the past, both in Delhi, Haryana, as well as in Jammu and Kashmir, as the case may be, crossed the border from Haryana into Delhi at about 8:20 in the morning. The blast took place close to 7 p.m. So it has spent the entire day in Delhi. we'll be filling in the blanks as to where it actually went. But after crossing the Badarpur border, it has basically made its way, and this will be sort of Greek and Latin for those who don't live in the national capital, but presumably through the Sarai Kale Khan bus terminus area, finally reaching the Lal Killa area, which is one of the most crowded and congested parts of Delhi. There's the Suneri Masjid, Kashmiri Gate. These are all parts of North Delhi to Central Delhi. So this is just another level of detail that we're able to piece together to bring to our viewers right now about the timeline of the attack. The car crossing over at 8:20 means that this was a day-long attack that was actually being planned.
And crisscrossing through some very prominent locations in Delhi. That's the most important part. Crisscrossing through important locations. All right, let's get in Kiran Bedi as well, joining us on the broadcast. And then we get in the Port Shiv as well as Anushka for more on this. First up, Kiran Bedi speaking exclusively to NDTV. Ma'am, your first reaction to the latest details and updates that we are getting, even as Home Ministry is right now chairing a very important meeting right now regarding the Delhi Blast case and the investigation.
Obviously, there are more questions that are being answered. The fact that it's swinging through, it's coming through, it's driving through. Why has it got blasted at Red Fort? Why could it not have got blasted any more sensitive, even more? Now, this is crowded. This is a crowded place. Sensitive opposite the Red Fort. So maybe is there a message opposite the Red Fort and that in a crowded place? Or if it's driving through a lot of VIP sensitive areas as well, why? So that's what I'm saying. The questions are unanswered yet. But the good news is the technology is telling us when it entered and what has it gone through. And then forensics will tell us what kind of ammunition, what kind of material has been used, because that will tell us is it an RDX or others. Third, is it linked with what has been detected just the evening before in Faridabad or the day before? So I think, fourth, the car ownership, it would tell us how multiple times it has been sold to whom. Fifth, where has it been parked before? So I think there is enough leads to my mind forensically. It's not blind. It is linkable. But I think we just have to be very patient because we see all intelligent agencies, investigating agencies, the key ones of the country, all working together. So what I see is a very collaborative, sensible, comprehensive investigation going on, which is bound to give us very good results and pretty fast and credible and authentic results. So I think we should wait for these scientific results and other investigations.
Dr. Bedi, Vishnu here. Can I just jump in with a quick question? One of the big concerns which we've had in our country is the relative easy availability of ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is actually available as a fuel. It's used in mining extensively across the country. There are safeguards which are supposed to be in place. But the fact that you've got hundreds of kilos of this which have been recovered from Faridabad in addition to other explosive material, is this a real weakness in our system?
I think it's an identification. To my mind, it's not a weakness. It's further identification of this possible abuse of this chemical. I think every investigation leads to more lessons to be learned. So I think it's further, if it does, it is leading to further identification and greater control. But I think credit goes to the early detection which has been made in Faridabad. Very credible, thank God. It's been saving in the nick. But I think what's important is if they are involved, now again, these are questions to be answered. If that is linked with Red Fort, then how did these people get radicalized? Don't the families have a responsibility? Families cannot shed the thing, well, they did not know. No. So I think these are unanswered, which we need to wait. But I think with the collective synergistic investigation and also leading to very comprehensive results, I think we should be feeling safer after the revelations.
Okay. Dr. Bedi, I'm just going to come in and bring our viewers some new information coming in. Sources indicating to us that there's a real spotlight on a woman doctor, Dr. Shaheen. She's apparently part She is a part of the Faridabad module and apparently was recruited to head the Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing. Ammunition was recovered from Shaheen's car yesterday. So let's bring in Aditya Raj call if we can on this. Adit, what can you tell us about Dr. Shaheen? All right, my colleague Akhil has more on this. What can you tell us about Dr. Shaheen, Akhil?
Well, if you see right now what we have seen that yesterday, Dr. Shaheen was arrested by the cops. In this case, what we have got to learn that she was basically leading the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed in India. And earlier, what we have also seen that during the investigation, the Haryana cop has also found out that she was tasked with forming a female recruitment and operations network under the banner of Jamaatul Mominin, and it's a women brigade for the Pakistan-based terror outfits. So that's the latest update that we are getting from the cops. And if you see, the investigators, especially the Delhi Police Special Cells team, believe that Dr. Shaheen was in constant touch with the handlers across the border. So on that front as well, if you see, her digital footprints has been also being recorded, being accessed by the Delhi Police team right now.
All right, well, over the last little while, we've got lots of senior police officials who are coming into the area. Prem, if you can just focus a little bit, as you can see, every time there's a senior official, walking in, these are senior officials from various investigating agencies. The focus is very much on them. This is very much a multidisciplinary, multimodal investigation, as it were, involving the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The National Investigating Agency will now be the nodal agency, other agencies as well, the Gujarat Police. I saw police associated with the anti-terror cell of the Uttar Pradesh Police as well, the Intelligence Bureau at various levels. So that's the way this entire investigation is taking place at this stage. So just in case you've joined us, the broader story at this juncture, at this stage, is the following. This is a terror attack that we are now reporting. It's a terror attack which has taken place in the heart of Old Delhi. I'm just going to again remind our viewers where exactly this is, because we've got a better elevation right now. On the right, about 250 odd meters away from me, is the Red Fort. Right, you can see that big signboard to the Red Fort as well, the blue signboard to the Red Fort. So that's where one of the entry points to the Red Fort is. It's just right next to me. And then just as we come over here, and behind the white curtains behind me is where the blast took place. And there are more than a dozen vehicles, approximately 20 odd vehicles, which have been completely destroyed in that blast, which took place approximately at 6:50. In that area is the entry, and you can actually see a little bit of it, Prem. The entry to the metro station is right over there. It's that grey building, Prem, in front of the red building. That's the entry to the metro station. So this is an area which is extremely, extremely congested. To my left over here is a very well-known mandir, the Gauri Shankar Mandir. And then from over here is this road over here, which is an entry, one of many, into the Chandni Chowk area, which is one of the most popular tourist spots in Delhi. And if you think about it, where did this bomb actually go off? It went off right in the middle, right next to where you've got the lights over there. For the moment, let me just go across to my colleague Anushka, who's got more details. The needle of suspicion is increasingly on the woman doctor who was involved. Anushka, you're at Faridabad, at that medical college where a lot of them practiced. Could you tell us about the potential role of this woman doctor?
That's right. What we are getting to know from the police sources is that Shaheen was also a female doctor here who used to, in fact, teach students about how the medical, ins and outs of the medical field. But yes, we are seeing that, arms and ammunition were in fact recovered from her white Swift Desire. Also, what we are getting to know from the police agencies is that she worked in close coordination with Muzammil Shakil, who was arrested by the police few days back. After his arrest, and when the news got out, we saw how his close accomplice, who is Umar Mohammed, was who is suspected to be driving the car when it entered the Chandni Chowk premises, is a close accomplice of Muzammil Shakil. He's also said to have links in, Pulwama, where Muzammil Shakil is a resident of. We'll try to show you some visuals of the Al Falah University. More than 800 Faridabad police officials are right now combing the premises of the Al Falah University. Not just that, we're also getting to know that the police is combing every nook and corner of, the Dhausa station, and have in fact been, after the arms and ammunition were recovered, they are trying to finalize if there are any more such spots where such ammunition were in fact stocked up, because we did see that 2,900 kilograms of ammunition and explosives were recovered from the rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil, who was living inside the campus but had rented, an apartment just a few kilometers from here, and he was storing up all those explosives which the police had confiscated yesterday. 2,900 kilograms of ammunition. Imagine, it has a capacity of causing grave destruction if it is detonated somewhere. Also, 20 timers were recovered, and 8 big suitcases of suspected ammonium nitrate was recovered from Muzammil Shakil's residence. We are at the Al Falah University right now. The combing is in fact taking place. The raids are going on at several different locations in Faridabad, because this is the outskirts of Delhi NCR, and we did see how the close accomplice of Muzammil Shakil, who is said to have links with the JEM, and also we are getting to know that there's a strong connection of them with the terror outfits that are banned in India. And now we did see that the explosion happened at Chandni Chowk, where the blast took place, and almost 20 people, more than almost 20 people are in fact injured, and 9 people have lost their lives at the blast that in fact happened at Chandni Chowk. We are at the Al Falah University, and we'll continue to show you some visuals from this place. We can see that right now many of the police officials have entered this area and are combing the premises of Al Falah University. One big question that arises from here is that did the university officials do any kind of background check while taking him as an employee, because he was working in this university from the past 3.5 years, and not just that, he was in fact also living inside the campus premises, and when he used to go to the rented apartment, he used to drive the car of Shahina, who is said to be the female colleague, the female accomplice of Muzammil Shakil. We are seeing that the spotlight is right now at the female doctor who was the colleague of Muzammil Shakil and is said to be working in close coordination with her handler, who are said to be from the terror outfits. And we are seeing that this whole investigation is now an umbrella investigation. Several of the investigating agencies are right now trying to see if there are any possible links of this having a cross-border terror attack that has happened in the national capital. But yes, the blast did happen, and we are seeing that the impact was such that 9 people lost their lives and more than 20 people are injured and are receiving treatment at the nearby hospital. This is the Al Falah University in Faridabad.
Okay, Anushka, I'm just going to jump in over here, and we can go back at this juncture to Gauri, who's been tracking very many other aspects of this. Gauri?
Indeed, Vishnu. Let's also now tell our viewers in terms of the link between the Red Fort blast that took place and, of course, the recovery of almost 3 tons of explosives in Faridabad. Let's tell our viewers exactly the kind of linkages that have been drawn so far. Some of this is prima facie initial investigation that has come in, but we need to connect the dots for our viewers. Let's tell that. First and foremost, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module that is under scanner. Ammonium nitrate was used in the blast that took place yesterday at Red Fort. Remember, 3 tons of ammonium nitrate was actually recovered by the police, by the investigating agencies in Faridabad only yesterday. And the main link, the car owner, that is Dr. Omar, has been linked to Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Adil. These deadly doctors of terror, and all of them are now being linked, and we are connecting those dots. It's important to note this is still early days as far as investigation are concerned, but it seems that they are part of a larger conspiracy. The module may have panicked. This is a working theory that the agencies are going with, that the module may have panicked and accelerated the plan for attack. Why? Because 3 tons of explosives were caught, and the working theory theory is that they may have wanted to at least create some sort of an impact, which is what the working theory is. The Jammu Kashmir police have been probing these two doctors for 26 days. This didn't happen overnight. It started with those posters. Then Dr. Muzammil, his locker was opened, the assault rifle was discovered, and that is when the entire chain was discovered. All of that took 26 long days, which is why there is now a clear link that has been established between the Faridabad module that was busted by the agencies and the Red Fort blast that took place yesterday evening, where 8 people have been killed so far. This is the working theory. This is the source-based information that we have so far right now that needs to be told right now to our viewers. Now, Vishnu, let me go back to you and tell you in terms of some of these pieces that we are putting together for our viewers. Anushka is right now at the Al-Falah University. She is telling about how is it that one of the biggest questions that are being asked is that you have a radicalized doctor who is there, and there was absolutely no needle of suspicion whatsoever.
Well, look, I mean, whether there were suspicions or not, the fact of the matter is that, these were extremely educated people, highly motivated, fully indoctrinated. This was a white-collar terrorist eco-cell, terrorist cell which actually existed, and there were so many of them who were involved in this. The process through which they were radicalized, who their terrorist handlers were, the Pakistan link, these are things which, would come to light hopefully in a little while from now once investigators get there. But I think it's absolutely shocking that you've got some of people who've trained for years and years and educated themselves and done successfully as doctors, then try and kill people. And that irony is something which I just can't accept. It's just unbelievable, but it is true. And therefore, one really needs to find out about whether this is part of a change in the manner in which terrorism operates in Jammu and Kashmir. Over the last 30 years, I've seen how terrorism has changed from relatively low-level terrorists coming across with poor weaponry, with poor training, where their success rate against our armed forces was absolutely minimal, to more sophisticated terrorists coming across, sometimes with a clear Pakistani army hand. We've seen the formation of border action teams along the line of control. So that's at the military level. But in terms of the process of radicalization, while there have been radicals and terrorist handlers, some of whom were released, for example, during the IC-814 blast and have then proven to be a real thorn in India's side, the fact that you've got a younger generation of people who are actively radicalized, and it's not one or two, but there are 5+ doctors over here in a medical institute who are working together and were successful in getting almost 3 tons of explosive material on the ground. It just, indicates how dangerous this period might be as we confront this type of terrorism.
Indeed. And the one thing I want to ask before we shift focus to the Home Ministry meeting that is underway is, Vishnu, that the ease with which that many are saying that the bomb has actually been made. You have materials that is easily available, has several other uses, commercially easily available, and can be put together. And also the fact in the hands of people who are highly qualified.
This is such an important point, and I disagree with what Dr. Bedi somewhat. I believe that this is absolutely alarming. I believe that this is a clear-cut indicator of how the checks and balances that we have in the system to prevent ammonium nitrate, which is a widely available mining, chemical. The fact that it is available like this, it has been available to terrorists, reveals that the system to ensure that that doesn't happen has failed. They've got close to 3 tons, not just of ammonium nitrate, but of other materials as well. How did they get that? From which mine did they get that? Where did they order that from? Who financed that? These are details which we need to know. Ammonium nitrate, by its nature, is more stable. It is easier to handle, and it is easier to fashion into an explosive as compared, for example, to RDX, which is more explosive but much more sensitive to handling in many respects. However, there are conditions in which ammonium nitrate becomes problematic. If it is exposed, for example, to water, then its firepower decreases. So be that as it may, there was this huge collection of ammonium nitrate which these people managed to get together. How did that actually happen? And that's certainly a key part of the investigations that I'm sure they're looking at.
Indeed, and very quickly, before we slip into an important break, is Vishnu, in terms of the Home Ministry meeting that is currently underway, very quickly, if you can tell us how important it is in terms of the next course of action, the investigation that is underway.
Well, I think that Home Ministry meeting is going to give us hopefully a statement of purpose from the government. We've already got government sources indicating to us or reminding our viewers that, Op Sindoor is on pause, it's not over. And therefore, beyond, information which we seek on the investigation of which we've got a great deal, I would be interested in seeing if there are connections which are actually made with Pakistan at this stage or not. And if so, what exactly it is that the government is thinking. There will be no knee-jerk reactions, I'm sure, because you can't plan something big without knee-jerk reactions. And it really needs to be seen if that's something the government would want to do at all. But for the moment, we'll have to wait and see, what the intent in the government statements is going forward.
Indeed, Vishnu, we have to slip into a very short break, but our rolling coverage continues on NDTV right here, getting viewers every aspect of the Delhi blast case. All right, let's quickly now get you some of the headlines that we are tracking this hour. Initial findings out in the Delhi terror attack.
नीतीश जी की सेहत इस वक्त एक इशू है इस इलेक्शन में।
5 गांव में बिहार में जाना अपने आप में अच्छी सेहत का पंचायत माना है। हम 160 के आसपास सीटें जीतेंगे, बचा कुचा सब में बटेगा।
सीबीआई का डर इतना है, जब सरकार उठा कर ले जाती है तो क्या कीजिएगा?
यदि सम्राट चौधरी किसी भी मामले में अभियुक्त हो तो सम्राट चौधरी राजनीतिक तौर पर संन्यास लेना पसंद करेगा।
मैं चुनाव से पहले,
न चुनाव से पहले गठबंधन, न परिणाम के बाद।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
They wore white coats but carried a cause soaked in blood. They held a stethoscope in one hand and explosives in the other. Last night, Delhi saw the unthinkable. People who had masks of medicine unleashing terror. Investigators now believe this was no isolated strike, but part of a chilling new strategy. Terror outfits embedding their radicalized youth into the ranks of doctors, infiltrating hospitals and medical universities, and turning places of healing into hubs of hate. For India's security forces, this is a new and dangerous challenge, identifying enemies not by their weapons, but by their oaths they've betrayed. On Breaking Ground, we break down how Delhi's terror attack has exposed a new face of radicalization, one that hides behind the white coat. We'll be bringing you through all our reporters, all the angles on the aftermath. I'm Vedika Sood. You're watching Breaking Ground. Let's take you through the headlines at this hour. Link emerges between the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort that killed 9 people and the white-collar terror module that was busted by the police teams of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. NDTV tracks the movement of I-20 car involved in the Delhi blast case. The car entered Delhi via the Faridabad border. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs key security review meet. NIA DG, top Home Ministry officials part of the review meet. Defence Minister's big warning after Delhi attack. Rajnath Singh says those responsible will not be spared. First pictures of Delhi blast suspect surface. Dr. Umar, who is suspected to have been inside the car during blast, emerges as the key face of 10/11 terror case. Jaish link under scanner. Terror crackdown in the Valley Post Delhi blast case. 3 suspects picked up from Pulwama. Suspects under questioning in Srinagar and Pampore. Searches also underway in Al Falah University in Faridabad.
मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice. साथियों, आज यहां एक तरफ गुरु पद्म संभव के आशीर्वाद के साथ ग्लोबल पीस प्रेयर फेस्टिवल का आयोजन हो रहा है। दूसरी ओर भगवान बुद्ध के पिपरहवा अवशेषों के दर्शन हो रहे हैं और इनके सब के साथ हम सब हिज मैजेस्टी द 4th किंग के 70वें जन्मदिन समारोह का साक्षी बन रहे हैं। ये आयोजन इतने सारे लोगों की गरिमामय उपस्थिति, इसमें भारत और भूटान के रिश्तों की मजबूती नजर आती है। साथियों, भारत में हमारे पुरखों की प्रेरणा है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, यानी पूरा विश्व एक परिवार है। हम कहते हैं सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, यानी इस धरती पर सभी सुखी रहें। हम कहते हैं द्यो शांति ही, अंतरिक्षम शांति ही, पृथ्वी शांति ही, आपः शांति ही, औषधय शांति ही, अर्थात संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड, आकाश, अंतरिक्ष, पृथ्वी, जल, औषधियां, वनस्पतियां और सभी जीवित प्राणियों में शांति व्याप्त हो। अपनी इन्हीं भावनाओं के साथ भारत भी आज भूटान के इस ग्लोबल पीस प्रेयर फेस्टिवल में शामिल हुआ है। आज दुनिया भर से आए संत एक साथ विश्व शांति की प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं और उसमें 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की प्रार्थनाएं भी शामिल है। वैसे यहां बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं होगा, वडनगर जहां मेरा जन्म हुआ, बौद्ध परंपरा से जुड़ी एक पुण्य भूमि रही है और वाराणसी जो मेरी कर्मस्थली है।
The horrific incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday evening has saddened everyone. I have managing editor Shiv Arur joining me live from the newsroom. Shiv, the Prime Minister vowing justice and also stating that he has been in constant touch with all stakeholders in terms of security and governance after the blast has taken place.
Brief, a few lines there mentioned as part of his opening address in Thimphu, the capital city of Bhutan, Vedika, and very much on expected lines. The Prime Minister says he's arrived there with a heavy heart, but important to interpret these lines in the context in which they should be seen, given that Operation Sindoor, we know, happened just 6 months ago. Operation Sindoor, operationally speaking, is still very much on as far as India's military is concerned. The Defense Minister has just issued a warning promising that the perpetrators of what happened in Delhi will be brought to justice. The Prime Minister now saying that the Indian agencies will go to the bottom of this conspiracy and all those responsible will be brought to justice. May sound like a routine warning being issued by any politician after a terrorist attack, but it must be seen through the prism of the new rules of engagement that have been formally articulated by the Modi government, which says that any act of terror will be seen as an act of war. Now here on NDTV, obviously we will not second guess, or jump the gun as to what government or national security action will be. That is going to be the subject matter of a cabinet committee on security meeting that is scheduled possibly for 5:30 p.m. tomorrow once the Prime Minister returns from Bhutan. But let's be very clear, Vedika, that between today's Home Ministry meeting, which is underway under the aegis of Home Minister Amit Shah, and the cabinet committee on security meeting tomorrow, there will be shape given to what India's national response is going to be. Now, there is all kinds of chatter, of course, as to what's happening on the side, what's happening inside Pakistan. Is going to be Operation Sindoor 2.0. It's too early to talk about all of that, and frankly, this is too complicated a business to look at it in black and white. The fact is, the national security response has a very clear mandate to look at terror attacks as acts of war, but many missing pieces are being filled in right now as part of the larger investigation. So the next 24 hours are going to be absolutely crucial, and I think that's what the Prime Minister has now signaled.
Shiv, do stay with me. We're going to replay the comment and the opening statement made by the Prime Minister while in Bhutan.
लेकिन आज मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
Strong words coming from the Prime Minister there, Shiv, and we have a multi-pronged investigation taking place across multiple states. And like you said, there are several meetings lined up today and tomorrow, key meetings, which will help shape the national response within the next 24 hours, hopefully.
Remember, there are many loose ends, many missing pieces that we in the public see. Many of those pieces will be in front of investigators, the Home Minister, the intelligence agencies as well, Vedika. They will have a much clearer picture as to what the country is being confronted by right now. This is obviously far bigger than we think it is. There is a pattern of terror that has emerged in the last 48 hours. A major sleeper cell terror module that's been busted in Faridabad, with its tentacles extending to the national capital, to Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Uttar Pradesh, where raids are happening in by the anti-terror squad in UP as well, is what our reporters are telling us, which means this is a story that is in motion. There are updates coming in thick and fast every single minute, and that's the reason why the Home Ministry meeting being chaired by Amit Shah will sort of clear the decks and set the stage for that big cabinet committee on security meeting. For our viewers who may be tuning in and may not be fully abreast of what the Cabinet Committee on Security is comprised of, it's basically all your top CCS ministers, which is the Prime Minister, who is the chair, you've got the Home Minister, you've got the Defence Minister, you've got the Finance Minister, you've got all of the intelligence chiefs, the armed forces chiefs can be invitees, and I'm sure they will be to this particular meeting as well. All of them will be part of a overall broadly arched security review that not only looks at the immediate investigation on the ground, but also the larger national security grid, Vedika. Because remember, this is not concentrated to Delhi or Faridabad or the national capital region, and not even to North India. The shockwaves of what happened in Delhi yesterday, have spread to different parts of the country, where higher states of alert have already been activated at airports, at crossing points, at interstate terminuses, etc., which means India is under attack at this point of time, and that's why a national response will have to be defined. That's what's going to happen once the Prime Minister returns tomorrow. His words now signal that is very much his intention.
And Shiv, just a word on what we were discussing earlier before I got to this show of the white-collar ecosystem, something very new in many ways for India, the embedding of these medical doctors, these medical experts within the system, which has really stumped a lot of the security agencies at this point.
It is enormously troubling, and it's an aspect that is, I think, going to give the security establishment more sleepless nights than anything else, given that this was terror in plain sight. And you're absolutely right. For instance, the Al Falah University in Faridabad, just about 25-30 kilometers from where the both of us are, doing this broadcast, Vedika, is apparently the place where, Dr. Umar, the suicide bomber of Delhi, spent many years. Many others from that university are currently being questioned. Some more have possibly been detained. But for all of this, and part of the conspiracy to be taking place in a registered university in Delhi NCR is very alarming. But like you rightly said, Dr. Umar Mohammed is one of 6 doctors who in the last 24 to 48 hours have been identified. Their pictures have come forward as not only being qualified medical professionals, medical doctors, not just random, PhDs, but medical doctors, you've got a situation where each one of these people is being directly linked, to potential terror activity. And Dr. Omar actually was the suicide bomber in one such attack. So white-collar terror is not a fantasy anymore. It is very real.
And so are the sleeper cells, who've been a huge problem here in India as well. Shivaru, thanks for joining me live there on Breaking Ground. Once again, let's listen in to the Prime Minister's comment there, his opening remarks while in Bhutan.
लेकिन आज मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
In related news coming in, the army is on high alert at the line of control. According to sources, the army is closely monitoring the current situation and continues to assess the situation, especially at the line of control. There's a high alert there, and on border areas is what we are being told. And of course, this is on expected lines, given that the link to the Jaish-e-Mohammed is only becoming stronger, especially after the recovery of explosives that we've seen in the last 24 hours, followed by the blast that we have seen near the Red Fort in Delhi. Now we're being told that the Indian Army is on high alert, especially at the border as well as the line of control. I have with me Aditya Rajkol, who's joining me live, as well as Vishal, who joins me from outside the Home Ministry. Going to Aditya first. Aditya, the army on high alert, especially along the line of control and border areas. This is on expected lines.
SF are keeping a very strong vigil. A red alert has been declared in the border areas completely. And Prime Minister also speaking about this entire episode in Bhutan, where he was speaking about the episode that happened last night. He said he was pained by this incident, and also how he was in touch with all the agencies who are investigating this particular case, and saying that everything will be done and all those perpetrators will be brought to justice. So a big statement by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on this entire matter. And apart from that, here at the epicenter where the bomb blast took place, I'm standing just meters away, the FSL team, the Delhi Police Special Cell. Apart from that, the NIA, the NSG, all teams are gathered together. The scene of the crime, the scene of the bomb blast, the suicide blast has been taken over completely by the agencies. It has been cordoned off. There's a white sheet all across that area. And now they are trying to collect evidence. They are trying to collect DNA samples as well as chemicals that are found in that entire area to ascertain what kind of a blast was this. Were there ammonium nitrate traces there, or was this some kind of other chemical that was used? So as of now, what we are picking up is that the investigation is at a crucial stage, both in New Delhi as well as in Jammu and Kashmir. In New Delhi, what we are witnessing is right behind me, a lot of activity taking place, multiple teams, investigating this, because it's not just a city matter, it's a national matter. India under attack, yet another terror attack 6 months after the Pahalgam terror attack. Now a big, massive terror attack taking place here in Red Fort, and that too a suicide bombing that has never been witnessed here in New Delhi. So that clearly is a big raising alarm bells here in New Delhi. Also, it came on a day where 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate was really picked up by the agency. So as of now, investigations continue. It's likely that over the next few hours and days, there could be more arrests of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was responsible for this terror attack.
Aditya, do stay with me. I'm going to come back to you in a couple of minutes to understand what you've been seeing since the morning near the blast site. But before that, there is more breaking news coming. In developing news, Cabinet Committee on Security is likely to meet tomorrow after the Delhi terror attack. The big Cabinet Committee meet is likely. I have with me Vishal, who's been tracking all the developments there. Vishal, the Prime Minister is expected to be back tomorrow evening. Are we expecting this meeting to take place then, this key meeting?
Yes, that's exactly right, Vedika. And we've already heard from the Prime Minister, who is on a visit to Bhutan. He has clearly stated that anyone who is responsible for this ghastly attack on innocent civilians, they will be brought to justice. No one involved in this attack will be spared. That is the exact statement of PM Narendra Modi while he was in Thimphu about 30 minutes ago. I'm right outside Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. I've seen a lot of activity in the last 10 minutes. At least 2-3 vehicles carrying VVIPs have just left. There's no word yet on whether the meeting that started around 11 on this grave matter, has that concluded or not. There's no clarity on that, but we've heard that this meeting can last any moment, and the fact that many things are there to be realigned, to be processed. We have gathered many information, but we are yet to hear from the authorities officially whether this is indeed officially a terror attack or not. That has not been clearly stated by the authorities. That is what we are hearing to confirm. But sources have clearly indicated that this was indeed a suicide bomb attack. The car was most probably driven by a doctor named Muhammad Umar, who studied at Al Fatah University near Faridabad. There are at least 3 doctors who studied at the same university. So that university is also under question as to how come 3 people who could have perpetrated this attack studied at the same university. So that is what we have so far right now.
Vishal, I'll keep coming back to you for more. Vishal there outside the Home Minister's residence, bringing you up to speed with that key meeting that is underway, which will help shape the national response in the coming hours or within the day. Now, Prime Minister Modi, you just heard from him, condoled the victims of the Delhi blast and has vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. This comes as Home Minister Amit Shah is holding that key meeting that Vishal was talking about. Even the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in a stern warning, has said that the attackers will not be spared, as most border nations are now on high alert. The Uttar Pradesh ATS has carried out search operations. The blast near Red Fort is now officially being treated as a terror attack, and a possible suicide angle is also being probed. The first image and video has now emerged of Dr. Umar Mohammed, the suspected suicide bomber. Top sources confirm the car used in the explosion was owned by Dr. Umar Mohammed from Pulwama, linked to the same Jaish-e-Mohammed module busted in Faridabad. A massive probe is underway. It includes most of the security agencies. The NIA is expected to take over the investigation. The NSG teams are at the blast site. The Jammu Kashmir police are also present at the site. Forensic teams have been carrying out an investigation on the evidence recovered from the site. Security has been tightened across the capital and bordering states as well. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, spoke a while ago. Let's listen in.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
And our reporters are on the ground at every site that matters, bringing you every development that matters. Aditya Raj Kaul is at the blast site. We also have Reeth joining us from the LNJP hospital where the injured are being treated. And of course, you have the DNA samples also being processed. Vishal outside Amit Shah's residence. We will have Anushka also live from the Al Falah University in moments from now. Also joining me at this point is YC Modi, former DG NIA. Mr. Modi, thank you for joining us live. I'm going to go across to Aditya first, after which I am going to go to Mr. Modi. Aditya, from the morning, you've been witnessing all the developments on the ground, all the investigations that are a part of the process. Just take us through the key developments that you've witnessed on the ground.
Well, firstly, Vedika, it's important to mention here that the investigation into this entire Jaish-e-Mohammed module began 26 days ago by the Jammu and Kashmir police, where they found intelligence inputs about this Jaish-e-Mohammed module and sent out 2 teams immediately to Saharanpur in UP, to Faridabad in Haryana, and to New Delhi as well. This was noticed when on 16th of October, there were posters that were pasted in Naugam on the outskirts of Srinagar. And, of course, Mr. Modi will bear me out. He has seen such anti-terror investigations by the NIA very, very closely. The J&K police really needs to be given the credit for this investigation, because if there were no inputs, havoc would have been raised here in the national capital. Because imagine, yesterday morning I was reporting from Faridabad in Haryana, where Muzammil was arrested, Dr. Muzammil, one of the key masterminds of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module, and 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate and explosive material and ammunition, including AK-47 and Chinese pistols, were recovered. Now imagine what would have really happened if that was used for a terror attack here in the national capital. Yes, we are sad today about the terror attack that happened, 10 innocent lives being lost and more than 20 people injured. At the same time, there are questions being raised whether it was an intelligence failure, whether enough inputs were not there. But just imagine if the J&K police had not done such kind of an action, what could have really happened? So I think a massive terror attack, in fact multiple terror attacks, have been averted, have been thwarted completely by the J&K police, by their alertness, and also coordination with the Delhi Police Special Cell, Haryana Police, Gujarat Police, and several other similar forces. The NIA, the top elite agency in the country, the anti-terror investigating force, will be officially taking over the investigation today, later today. We have the NIA DG right now meeting Home Minister Amit Shah, very crucial meeting. The Delhi Police Chief has just exited that meeting and perhaps will be now taking a review of the latest situation where the investigations...
कि जो हम लोग पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स हैं सीआरपीएफ से पुलिस को सहयोग चाहिए होता है वो माइक नीचे कर लो फिर नीचे करो माइक नीचे करो और उनकी तरफ से आपको इसको जो है ऑफिशियल बाइट दी जाएगी।
सर जांच कैसे आगे बढ़ रही है? अब तक कोई कुछ नहीं बोला है सर।
दिल्ली पुलिस के तरफ से पुरोटा बड़ा हमें सीआरपीएफ सीएसएफ के तरफ से
response there from the IG, but we'll try and get you what he said if he has. Aditya, do stay with me. Mr. Modi, also thank you for joining us live here on Breaking Ground. Sir, I want to start with the big picture here, which is white collar ecosystem existing. You have these terrorists who've embedded themselves into hospitals, into medical universities and colleges as doctors. This is a huge challenge for the security system, isn't it?
है, लेकिन अभी जो है सारी एजेंसीज मिल
All right, we're going to go back to Mr. Modi in a moment from now, but I also have Anushka joining me live from outside the Al Falah University. Anushka, one of the key missing links in terms of more information is on Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen. The woman, her car was the car in which explosives were found. There are raids taking place at that university as we speak. Tell us more about Dr. Shaheen and tell us more about the raids that are taking place at the university.
Vedika, what we do know by now is Shaheen is the female colleague of Muzammil Shakil, who was in fact working here for the past 3.5 years, and he was working as a senior doctor in this university premises. We'll try to show you some visuals also. Right now, what we do know is that the Faridabad police has in fact reached here at this site and is in fact raiding this university. One key question that remains is, were there no security checks that was done, no background checks on the doctor, that was in fact here and was teaching students for the past 3.5 years. One thing that we do know is that few kilometers from here, it's a rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil, where he used to go to and fro from, Shahina's car, who's the female accomplice of, Muzammil Shakil. After that, what we do know is that she was the one also, she was also, in fact, involved in the organizations and all the workings of Muzammil Shakil and his accomplices, where the Jammu Kashmir team and also the Haryana police in a joint operation confiscated 2,900 kilograms of explosives and ammunition that was in fact recovered from the house. This is the university premises where right now the raids is going on. Also, the Faridabad police is combing. Nearly 800 of the police officials are combing every nook and corner of this police station and the area all around Faridabad, because this is barely a few kilometers from the national capital. And the day the raids happened and the day the news got out that this raid has happened and Muzammil Shakil was indeed arrested and was detained by the police, and the interrogation was in fact going on in this case. We saw the blast that happened in Chandni Chowk. We did see that in this whole case where this blast happened. Umar Muhammad, who is the key conspirator in this blast, who was in fact also suspected that he was driving the car when the blast happened. He is a close accomplice of Umar Muhammad, who is a close accomplice of Muzammil Shakil. He is also, he was working in close coordination with each other, and they were in fact planning to hatch this plan. Imagine 2,900 kilograms of explosives that was found in Faridabad, so to the national capital. And on the day the news got out, we saw the blast that happened in Chandni Chowk. All this seems like a very thought out plan, because the blast also happened during 6 p.m. in the evening, when there is a lot of traffic, a lot of congestion in Chandni Chowk, which is a very iconic place in Delhi NCR. And we saw that 9 people lost their lives, and also more than 20 people are right now injured and are receiving treatment in the nearby hospital. This is the Al-Falah University, where from the past 3.5 years, Muzammil Shakil was working as a senior doctor, and his female accomplice was also here. The swift car that has been detained by the Haryana police is said to be of the female colleague. Also, she is a key conspirator in this whole case, and she was also in fact involved in the goings of how the operation was in fact going on. Right now, we are showing you the visuals of the Faridabad police, who has just left the university premises after the raids that went on for almost 2 to 3 hours. Also, in this whole case, this university also plays a key role as to how some person who was in fact amassing such huge amount of explosive was in fact living here inside the premises of the campus, and was going to and fro to his rented accommodation where he was living, and he was storing all that explosive items and all that arms and ammunition that was recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Haryana police in a joint operation. Now we are seeing that this has become an umbrella investigation, where several of the key top agencies have taken up the case and are in fact studying and investigating as to what was the route exactly, when did the car enter Delhi NCR.
Right.
Saying that in 8 in the morning.
Right, I'm going to come back to you, Anushka, but I also want our viewers to know at this point there's a clear link now between the Jaish terror module that was busted in Faridabad yesterday. It led to the arrest of Dr. Muzammil, who was storing almost 3,000 kgs of explosives at his rented home, an AK-47, 20 timers and batteries that were also recovered. The doctors arrested from Faridabad, Dr. Muzammil, is also a person who has led to a lot of revelations really in this entire case. Dr. Umar, who is the suspected suicide bomber, was an aide of Dr. Muzammil and also was working at Al-Falah Medical College, Faridabad. A third doctor, female doctor that I was talking about, Shaheen, was also arrested. Explosives were stored in her Maruti Swift car. It has now been revealed that Umar panicked after the raids. This is very important. It is after the raids that took place, and there was news that came out that 2,900 kgs of explosives have been recovered, that Umar panicked. And then that's when he drove the explosive-laden white Hyundai i20 to the Red Fort. He waited in the parking lot for nearly 3 hours. He then triggered the blast around 6:55 p.m. on Monday evening. Now, Padmaja is going to piece together this whole Faridabad linked to the Delhi blast and the doctors involved.
Over the last 24 hours, we've seen a number of revelations being made by the police from Jammu and Kashmir to Faridabad to Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat. Now it is all coming together. What is this entire cast of characters? It begins with one person called Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar. Now, he was a resident of Anantnag in Jammu and Kashmir. Sometime in mid-October, Radar was seen on CCTV footage pasting posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed which were threatening security forces, and these posters were found cropping up at several places across Srinagar. After looking at that CCTV footage, he was arrested from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh on the 27th of October. When he was interrogated, investigators blew the lid off a much, much bigger conspiracy that was underway. Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar then led the investigators to another man, also a doctor. Remember, the Jammu and Kashmir police has called this a white-collar terror ecosystem. Members of this, at least 5 doctors, 5 medical professionals have been identified so far. So first we had Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar. He was arrested from Uttar Pradesh. An AK-56 rifle was recovered from his hospital locker. That immortal picture, that unmissable picture of a locker in a hospital where you've got a stethoscope hanging right next to an AK-56 rifle. When this man was interrogated, he then led to yet another doctor, Dr. Muzammil Ahmed Ganai, alias Muzammil Shakil. Now, who is Muzammil Shakil? He is in Faridabad. He is originally a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir, but he was studying, he was a resident medical student at the Al Falah University in Faridabad. This man, when he was investigated, that is when the lid was blown off a massive conspiracy that was underway. He lived on university campus, he studied on university campus at Al Falah University in Faridabad, but 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate were recovered from his Faridabad house. In addition to that, there were 20 timers and 20 batteries along with some other fuel oil, detonators. All of that was found. 8 large and 4 small suitcases were also found with explosives. And that's not all. 2 small arms as well as an automatic rifle was recovered. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, that's the 3rd doctor. She also works at the Al Falah Hospital, and it is from her car that an AK-74 assault rifle was recovered. She was subsequently taken into custody as well. When the raids were carried out across Faridabad, from Muzammil, the linkages then led to Dr. Shaheen Shahid. She's the owner of a Maruti Suzuki Swift car from which explosives were found, a rifle was discovered, and then of course there is Umar Mohammed. Umar Mohammed is the one who bought a car that was registered in Faridabad. Through a number of people, the car changed hands and eventually led to Umar Mohammed. Who is this man? He's the suspected car bomber there in that picture, that grainy picture that has been recovered from a CCTV camera which was installed at the parking lot close to Red Fort at Soneri Masjid. This man is most likely Umar Mohammed, and he is the aide of Adil and Muzammil, the men I spoke about right in the beginning. Adil Ahmed Radar, the doctor from GMC Anantnag, and Muzammil, the man who was arrested from Al Falah Hospital in Faridabad. Very, very detailed, very intricately planned, but what should be particularly alarming is that all of these people, white-collar terror ecosystem, all of them doctors.
On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. When we return, we're going to talk about who is Mohammed Omar, what you need to know about him, and in terms of investigations, where does the investigation stand? We'll be back in moments from now. Link emerges between the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort that killed 9 people and the white-collar terror module that was busted by the police teams of Jammu and Kashmir.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
Across the country.
he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
news just coming in that high-level meeting at Amit Shah's residence, the Home Minister's residence, has concluded. I have with me Aditya Rajkol, who joins me live. Aditya, what are the details you can share with us at this point after that high-level meeting has concluded?
Well, these are live visuals coming on the screen of the high-level meeting at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. We had the Delhi Police Commissioner, apart from the Director of the Intelligence Bureau, and the NIA DG as well, part of this important meeting. We had Home Secretary Govind Mohan also part of this important critical meeting, where Home Minister was briefed by all these agencies on the latest of the investigation that is taking place right behind me at the Red Fort area, where the terror attack took place yesterday evening at around 6:55 p.m. in which close to 9 to 10 people were killed and over 20 people were injured. Now, this is being treated as a terror attack, not just a terror attack, but a potential suicide bombing that happened in the heart of India's national capital, New Delhi, on a day when 2,900 kgs of explosives and ammonium nitrate was in fact taken into custody by the J&K police with the facilitation of the Haryana police in Faridabad of Haryana. So clearly, as of now, the investigation is at a very crucial stage. Some key people associated with this Jaish-e-Mohammed module have been arrested already from Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. But there are more arrests that are likely to happen. What the police and the NIA are trying to piece together right now is the sequence of events, how it happened, and the entire module of Jaish-e-Mohammed. There could be a possibility that there are more members of this module that are on the run, and there would be efforts underway to trace them, track them, and then arrest them, if not neutralize them. So as of now, the investigation
There's also a former
its
NIA chief with me, Mr. YC Modi, who's been with us. Mr. Modi, thank you for speaking to us here on Breaking Ground. I will get to the larger picture, but since we're talking about that Home Ministry meeting concluding with the key stakeholders, just take us through, sir, what really happens in these high-level meetings. What is the line of discussion? What are the outcomes? Is there a national response that is shaped in these meetings? Tell us more. Throw light on that.
After any incident, different agencies of union government as well as state governments visit the spot, make their own assessment. I don't know, because first of all, this is to be established and concluded whether this incident is part of that group, a Jaish group, which was arrested last week by Kashmir police as well as Haryana police. So I am sure in this meeting, this issue would have been discussed, and the conclusion, if could be drawn, whether this group is involved or some other group is involved. And secondly, we are not sure whether it was a suicide attempt, Fidain attack, because normally in any Fidain attack, there is only one person who drives the vehicle. In this case, reports are there that there were some other people as well. I mean, we believe that these people are stupid people, but they're not that stupid that they will give away their lives unnecessarily. So I feel that this needs to be established first, whether this is the part of the same group which was arrested last week. And if they are the part of the same group, then it makes the task of investigating agencies little easier, because now then they have the people who can be interrogated, who can provide the leads, how this has happened, who are the mastermind, role of Pakistan, everything can be brought out by interrogating those people, provided we are sure that these people whom we arrested last week are connected with this incident.
Modi, I have another question for you, which is a very important question. As someone who has been at the helm of affairs for the NIA in the past, sir, we're talking about a white-collar ecosystem, about these terrorists who embedded themselves in the medical fraternity. How big a challenge, sir, is this going to be for the security agencies?
Radicalization has always been a big challenge for the security agencies. Doctors or educated executives have been found to be involved in the earlier years as well. in a Bangalore case. In fact, there were doctors who went to Pakistan-Afghanistan border for support of ISIS. So this is not very exceptional, though normally such educated people are found to be less involved. But this radicalization undoubtedly is a big challenge. And Indian agencies, including NIA, have been working on anti-radicalization. MHA has been working, Indian agencies has always been trying, but it's really a difficult task.
And Mr. Modi, before I let you go, my last question is on the explosives that have been used. Ammonium nitrate, is this easily accessible, sir? We know it's used for purposes of industry as well and for other uses as well. What's worrying here is the easy accessibility of it and the amount of it that was found in Faridabad.
Faridabad, the amount found was 260 kgs or around that much. If you see, calcium ammonium nitrate can is a standard fertilizer which is available at all the fertilizer shops, and if it is made ammonium nitrate, it becomes very, very inflammable. So, and those 300,000 kgs were the little lesser stage out of these explosives. So out of these 3,000, if that is refined, may become say roughly around 200 to 300 kgs of inflammable material. On this, I'm sure our forensic agencies must be working and to find out whether this was used in this blast and how to prevent it.
All right, Mr. Modi, thank you so much for joining us here. Former NIA chief, they're speaking to us here on Breaking Ground on NDTV on the different aspects of this terror attack that has taken place on Delhi after 14 years. Slipping to short break, we will be back with more. We will tell you more about all the developments in the investigations on the ground and within the high ministry circles. We'll bring you all those updates in a while. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Link emerges between the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort that killed 9 people and white-collar terror module that was busted by the police teams of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The car in which the explosion took place was owned by Amir from South Kashmir's Pulwama, who was part of that module. NDTV tracks the movement of I-20 car involved in the Delhi blast case. The car entered Delhi via the Faridabad border. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs key security review meet. NIA, DG, top Home Ministry officials were part of that meeting. Defence Minister's big warning after Delhi attack. Rajnath Singh says those responsible will not be spared. The same statement amplified by the Prime Minister from Bhutan.
Who's winning the Bihar battle?
बिहार की जनता एनडीए के साथ है, भाजपा की।
35 से 40 वर्ष के यूथ गठबंधन को वोट देना चाहती है।
Trends, twists and turning points. India's top psephologists join Rahul Kanwal and team. An NDTV exit poll special.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
And what a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot. Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
They wore white coats but carried a cause soaked in blood. They had a stethoscope in one hand and explosives in the other. Last night, Delhi saw the unthinkable terror wearing the mask of medicine. Investigators now believe this was no isolated strike, but part of a chilling new strategy. Terror outfits embedding their radicalized youth into the ranks of doctors, infiltrating hospitals and medical universities, and turning places of healing into hubs of hate. For India's security forces, this is a new and dangerous challenge, identifying enemies not by their weapons, but by the oaths they've betrayed. On Breaking Ground, we break down how Delhi's terror attack has exposed a new face of radicalization, one that hides behind the white coat. I'm Vedika Sood, and we bring you the headlines here on Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. Prime Minister Modi sends out stern message on Delhi blast case, says the government will go to the root of conspiracy. Defence Minister warns that those responsible will not be spared. We bring you the first pictures of the Delhi blast suspects that have surfaced. Dr. Umar, who is suspected to have been inside the car during the blast, emerges as the key face of the 10/11 terror case. Jesh Link is under scanner. Link emerges between the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort that killed 9 people and the white-collar terror module that was busted by the police teams of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The car in which the explosion took place was owned by Amir from South Kashmir's Pulwama, also part of that module. NDTV tracks the movement of the I-20 car involved in the Delhi blast case. The car entered Delhi via the Faridabad border. Terror crackdown in the Valley Post Delhi blast case. 3 suspects picked up from Pulwama. Suspects under questioning in Srinagar and Pampore. Search is also underway in Al Falah University in Faridabad, a crucial spot for the investigations. Voting underway in Bihar elections phase 2. Over 31% turnout recorded in 122 seats till about 11 o'clock this morning. And veteran actor Dharmendra, still hospitalized in Mumbai. Family says the actor is stable and is recovering. Let's bring you news from Al Falah University, which is under the lens. The Delhi police is at the Al Falah University as I speak. The police personnel are checking the CCTV cameras at Al Falah University. Search operations continue. Remember, 3 terrorist suspects worked at this university, and university staff is also believed to be linked to the Delhi blast. I have with me Anushka, who is following all the developments there at Al Falah University. Anushka, we have a multi-pronged investigation underway. Now you have the Delhi police team arriving at Al Falah University because those arrested are doctors from Al Falah University in the last couple of days, and especially in the last 24 hours, the focus has been on the place you're standing at.
That's right, Vedika. We're outside the Al Falah University, and what we are seeing, there is a lot of movement from the investigating agencies. Right now, we saw Delhi Police special cell team that has in fact reached at the university premises. This is the Al Falah University that we are talking about. It is here at Fatehpur Taga and Faridabad, and this is the place from where Muzammil Shakil used to go to and fro to his rented accommodation via the car of his female colleague, that is Shahina. She was also involved in this particular case, and also she was, deep hand in gloves with all those people who are in fact orchestrating this terror attack that took place in Chandni Chowk yesterday. They're also seeing that this is suspected, and many people are in fact saying that they were collecting a lot of explosives, and 2,900 kilograms of explosives were found at the residence of Muzammil Shakil, who was arrested. After which his accomplices got to know when the news blew up, and after that, in panic, they orchestrated and hatched this plan that took place in Chandni Chowk. But yes, we are seeing that the Delhi Police special cell has in fact reached here inside the university premises, and right now raids are going on to establish the links of the university authorities and Muzammil Shakil as to how, if at all, they were working in close coordination. Over to you.
Anushka, do stay with me. I want to also introduce our reporters who have been bringing our viewers all the updates from across the country. At this point, Aditya Rajkol joining me from the blast site. I also have Anushka with me at Al Falah University. Nasser joins me from Pulwama, and I have Reet Kaur Sahani, who has been tracking all the developments from LNJP Hospital. Anushka, I'm going to come back to you because we want to know more about Dr. Shaheen. She's a key link to this entire conspiracy, this terror conspiracy. What can you tell us about Dr. Shaheen? She is the doctor from Al Falah University that we know of. Her car is the car in which a huge amount of explosives were recovered yesterday. Anushka.
That's right, Vedika. Shaheena is a key accomplice in this whole case. She is said to be the female colleague of Muzammil Shakil, who was arrested by in the joint operation that was held by the Jammu and Kashmir police and Haryana police. In this case, Shaheena was the person who used to give her car to, Muzammil Shakil so that he can move to his rented accommodation, and they were amassing such huge amount of explosives at the residence, the rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil. After he was arrested, Shaheena's car was in fact confiscated and detained by the Haryana police. They were they in fact detained Shaheena, and she was being interrogated in this whole case as to how she was linked with Muzammil Shakil and what her role was, with regards to the transportation of all those explosives that Muzammil Shakil was gathering and amassing at the rented accommodation where he was living in. The rented accommodation that we're speaking about is barely a few kilometers from here, from where we are standing. And this is the university from where Muzammil Shakil used to go to and fro to the rented accommodation. This is the Al Falah University, where he was a senior doctor from the past 3.5 years. And this is the place from where he was orchestrating all that, he was orchestrating this whole plan where he was amassing such huge amount of explosives. And now what we are getting to see here from our sources also, we are in fact getting to know that this is the place where he was in fact living from the past 3.5 years. Inside the campus was where he was staying, and he used to go to the rented accommodation so that he could gather all those explosions and all the suspected ammonium nitrate that was found at his rented accommodation. And right now, as we are speaking, the Delhi Police Special Cell is inside conducting a raid and investigating several of the people who are here about their role in this particular plan. Over to you.
Anushka, thanks for joining us live from outside Al Falah University, where the Delhi police is currently raiding the place. The investigations continue. Do stay with me, but I have some breaking news coming in that we're going to go to now. The NIA, the National Investigation Agency, officials are at the blast site. Aditya Rajkol standing by to bring us the latest. Aditya, the NIA on the spot taking over the case, are they?
Well, the NIA has to officially take over the case later today. That's what we are hearing, because this is a terror attack now. Officially, Delhi police also issued statement. NDTV was the first network in India to in fact confirm this development late at night yesterday, that this is indeed a terror attack and not merely a CNG or an LPG gas cylinder blast. There were high casualties that were reported, and also the devastation that happened. More than 22 vehicles completely dismantled and destroyed and gutted in this terror attack. There are multiple agencies that have been probing this since late evening yesterday, including the Delhi Police Special Cell. We have the Crime Branch, we have the NIA, and of course other agencies also. They have been, NSG, NIA and the FSL looking at the forensic side of the investigation, trying to, extract all the equipment, the details here, piece together what really happened, and also test the chemicals that are found around the car where the blast and explosion took place at the Subhash Chowk between Red Fort and the Gauri Shankar Mandir here in the old part of the city in India's national capital. So the NIA would be taking over the case, since I said that this is a anti-terror operation, attack. Earlier during the Pahalgam attack also, within 24 to 48 hours, the NIA had taken over the investigation. But 6 months after the deadly Pahalgam terror attack, even though Operation Sindoor had decimated Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters and several other terror camps and headquarters, yet again Jaish-e-Mohammed leading this attack in the heart of the national capital, and 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate and explosive material also being recovered, is sending alarm bells in the national capital. In the last 14 years, we haven't witnessed such kind of a terror attack taking place in New Delhi. country. In fact, in the last 14 years, it hasn't clearly happened. We remember the attacks from 2005, 2008 and 2011. But since then, there's been calm. The police and the forces and the intelligence agencies have been keeping a very strong vigil. So clearly, at this particular juncture, the critical point would be to ensure the safety of all sensitive locations and installations, and also ensure that if at all there are other members of the module that are there, they need to be arrested. They need to be taken into custody as well. So the investigations continue from multiple angles at this stage.
All right, Aditya, do stay with me while we also bring us viewers up to speed on all that's happening on the ground and in terms of the multi-pronged investigation that is taking place. The blast near Red Fort is now officially being treated as a terror attack, and a possible suicide angle is also being probed because the man on your screen, Mohammed Umar, is the man who was last seen inside the car. If you can see there, that's at the parking lot near the Red Fort. He was in the car is what we are assuming at this point. We don't see a co-passenger with him, but that's the last visual from the CCTV camera that has been caught of Mohammed Umar, and he is the man who was last seen in the car. What we also know at this point, viewers, is Mohammed Umar panicked. He panicked after the raids that took place in Faridabad, after which he took this car and then went there near the Red Fort. He waited 3 hours is what we believe. At least that car was parked there for about 3 hours, after which close to 6:55 p.m. is when the blast took place. The DNA samples are being matched with those of what the remains in the car that are there to understand and ascertain if it is Umar who was the man behind the driver's behind the wheel, and is he the man who triggered the blast. That angle is very important to this entire case. Now, the first image and video we've brought to you of Dr. Umar Mohammed. He has his links with all the people that we've mentioned from the Faridabad case and the huge arms recovery haul, also explosives haul that we've seen that took place yesterday. Top sources confirmed that the car used in the explosion belonged to Dr. Umar Mohammed from Pulwama, linked to the same Jaish-e-Mohammed module busted in Faridabad. A massive investigation is underway. You have the NIA on the spot, like Aditya pointed out. The NSG teams have also been to the blast site. The Jammu and Kashmir police are also present there. Forensic teams have been carrying out an investigation on the evidence recovered from the site. Security also, of course, has been tightened ever since this blast took place in Delhi. Shreya joining me live. Shreya, we believe you're at the Jain temple and the explosion, the impact of it was even felt there, if I'm not mistaken. What can you tell us?
That's right, Vedika. I'm reporting from inside Jain Temple's office here, and you can see for yourself the wreckage here, the impact that was palpable after the deadly blast that took place last evening. There was a glass wall here that shattered, and the complete wreckage is here for you to see. But of course, this has not been cleaned yet because the entire area here in Chandni Chowk has been sealed. Security has been tightened. I'll show you how there is this eerie silence across this market area, which is one of the most densely populated areas. And I'll show you the visuals. Here you can see police Delhi police have put up the barricades here. That's the iconic Red Fort right across the street where the deadly blast took place, claiming the lives of at least 12 people, injuring over 20 people. This entire area has been cordoned off. Only media personals and Delhi police officials are visible here. That's the old Lajpat Nagar, Lajpat Rai market, you know, the Asia's oldest, biggest electronics hub, which is completely empty right now because we understand there is a sense of panic and fear amongst the visitors across the national capital. You can see the people have crowded there, the curious onlookers who want to take a glimpse of what is going on here. But of course, security has been tightened up, and for investigation purposes, this area remains cordoned off. This is the visual that I'm showing you of the Jain temple, and right next to it is, of course, the Gauri Shankar temple. And this is, and there are several other gurudwaras, mosques, and churches in the vicinity. But this is, as you can see, is closest to the Red Fort area where the explosion took place, and the impact of it is highly visible. You know, the wreckage that continue to be there, and of course, People working here, they have left for their homes. Everything
Okay,
is
Shreya,
shut
I will
here.
have to interrupt there because I believe we're getting fresh visuals also of the NSG at the blast site where they've recovered some evidence, I believe, and they're going to be wrapping that up and taking it back for further investigations and interrogation. There you have it on your screens, live visuals coming in of the NSG team. They're not the only team there. You have the NIA team as well, the Delhi police team, the Jammu and Kashmir police team as well on the spot. This is a multi-pronged investigation, like I have been harping on, that is taking place on the Delhi blast that took place close to 6:55 p.m. last night. Now, Prime Minister Modi has condoled the victims of the Delhi blast and has vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. This comes as Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a high-level security review meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh as well, in a stern warning, said the attackers will not be spared. Prime Minister Modi says the conspirators behind the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort will not be spared a day after 9 people were killed in the explosion. He has said, and I'm going to quote him here, our agencies will get to the bottom of this conspiracy. The conspirators behind this will not be spared. All those responsible will be brought to justice, he said while speaking in Bhutan's Thimphu, as most border nations are also on high alert, is what we believe. Listen in.
लेकिन आज मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
There's one recurring image we're bringing to you. The man to the right of my screen right now, which is Muhammad Umar. Dr. Umar Muhammad was the suspected suicide bomber behind the blast at the Red Fort. Of course, we still need intelligence agencies, security agencies to come out and confirm if that is the case. The suspect was Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil's aide. Now, Umar Muhammad's family's DNA is being collected to ascertain the identity of the body obtained from the car at the blast site. The other key conspirator, Omar Rashid, involved in the case, is a government employee and Amir Rashid's brother. Amir Rashid had handed over the keys of the car to key conspirator Tariq. According to sources, Umar drove the car from Badarpur border near Faridabad and brought the car to the Red Fort parking lot. Umar allegedly sat for 3 hours at the parking lot after Adil and Muzammil's arrest from Faridabad. Sources say Umar Muhammad panicked and detonated the explosive near the Red Fort metro station. So what you're seeing in terms of the impact is of a panic that ensued after the Faridabad raid that led to the explosion that you're seeing there on your screens. Let's now bring you the biodata of the bomber, Dr. Umar Mohammed. His father is G. Nabi Bhatt. The native place is Koil in Pulwama in Jammu Kashmir. His date of birth is the 24th of February 1989. Current occupation, doctor at Al Falah Medical College, Faridabad. That's where even the others were picked up from. Now, Dr. Umar Mohammed's education and career, let's bring you more on that. MD, he's from GMC Srinagar, former senior resident of GMC Anantnag. Later, he was transferred to Faridabad. Dr. Umar Mohammed reported to be close to Dr. Adil, both associated with the radical doctors group active on Telegram and part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module. That's what you need to know about that man on your screen. A Faridabad link to the Red Fort blast is now emerging. NDTV has tracked the I-20 car at the center of the explosion. Sources say the vehicle was first spotted entering Delhi through the Badarpur border near Faridabad. The Delhi Police Special Cell has conducted extensive CCTV mapping to trace its movements across the city. We bring you that map now to show you how Omar made his way from the Faridabad border to the Red Fort area. All of that being mapped by the police through CCTV. Investigators say the car traveled toward Old Delhi, where it was ultimately parked near the Red Fort. Critically, CCTV footage shows the driver remained seated inside the car for nearly 3 hours without stepping out even once. Investigators say the Red Fort blast used an ANFO car bomb detonated likely by manual trigger. ANFO is a cheap, easy way to assemble from common materials, a preferred device in past terror attacks. Investigators are now hunting who built, who supplied and who triggered that device. According to the Delhi police sources, the car was sold by Salman to Devinder in March 2025. Subsequently, it exchanged hands from Devinder to Amir on the 29th of October. From Amir, it reached Dr. Umar Mohammed. Tariq was also privy to the exchange of the car. Both Amir and Tariq are now being questioned by the Delhi police team. Sources say the driver may have been awaiting instructions or for someone. Police are now verifying the full route, possible handlers, and whether this was part of a larger terror plan. Investigators are on at top speed. And breaking all of this down for us is Padmaja.
This I-20 car that, for all practical purposes, was the murder weapon in the Red Fort blast. How did it change hands? That intricate web that was woven to ensure that the police are not able to track it back to the original owners. Let's tell you who acquired it and how. First up is this man called Amir. You would have seen his picture. We broke it first on NDTV. Amir bought the car from Salman. He was seen in a picture holding a key and with the I-20 in the background. Now, Salman, remember, is the person who's a resident of Gurugram in the National Capital Region. The registration certificate of this car, by the way, still bears his name. Salman was picked up yesterday by the police and he said, I have already sold the car off. That is what led police to Amir. Subsequently, Amir handed the car over to Tariq. He bought this car from Amir. He was yesterday night detained in Kashmir. He was subjected to sustained interrogation, and that is when it emerged that Tariq had also given the car over to Dr. Umar Mohammed. Dr. Umar Mohammed is the key person of interest in this entire case. Umar Mohammed is likely to be the suicide bomber, the man who is seen in the driver's seat of this I-20 car, which was last seen in a parking lot close to the Red Fort area. And Umar Mohammed is a key accomplice of Adil and Muzammil, the two doctors, one from Anantnag and the other from Haryana. Both of them who were arrested over the weekend, over the last several days. And these two people ultimately are the links between the terror attack, between the attack that took place outside the Red Fort and the Faridabad module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed that was busted over the last few days by the police in Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and in Delhi. Adil and Muzammil, both of these men, and Dr. Umar Mohammed was the person who was linking these two Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives and the blast that has taken place at Red Fort.
But like I said, it's not only Delhi where the focus of the investigations are, because a lot of these people who've been arrested are from Jammu and Kashmir as well. A terror nexus linked to the Delhi blast has been found in the valley. In a late-night crackdown, 3 suspects were detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The 3 suspects were picked up from Pulwama district. Tariq Ahmed and Amir Rashid have been brought to Srinagar, and Umar Rashid has been brought to Pampore. It is believed Amir and Umar Rashid are brothers. Nasir joins me live. Nasir, what light can you throw upon the crackdown that is currently underway in the valley? Bring us the names of these people, why they have been arrested, and what possible link they have to the larger terror nexus that we witness hitting Delhi.
Well, it's believed that the accused who have these doctors, Adil and Muzammil, who were arrested for carrying that massive explosive 2,900 kgs and other arms and ammunition, it's linked to this suicide attack. Because this Umar Nabi, his name is not Umar Muhammad, is Umar Nabi, who is believed to be a suicide bomber, who is believed to be was driving the car and then blew that up, is Dr. Umar Nabi. He was believed to be the main accused, and police were looking for him. Now what we visited his home, and there's a disbelief and there's a shock, not just in home but in the neighborhood in Pulwama's Koil area. And they can't believe that who would they consider one of the brightest medical students, doctor, could turn as a suicide bomber. Who radicalized him, how he was radicalized, and over the last 3-4 years he was not in Kashmir, he was mainly in Faridabad or in Haryana or in Delhi. So who was radicalizing him, how he got motivated to become a suicide bomber, a terrorist, if he indeed it is, because actually the forensic evidence is yet to come. Dr. Umar Nabi's mother, she was arrested, detained, and his 2 brothers were also detained during overnight raids, and police are also taking the DNA samples of his mother to match with the DNA samples of the suicide bomber to ensure if it is actually indeed Umar Nabi, Dr. Umar Nabi. But what is making it more suspicious that it may be he, because since Friday last he has actually switched off his phone once he got to know that his other members, Dr. Adil and Muzammil, have been arrested by the police, and the larger gang appears to be exposing and unraveling. That's why it is believed that he actually exploded that car in panic near Red Fort yesterday. And there are also other people who are believed to be part of it, but the families are really in shock and disbelief. For example, this Amir, who was passed off as Tariq, he is Amir. He has been arrested by police yesterday, last evening, and his brother also. His name is also Umar. So police are saying they are no way involved in it. They say they have never been, Amir has never been outside Kashmir. How could he be part of that and being in front of car? But this picture tells them that this car was actually used. But the fact is, if it indeed was used, he is being interrogated, he is with the police. So it's at multiple levels. Jammu and Kashmir police with the central agencies, with Delhi police are investigating it in a coordinated manner, because it's not the first time such a terror attack has happened, but it is after long time it has happened in Delhi. That too, a doctor seen as a savior could turn as a suicide bomber. Just a sense of disbelief and shocking how people can turn overnight and become so radicalized that they can take their own lives and kill innocent people.
Right, Nasir, and this is the white-collar terrorism that we've been talking about, harping about. It's so worrying, so concerning. And like a former NIA chief has also said on Breaking Grounds just sometime earlier, this is a huge concern and a challenge for the security agencies. Stay with me, Nasir. I'm going to come back to you perhaps in a while from now. But before that, I want to bring to our viewers the terror trail. We're talking about the Delhi 10-11 terror trail, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module here. It starts with the man that we've been showing you on our screens, Dr. Omar. He's a suicide bomber, most probably, is what we know. He's from Al-Falah University, Faridabad. That's where, folks, you have the police and the other agencies also holding raids and investigations. And he drove the explosive-laden car is what we know. We got that image of him also at the parking lot. We believe for 3 hours he was at that parking lot before the explosion took place. Then you have Dr. Muzammil. He's also a terror suspect. He's from Al Falah University, Faridabad. We brought you so many details on him yesterday. 2,900 kgs of explosives recovered, a huge amount there, which led to a lot of conversations yesterday over this huge terror module being busted. Then you have Dr. Shahina. She's a terror suspect as well. We believe she's been arrested. She's being questioned. She's from Al Falah University as well. So all the focus, Aditya, is also now being divided among a lot of places. One, of course, the Delhi blast site that we know of. Also the Valley. Also Al Falah University, where we're talking about all these doctors. We're talking about that white-collar ecosystem, which is so worrying at this point, a challenge for the security forces, these people being embedded in the medical fraternity. What can you tell us about them?
Well, clearly, significantly, this is a different form of terror that is being witnessed. This is white-collar ecosystem of terror that is being witnessed here in this latest terror attack. Where I'm standing right now is meters away from the exact location of the terror attack near the Red Fort. We'll walk a little further just to give you a glimpse of where we are standing. Since last evening, there's been a lot of hectic activity here in the heart of the national capital. We are standing right in front of the historic Red Fort in the old part of the city. You can see on your visuals on the right side is the Red Fort. It has become a security garrison completely. There are paramilitary forces, the RAF and Delhi police personnel who are there. This white tent that you see is the location where the exact blast took place. This is the red light of the Netaji Subhash Chowk in front of the Red Fort. And then we move a little left side. This is the Chandni Chowk area, and then the Gauri Shankar temple, which was thronged by a lot of pilgrims yesterday here. One thing that I want to highlight out here is that yesterday Red Fort was shut, and that was blessing perhaps in disguise, because if the tourists would have been here, if at all there would have been a situation where at this particular juncture, every single day there are thousands of tourists that come to Red Fort, because this is a landmark tourist site, historical site here in the national capital. So every tourist either from India or abroad who comes to Delhi makes it a point to come to the Red Fort. So if at all there were tourists and people out here, it would have been a massive tragedy. But since there was desperation, since there was panic involved in this entire terror attack, it was not a planned exercise. He just rammed his vehicle slowly towards the red light, and that's when the blast took place. There were 22 vehicles that were completely mangled, completely destroyed in this exercise, and there were at least 10 people who died and 20 others were injured. Now, Delhi police simultaneously, along with NIA and the J&K police, are investigating this case in close coordination. It's a national level kind of an emergency investigation that is taking place. Home Minister Amit Shah is being briefed very regularly on the latest developments that are being taking place. Prime Minister Modi is being briefed as well. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is keeping a very, very close watch on every aspect of the investigation as well. Remember, in New Delhi, such a blast hasn't taken place in the last 14 years. Largely we've had a peaceful national capital over the last 14 years, but suddenly this blast taking place has sent in alarm bells and shockwaves across the country, because it's not just about the blast, it's also about the 2,900 kgs of the ammonium nitrate and the explosives that have been captured by the J&K police in the raid in neighboring Faridabad, merely 50 kilometers from where I am standing. So imagine if that kind of an explosive had reached New Delhi, it would have led to a catastrophic attack, and the magnitude of the tragedy and the casualties would have been very, very high. That has been ruled out right now, but there could be possibly many other members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed who could be on the run, and that's why the investigative agencies are not taking chances. They're interrogating each and every person associated with this Jaish-e-Mohammed module to ensure that if there are other key links, they need to be neutralized or arrested as soon as possible.
Aditya, do stay with me. I want to take our viewers through some of the key burning questions that we have. The first one being, is this suicide bombing a panic reaction to the Faridabad bust? What we're hearing from our sources at this point is that Muhammad Umar did panic after the huge raids conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as Faridabad police, because of which he panicked. But we have breaking news coming in. We're getting you the first image of that missing link that we've been talking about. That, folks, is Dr. Shaheen. She is the woman we have been talking about. Aditya Rajkol still with us live. We'll go to him in a moment from now, but I want you to go through that image of the doctor who was part of that white-collar ecosystem, hoodwinking the system in the garb of a doctor, wearing a white coat, but being a part of that huge terror nexus that allegedly is a part of the system, the planning that went into hitting Delhi yesterday. Aditya Rajkol still with me. Aditya, let's just focus on Shaheena for a moment here. We have her image for the first time here on NDTV, a crucial link to this huge puzzle that the investigators are currently trying to solve.
Well, yes, this is the first image of Shaheen Shahid that we are breaking on NDTV. This image clearly indicates the lady that was involved in this entire terror conspiracy that was unraveled by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Dr. Shaheen Shahid was also in this particular university in Faridabad, Haryana. She was very close associate of Muzammil, his girlfriend, and closely monitoring the developments as part of this terror conspiracy. Shaheen Shahid was also the owner of the vehicle that was used by Muzammil. In fact, when the raid took place, an AK-47 rifle was also recovered from this particular vehicle owned by Shaheen Shahid. What we also know is that last few years she was in contact with Muzammil and Adil, continuously helping them out. And apart from that, she was part of that Al-Falah University in Faridabad, Haryana. She was also someone who originally hails from Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, and that's why there could be some help sought from the UP ATS and the UP police as well when it comes to this kind of an investigation. But first on NDTV, the image of Shaheen Shahid being played out, from the very beginning when NDTV first broke in the country that this is a terror conspiracy and this is a terror attack, not merely a terror attack, but possibly a suicide bombing as well. We've tried to, chain together this entire puzzle of how many people are involved in this entire exercise, from Amir to Tariq to all other, people who have been involved in this entire terror conspiracy, and how there were chains that were created, some kind of a barrier for the investigative agencies, the car exchanging hands without any proper documentation, clearly indicating that Jaish-e-Mohammed
सरकार का पूरा सहयोग उनके साथ है, पूरी संवेदनाएं भी.
Trying to get you Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's comment there. We'll go back to it. But continue, Aditya. We were talking about Shaheen Shahid. We're bringing our viewers the first image of Shaheen Shahid. Also tell us about the alleged role that she has played in this entire process ahead and in the run-up to the Delhi explosion.
Well, yes, for the first time, yet again on NDTV, the image of Shaheen Shahid is being played out. She's a key element, the only woman who was part of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module, helping out these key 3 to 4 doctors who've been involved in this terror conspiracy. It's not just about the Kashmir Valley where it all began, where the handlers have been arrested as well, but there are, the chains and the, roots of this conspiracy going from Faridabad in Haryana to Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh to, in fact, national capital New Delhi. Imagine 2,900 kgs of explosive and ammonium nitrate being captured from an area where Shaheen was also involved very closely with Muzammil. In fact, I'm being told that Shaheen has given quite a few details about Muzammil, Adil and the terror conspiracy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module to the investigative agencies, particularly the J&K police. But as of now, even as the investigations continue and we are keeping a very close watch on that, Shaheen is a very important link in this mystery of a puzzle of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module. While there are 3 to 5 doctors who are in the epicenter of this doctor-led terror module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, there is possibility that there could be many more doctors or important members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed who could be possibly linked to this in other cities of Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. That's why the investigative agencies are not ruling out the possibility who was responsible, who was the main target, and how were they able to actually come together with such huge amounts of explosive material is a question that many people are asking. In fact, there's a lot of fear also among the people as to how such a blast took place in a safe area like New Delhi, which is very close to the parliament of the country and also Prime Minister's office and the residence. So there's a heightened sense of security in the national capital, also in the border areas, a red alert in several other states neighboring New Delhi, and apart from that, several other key states, there is a red alert that has been issued. Vital installations and sensitive areas are being checked regularly. There is increased security by the CISF and other paramilitary forces, including at airports, railway stations, bus stands and other locations. So this particular attack might have been in desperation, but Vedika, there could be possibility of the tentacles of this module spreading wide in other states as well, and that's why they are not ruling out the possibility of other police forces being involved in this multi-pronged exercise. That's why the Home Minister is monitoring the situation very, very closely. They're trying to see if there are other members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module like Shaheen Shahid, like Umar, Muzammil and Adil, who could be still on the run or in hiding, because in many cases these are radicalized, educated youth who are part of a sleeper cell, and they are giving ammunition and explosive material and given a task by the Jaish-e-Mohammed leadership and the ISI. In this particular case, however, a massive tragedy, a massive terror attack has been averted at this particular stage, even though a low-key terror attack did take place outside the Red Fort. And now the priority for the security agencies would be to nab the last perpetrators and also to ensure that the perpetrators come to justice, but to come together for the public and tell us what exactly happened, who were responsible for it, and to frame together the entire sequence of events.
Aditya, stay with me. A very quick recap for our viewers. For the first time, you're seeing the image of Dr. Shaheen. To the right of my screen, you can see her there. That is the first image NDTV is bringing to you of a person who was arrested yesterday. Her alleged links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed also being established at this point. Remember, a huge amount of ammunition was seized from Shaheen's car on Monday. We believe she has recruited. She's very important to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and she's a part of the recruitment that happens for the women's wing. Aditya Raj called there reporting from the blast site for us. Aditya, this is the first female link that we're establishing to the larger conspiracy, to the impact of, to the larger conspiracy, and also the connection that it has with the Delhi blast that took place yesterday. But the focus also intensively at this point on Al-Falah University, where you had Shaheen and you had the others being a part of the system at Al-Falah.
Well, that's right, Vedika. In fact, NDTV was the first news network in the country to tell the viewers that there is a direct link between the Delhi blast and what happened in Faridabad. In fact, yesterday I was reporting from Faridabad in Haryana for NDTV, where we clearly unearthed the mystery behind the doctor syndicate of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, where not just ammunition of AK-47 Chinese, pistol and other, cartridges were found, but 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate and explosive material was also recovered. It's a huge development which should send alarm bells in New Delhi and other capitals across the country as well, because such huge amounts of ammunition being found near the national capital is clearly dangerous, is clearly something that needs to be taken very, very seriously on a very emergency level. So as of now, what we are witnessing clearly is an investigation, a multi-pronged investigation by the agencies, trying to piece together how the Delhi blasts are linked to the Faridabad recovery that happened and the arrest that took place. Also, multiple level interrogation taking place in Jammu and Kashmir of Muzammil, Adil, and of course the associates of Umar, including Amir as well as Tariq. So multiple people are being investigated clearly. Shaheen is also an important element in this direction, and NDTV putting out for the first time the image of Shaheen Shahid, who is a key associate of Muzammil, who is a part of this Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy to attack India. India under attack, but India also in solidarity with the victims of this terror attack. Prime Minister speaking there at Bhutan, and then when he said that perpetrators will be brought to justice, there was a huge applause. Bhutan, in fact, standing with India and having a special prayer for the victims of this entire tragedy that took place, the terror attack and the suicide bombing outside the historic Red Fort in the national capital. So even as we keep our viewers abreast about the latest developments that are taking place, it's important to tell them that the Delhi police, the NIA and the J&K police are working jointly, very closely investigating this. The intelligence agencies and other agencies are helping them out. There's a forensic, scientific, evidence-based research and investigation that is happening right behind me here at the Red Fort where the blast took place. A lot of hectic activity ever since last evening in this particular location, with multiple agencies and police being put out, and the entire area has been cordoned off as of now, and we will of course keep our viewers updated about the latest development from the epicenter of the bomb blast here at Red Fort.
Aditya Rajkol, stay with me. We're going to be slipping to a short break, but not before telling our viewers what you're seeing on your screens is the first image of Dr. Shaheen. We will bring you more on her alleged role and the larger nexus at play and the connection that most of them have with Jaish-e-Mohammed. All of that after a short break.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों। मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election. हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country,
he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here.
We're now bringing you the Lucknow angle to the Delhi blast probe. There have been raids at a doctor's house at his Lucknow home. Parvez is believed to be Muzammil's friend. Dr. Parvez has been absconding and the hunt is on. The ATS is conducting raids and the doctor from UP remains under the scanner. Here's a report.
After Delhi blast, UP ATS conducted raids in UP, Lucknow, Saharanpur, Shamli and Muzaffarnagar. These are the 4 districts where UP ATS raided. And if we talk about Lucknow, UP ATS arrived at a place near IM Road, and this is the house where UP ATS conducted raid along with Kashmir Police and Lucknow Police. This is Dr. Parvez Ansari's residence, and Parvez Ansari was living with his father as per the neighbors told us, and UP ATS arrived in the morning time, but no one was there and a lock was seen. So UP ATS broken the lock, got inside, conducted raids, and they kept their own lock here and they left from this place. What they have recovered, it is not clear, but if we talk about Dr. Parvez Ansari's residence, you can see a car is standing here, and this is UP11. It means he is somehow related with Saharanpur, because UP11 is the code number of Saharanpur district, and in the front at the windshield we can see that there is a sticker of doctor's sign and also a gate pass of Integral University, which is situated in Lucknow. So a raid has been conducted by UP ATS along with Kashmir and Lucknow police, and what they have recovered from this place is not yet clear, but definitely Dr. Parvez was associated with Dr. Muzammil, and Dr. Shaheen was arrested from Faridabad over the recovery of explosives. So a big raid in Lucknow as well as Saharanpur, Muzaffarnagar and Shamli, and the raids are going on. So there is some connection with the Delhi blast or the Faridabad arresting, but what are the connections? It is yet to be disclosed. With my colleague Vivek Shahi and camera person Rajesh Gupta, Ranveer, NDTV 24/7.
The probe net widening from Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir to Haryana and to UP and a lot more. Gargi will be back with the headlines, top stories and all the developments on the single focus right now, which is on the Delhi blast and the aftermath. Stay tuned.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
नीतीश जी की सेहत इस वक्त एक इशू है इस इलेक्शन में।
5 गांव में बिहार में जाना अपने आप में अच्छी सेहत का परिचायक माना जाए। हम 160 के आसपास सीटें जीतेंगे, बचा कुचा सब में बटेगा।
सीबीआई का डर इतना है, जब सरकार उठा कर ले जाती है तो क्या कीजिएगा?
यदि सम्राट चौधरी किसी भी मामले में अभियुक्त हो तो सम्राट चौधरी राजनीतिक तौर पर संन्यास लेना पसंद करेगा।
मैं चुनाव से पहले,
न चुनाव से पहले गठबंधन, न परिणाम के बाद।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fight a
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. The big focus right here on the channel. The car blast near Delhi's Red Fort on Monday evening, killing 9 people, injuring 21. We get you more and more details as more facts are coming forward and the probe is continuing. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends out a stern message on the Delhi blast case in which 9 people were killed. Speaking in Bhutan, he says the government will go to the root of the conspiracy. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh warns that those responsible won't be spared. This as a link emerges between the deadly blast near Delhi's Red Fort and the white-collar terror module that was busted by the police team from Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana a day before. The car in which the explosion took place was owned by Amir, who's part of this very same module. And the first pictures of the Delhi blast suspect surfaced. Dr. Umar, who is suspected to have been inside the car during the blast yesterday evening, emerges as a key face of the 10/11 blast case. A possible Jaish link is also under the scanner. And the first image also of Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested in Lucknow, also part of this same module. Ammunition was seized from her car and she's accused of heading the Jaish women's wing in India. Meanwhile, searches also underway in the Al Falah University in Faridabad, where several of these doctors studied. It's also the second and final day of polling in Bihar, and brisk polling is underway in the Bihar elections. Phase 2, over 47% turnout has been recorded in 122 seats till 1 p.m. So quite a turnout there. And concerns for veteran actor Dharmendra, who's been hospitalized in Mumbai, though Hema Malini and his daughter Isha Deol say that the actor is stable and is responding to treatment. All right, some breaking news now coming in, and another doctor, Dr. Sajad, has been detained in Kashmir. Remember this, as more and more people have been detained and more information emerges about the possible module behind the 10/11 blast that took place outside of Delhi's Red Fort. So one more doctor has been detained in Kashmir. Dr. Sajad has been detained by agencies there. Remember, all those who are linked to the doctors who are connected to this possible terror module are all being traced now by the agencies. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. Nazir, what can you tell us? And is Dr. Sajad also in Pulwama?
Well, his location is still unknown, whether he belongs to Pulwama or some other place. But what our sources say, one more doctor has been detained for questioning. It's not necessary he's involved, but everyone who knows these accused, including the suspected suicide bomber, Umar Nabi, not Umar Muhammad. So Umar Nabi, Dr. Umar Nabi, are being questioned. They are being called by police. Their antecedents are being checked to see if there's a much larger conspiracy which already beyond what already police know. Since last 24 hours, we know first it was 2,900 kgs of explosive material that was recovered at the behest of the 2 doctors, Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police, and then in a joint operation with the Haryana police from Faridabad, besides other arms and ammunition. Now after the blast, it was known that it is Umar Nabi, who was actually, police was searching for him for last several days. And in fact, his phone has been switched off since Friday. And family has been saying, who are in utter disbelief and shock, what exactly has happened. Someone who was seen in the village as very bright medical student and turning as a suicide bomber. Still nobody can believe here this sense of disbelief. And police have also don't just said okay he is there. They have taken the DNA samples of mother of suicide bomber, and also to match them with the DNA samples of the suicide bomber also, which would be collected by the Delhi police in Delhi. So to match them, to establish that forensically that it was the suicide bomber was Dr. Umar Nabi, and there are so many other things. So many people have been detained. There are two brothers, Amir and another Umar. They have been detained during overnight raids in Pulwama. Amir's picture has surfaced that he was on with that scene with the car standing in front of this car, while the family says that he is it is his picture, but they say it's not he who was standing in front of the car because he has never gone outside Kashmir. There are versions, counter versions, but there's police is seriously investigating this case. The case which is being jointly investigated by the Jammu and Kashmir police, NIA is involved, Delhi police is also investigating, and also UP and the Haryana police. So it is the interstate terror network which has been busted, but somehow it is believed that Dr. Umar Nabi got panicked, and then he may have detonated the explosive in which he killed himself and killed several other innocent people in Delhi yesterday evening.
That's right, Nazir. So for the moment, investigating agencies really probing all who are connected with what is now being described as this white-collar terror module. All these doctors who are involved. There's a Dr. Shaheen who was arrested in Lucknow as well. And now a big crackdown. And one can imagine all those who, at this point it is after, this horrific blast yesterday in which 9 people died. Right now, the priority is really to track anyone who may have any information, who may be connected with them, and therefore you're saying one more doctor, Dr. Sajid, has been detained.
Yes, one more doctor has been detained. Beside the family, for example, of two brothers of Dr. Umar Nabi, they have been arrested yesterday besides his mother. And there are other people who have been detained for the questioning. It was a long night, and in fact going to be another long day and another long night for the Jammu and Kashmir police to investigate this case. They had thought they had actually preempted and prevented this massive terror plot, but something slipped out of their hands because Dr. Umar Nabi could not be, tracked down in time, and he somehow then he detonated, or he is believed to be the suicide bomber. That is something that is missing, and it is now investigated if it is a bigger terror plot, and those you would never suspect.
Also to clarify, Dr. Sajid, who is he connected to? Do we know exactly what the connection is? Who was he friends with?
Well, so far police have not said anything except they are, investigating the case. Yes, Dr. Sajid has been detained. It's not yet clear if he is detained as an accused or someone who can give them more information, because everyone who is being detained is not necessarily the accused, but it is also not necessary that they will turn out to be innocent, because unless police is satisfied that they have no connection, they were not part of that largest terrorist syndicate, they would not let them go. They would be questioned till that time, and they would be only released when police are satisfied that yes, they are innocent people. They may be knowing them, but they are not part of this terror plot. So that's why not just one Dr. Sajid Malla who has been detained by Srinagar police, but also there are several other people who have been detained. They are being questioned. All those people whose antecedents have been suspect. But one important thing in this case is, for example, Dr. Adil or Dr. Muzammil, no past terror links. Right. But who have been outside and who has been radicalizing them. It's not just they have carried out these terror attacks, but also who has been behind them and radicalizing them and making them to do this most horrific terror attacks and plan all these. If it was not prevented, if all this explosive haul was not recovered by the police, imagine how many places they would have wreaked havoc and created mayhem in the country, particularly in the national capital.
Right, Nazir. In fact, it is being said that Dr. Umar panicked, and perhaps that is what led to this blast, that took place yesterday. Thanks so much for joining us. So one more doctor has been detained. We don't know what his connection is really with what is being described as the white collar module. But another person who is now in the spotlight is Dr. Shaheen, and she was arrested in Lucknow. She is also said to be part of this Faridabad Jaish model. NDTV has accessed exclusive details of Dr. Shaheen. She was working at Faridabad's Al-Falah Medical College and was an associate of Dr. Umar, the suspected suicide bomber behind the Red Fort blast. Dr. Shaheen was allegedly assigned to establish and lead the women's wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in India. That is what we're being told now. Security agencies are tracking Shaheen's associates as well. Shaheen's digital trail is being scanned to unearth the full extent of this women-led terror network that was planned. Investigators believe that Dr. Shaheen was in contact with handlers across the border in Pakistan. That's what sources are telling NDTV. So this is the image of Dr. Shaheen that has been accessed by NDTV. She's also part of the white collar module, and she was arrested from Lucknow. In fact, ammunition was also seized from her car, and the investigative agencies are now scanning her digital trail and also the extent of the women-led terror network that was being planned in India. It is being said that she was assigned to establish and lead this women's wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in India. So that is Dr. Shaheen. And this as we bring you all the very latest since the blast that took place yesterday evening outside of Red Fort, where 9 people were killed, over 20 people have been injured. So the probe is continuing in the 10/11 blast, and more connections are emerging. Umar there on your screens is said to have been driving the car and is the suicide bomber. Did he panic after the police had unearthed this white collar module from Faridabad? Is that what led to Umar driving around his car with all these explosives and finally leading to the blast that took place? Remember, we are waiting for more details on the exact explosives that were used in this blast in which 9 people were killed. A horrific blast really last night, yesterday evening in Delhi. And so let's take you through these details once again regarding Dr. Shaheen, who has that photograph of hers now with NDTV. Now remember, she was arrested in Lucknow, and her car was found with ammunition as well, and she's said to be a part of the Faridabad Jaish model. She also worked at the Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad that has now been probed by the Delhi police. She was also she was an associate of Dr. Umar, who is the suspected suicide bomber. She was arrested from Lucknow and is said to be part of the Jaish module. In fact, she had been charged with or assigned to establish and lead the women's wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in India. That is what probe agencies are now saying. And she's likely to be in contact with Pak handlers. Remember, her digital trail is all being closely monitored and scanned now. It's being looked at to really unearth the full extent of this terror network that was planned with her in charge. Ammunition was recovered from her car as well, her Swift car, as she was arrested in Lucknow. Investigators believe that she was in contact with handlers across the border, and the women's wing, the Pak Jaish-e-Mohammed Pak women's wing, is headed by Masood Azhar's sister. And now the investigators believe that Dr. Shaheen had been tasked to create a similar wing here in India. Well, let's go across to Shubhang now for more on all the very latest. And Shubhang, give us more details of where the investigations are at as more and more people, it's emerging connected to this white collar module that is now suspected to be behind the blast that took place yesterday.
Well, exactly, the white collar terrorist module, in fact, had been busted yesterday in Faridabad when around 2,900 kgs of explosives were in fact recovered from the Faridabad in a joint operation by Jammu and Kashmir Police and Haryana Police. Well, currently I'm still outside the Al-Falah University where this particular Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Mujammil used to in fact work, and they were also, trying to, make this module of Jaish-e-Mohammed work, because they both were the active members of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is the terrorist organization. And in fact, now what we are also learning from the agencies is that Dr. Shaheen was also, in fact, head of the women module for the Jaish-e-Mohammed in this particular area, and also for the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist organization as well. So right now, what we are also learning is that the Delhi police team, the Faridabad police team, in fact, are present at the university, and in fact they are again and again making moves in and out inside the university. They're also trying to figure out that what other links are in fact connected, be it Dr. Shaheen or be it Dr. Mujammil, as both of them were working inside. Also, the third and the main accused that is still, missing or absconding, because he has been said that he was sitting inside the I-20 car, which later took a blast outside the Red Fort. That is Umar. So all three of them were part of this specific university. That is why now the police is somehow paying more emphasis on investigating the university premises. CCTV footage are also being scanned. In fact, they're also talking to the people, the students that they used to interact on a daily basis. Was Dr. Shaheen trying to, in fact, gather more females from this particular university into the Jaish-e-Mohammed module or not? That is what the agencies right now and the Delhi police right now is trying to figure out. So I'm still outside the particular university. Delhi police, be it Faridabad police, all the agencies, they have been making in and out movements since morning outside this university. Though this is a very serious claim, because Dr. Shaheen was, as we are saying, that this is a white-collar terrorism. Because all of these people were in fact educated people, and still they were doing such things. They were part of a terrorist organization. So now all the information that the police and the agencies are trying to find and figure out is from this particular university. Back to you.
That's right, Shubhang. They're joining us from outside the Al-Falah University, which is connected to many of the doctors who are part of this Faridabad module. Vishnu joining us from outside the Red Fort area with all the very latest. So let's just quickly take you through the investigation so far. The National Investigation Agency officials are at the blast site near Red Fort. Yesterday evening was the powerful blast that ripped through a slow-moving car at a traffic signal, killing 9 people, leaving over 20 others injured. Meanwhile, this link that we've been talking about to a group of doctors is also being probed by the Delhi Crime Branch, and as Shubhang was telling us there, the police teams have entered inside the campus of the Al-Falah University. So there's the I-20 car where the blast took place, and then all these doctors who are connected, Dr. Shaheen, who we were just telling you about, and this is officially this blast, the 10/11 blast as we're calling it, is being treated as a terror attack, and suicide angle is being investigated. The first image and video also has emerged of Dr. Umar Muhammad, the suspected suicide bomber. Well, let's go across to Vishnu now for all the very latest. Vishnu, lots is taking place in Delhi, in Lucknow, in Kashmir as well, where connections are being found to all these doctors and all those who are associated with them. What is the latest you can share with us? The NIA is now probing the Delhi blast.
What is exactly taking place? I'm at the Red Fort now, and just to the side over here is this very famous Gauri Shankar Mandir. I'm saying this because I want to give you an idea of the location where this is all happening. The blast site is behind me. It's approximately 200 meters or less than that behind me. To the right, you see the Red Fort. And, we've been saying this repeatedly to our viewers, and that's just to sort of bring to your attention. Imagine this. At about after 6 p.m. yesterday, after 6:30 p.m., when this particular road is chock-a-block with people, this entire area, and Chandni Chowk is just about 50 meters away from me, right next to the mandir. It was at that stage, then right in the middle of an intersection over here, is when this blast was triggered. What I can tell you today is that less than 24 hours later, there is incredible amounts of information which has arisen. And I think it is worthwhile to talk about the 4 or 5 primary suspects in this particular case. Firstly, Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar. He's somebody from Anantnag. He's been a senior resident at the Government Medical College over there. There was an AK-47 rifle which was found in his locker at that Government Medical Hospital, Government Medical Center. He's been charged under the Arms Act and under UAPA as well. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, we've been speaking a great deal about him. The house which exists in Faridabad has been associated with him. Nearly 3 tons of high explosives, believed to be to a large extent ammonium nitrate, is something which has been found, which has been located and has been. Shaheen Shahid, who you've been referring to now for a while, she's been in Lucknow where she's been questioned and detained. There was a rifle and live cartridges which were found from her vehicle. She is seen to be somebody who's quite close to Dr. Muzammil Shakil. And I think as significant as all of these is Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin. He was arrested a couple of weeks back in Gujarat. He was somebody who was allegedly preparing ricin. Now, what exactly is ricin? Ricin is an extremely poisonous gas. It is dispersible in the air and it is manufactured using castor oil. And there was a significant quantity of castor oil which actually took place. Now, add all of this together, highly educated doctors who have actually vowed to save lives, now planning to end lives, coming together, acquiring copious quantities of ammonium nitrate and other explosives, working together, splitting up in different parts of the country, getting access to very high-powered sidearms and rifles, including an AK-56, timers and other equipment, bring that all together, and you know just what the extent of this plot was. Had it not been for the work of the Jammu and Kashmir police and other investigators, then I dare say the loss of life here, 10 people dead, as tragic as it is, could have been much, much more.
That's right, Vishnu, and it is said that possibly Dr. Omar, panicked because the module got busted by the probe agencies. But let's go across to Tanushka as well, and over 20 people were injured in that blast yesterday evening. Tanushka, you're outside the LNJP hospital. What is the latest you can share with us?
Precisely, yes. I'm right now outside the Maulana Azad mortuary present here, wherein bodies have been identified of those deceased, and some families are still here trying to identify and take the bodies of their loved ones back home. We do understand that 9 people have died, and these bodies have been were kept in this mortuary right here, and 6 bodies have been identified. Mohsin, a resident of Meerut, and Ashok Kumar and Lokesh Gupta, residents of Amroha, Dinesh Kumar Mishra from Shavasti, and Pankaj Saini from Kanjwala, and Noman from Shamli. We also know that, we also spoke to the families, bereaved families of the deceased here. Pankaj Saini's father I spoke to, and he was obviously, in no state to talk about this. Pankaj Saini was a cab driver based in Delhi, and he had just finished his ride at Chandni Chowk, dropped off a passenger, wherein, he's right beside the I-20 car that blew up. So we spoke to Pankaj Saini's kin as well, and their family members said that he was the sole earner of their family. So definitely dire times for this family as well. Even Noman, when we spoke to Noman's family, Noman used to run a cosmetic shop, and he had come to Chandni Chowk to get to buy some cosmetic goods. What we also understand that Noman was only 22 years old, and he was again, one of the major earning members of his family, and very, sad state of affairs here at LNJP hospital and the mortuary present here. Definitely, such sort of incident is not as much of the material or the devastation of the blast, is really in terms of the loss of lives of people. That is what matters the most. And What we've also been given to understand is that the Delhi Health Minister Pankaj Singh has been present at the LNJP hospital meeting the families of the injured as well. Back to you.
All right, Anushka, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Some more breaking news now coming in regarding the I-20. Remember, this white car has really been at the center of this entire investigation. It was sold more than 7 times as investigators have been tracking this car, how many times and whose possession it was in. Now the car dealer has been taken into custody. This is from Haryana. The car dealer was handed over to the Haryana police, who are grilling him as to find out who the car was finally sold to. So that is the latest that we can tell you, as investigators are really tracking how this I-20 changed hands to finally play this deadly role in the 10/11 blast outside of the Red Fort. Let's go across to Shubhang for more on this story. All right, we will try and go across to our reporters, but remember, this car really has been at the center of this entire probe, and it was Dr. Umar who was driving this car, is what we're told. And when the blast took place, remember, it was driving slowly, about to take a U-turn just outside the Red Fort. It had been parked there for several hours, and we've actually traced it from when it entered Delhi in the morning from Haryana side. It has been seen on CCTV, and that was in the morning time, the blast finally taking place near 7 p.m. This car was also parked at that parking lot outside of the Red Fort for several hours, and then finally it was driven, and then finally when it exploded at around 7. So really this I-20 is at the center of this entire investigation, really to trace who was the owner and the ownership of this car, how it changed hands. And now a dealer has also been taken into custody by the Haryana cops, and they are grilling him to find out exactly who this car was sold to. And the I-20 really at the center of this entire investigation. In fact, this was the car that had the explosives in it, and investigators have been really tracking this to unravel this entire plot, which is linked also to the Faridabad module or the white collar module. These doctors who were all connected to one another, who all studied at the same college and were in different parts of the country, in Kashmir, in Delhi, Faridabad, also in Lucknow, where Dr. Shaheen too was arrested. So now the car dealer has been taken into custody, as this I-20 is really in the focus, it's really at the center of this entire investigation, and its movements too have been tracked of where exactly it traveled yesterday, and it entered Delhi from the Haryana border. The NI officials are also at the blast site, and yesterday evening is when this powerful blast took place. Remember, now videos have also emerged of the exact time when the blast took place, killing 9 people, 20 others have been injured. Now the investigation really focusing on these doctors connected to the Al Falha University. Many of them were from the Al Falha University. They all knew each other, and that really is the center of this entire investigation. Dr. Umar Muhammad, who was driving the car, and whose possession it was at the time that the blast took place. So the I-20 really at the center of this entire investigation. The vehicle was first spotted, and remember, CCTV has now been gone through very thoroughly, and it's been found that this car entered through the Badarpur border near Faridabad. That has been revealed, and finally in the evening at around 7 is when that explosion took place. So the investigators are telling NDTV that it first traveled from the Badarpur border, it was purchased and to the Red Fort. Now more details about how it has changed hands. It was purchased last on October 29th, and it was pollution tested at that time. These are, this is more information that I'm just sharing with you as and when we're getting it. 3 people were present with the car at the time, and and really it's at the center of this entire investigation. The dealer has been taken into custody to really find out who it was who he sold the car to. So now this video has emerged from October 29th, which is when the pollution check of this car took place. and the I-20 that's really at the center of this entire investigation. That's the big breaking news. The I-20 car, this was purchased on the 29th of October and was pollution tested. 3 people were present with the car at the time. There's a video that has now emerged, and it's with NDTV, that it is from 4:20 p.m. on the 29th of October. Now, it is suspected that one of the individuals in the video is Tariq, in whose name Dr. Umar purchased this I-20. Remember, the entire investigation really centers around this car and linking it back to the Faridabad module, to the doctors, the white collar module that is being talked about, the links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. There you can see that video of this car that has now emerged from the 29th of October, when the pollution testing of the car was being done. Clearly, they did not want it held up in any manner, because remember, there's a lot of checking around Delhi as well. So the owners and whoever's hand the car was in were getting the pollution done, no hiccups there. And it is suspected that one of the individuals who is seen in the video is a bearded man, is Tariq, in whose name Dr. Umar purchased this car. Well, let's go across to Shubhang for all the very latest. And Shubhang, really this I-20 is at the center of this entire investigation, and more information emerging. We do know it entered Delhi from Badarpur yesterday morning. Now this video of the pollution test being done, give us more details.
Basically, Gagi, because the I-20 car, in fact, is the main object, which, in fact, yesterday we had seen that outside the Red Fort, which took a blast. This is the I-20 car in which it is said that the accused, Umar Mohammed, in fact, had left from Faridabad, and in fact, he has taken a route from Badarpur toll. In fact, he was also captured in a CCTV footage from Badarpur toll, and also, in fact, he went towards the Red Fort. Later on, he, in fact, also waited for 3 long hours inside the car at the parking spot of Red Fort. Well, it is said that the person in Faridabad from where that car was purchased, the owner of that particular shop is Sonu. Now he has been also, detained by the police, by the Faridabad police, and they are handing over him to the Delhi police, because this car, in fact, had went to a series of people. It was not just Umar, but before him, 7 times in total, this car was sold, that too by this particular owner, Sonu, who knew that. So now the Delhi police will now inspect and try to figure out that was Sonu somehow involved in this entire module of Jaish-e-Mohammed or not. And on the other hand side, I'm still outside the Al-Falah University, and in this university also 3 more people have in fact been taken have been in fact detained for the rounds of questioning by the Faridabad police and the Delhi team. Now, they will also try to figure out, because 3 of the people, 3 of the senior doctors, one was Umar Mohammed, who was also an associate professor. All 3 of them were part of this particular university, and that is why the searches since morning have been conducting inside this university premises. And now, the information that we're getting from the Faridabad police is that 3 more people have been detained for the rounds of questioning, and when if there's any solid proof against them, they will also be taken into the custody. But for now, they have only been detained for the rounds of questioning.
Shubhang there, bringing us all those latest details from outside the Al-Falah University. More breaking news now coming in. In focus is this I-20 car there on your screen, but also in focus is the Al-Falah University, to which many of these doctors, many of the individuals, the core characters that are now emerging in this entire plot, in this blast case. And now 3 more people have been detained from Al-Falah University. Shubhang, of course, pointing out that we don't know the reasons for them being detained and some sort of connection. But obviously, at this point, the priority for the probe agencies is to get as much information as they can to quickly track all the people who may be connected to the main individuals who have been, and we've been reporting since the morning, who played the key role in this entire plot, the Faridabad module, the white collar module, these doctors who it seems were were plotting some sort of massive attack. Remember, they were busted on Sunday and arrests were made. However, it is being said that possibly Dr. Umar, who is said to have been behind the wheel of that I-20 car, that perhaps he panicked when the rest of his associates were arrested. And that is the reason that this, possibly the blast took place. The I-20 car also in focus, and the Al-Falah University. So now 3 more people have been detained. As Shubhang was telling us, the crime branch is questioning these individuals. It's not to say that they were somehow involved, but obviously at this point, the priority is to get as much information as the probe agencies can get to really piece together this entire plot, and what led to this blast in which 9 people were killed yesterday evening outside of the Red Fort, outside of a metro station as well. So the I-20 is also being, its entire route, etc., how it changed hands several times. All this is being tracked by the investigators, and the Al-Falah University also in focus, given how so many of these individuals are connected to the Al-Falah University. Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested in Lucknow, she too was connected to the Al-Falah University. So really, all the individuals, all the main characters being traced by the police, by the investigating agencies. Dr. Umar Muhammad also, worked at the Al-Falah University, Dr. Amir as well. So all these individuals now being traced, and especially Al-Falah University, they're coming into focus and in the priority to find more and more information. So the staff there being questioned, more people have been taken into custody. In Kashmir as well, more people are being detained. Another doctor has been detained for his connection to these individuals, and currently the priority by the agencies is really to get down to figuring out how this entire plot was hatched, what more was planned, and all the individuals who could possibly be connected to the 10/11 plot, in which the blast that took place outside of the Red Fort, in which 9 people were killed and over 20 people have been injured. And more meetings also taking place. Home Minister Amit Shah, who has already held a meeting today, will be holding another meeting, will take place at the Home Ministry, which will be chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. This will be at 3 o'clock, and the previous meeting was held earlier today morning at around 11 a.m. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, visited the hospital yesterday evening as well as the blast site. This blast took place at around 7 p.m. yesterday evening, just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening, outside of the Red Fort and the metro station. And Home Minister Amit Shah, as most of those injured were taken to the LNJP hospital, he first visited the hospital, and then he also visited the blast site, where now probe agencies really have taken over. The NIA is there at the spot as well, and Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a security meeting at 3 p.m. This is, after a series of meetings this morning as well. At 11 a.m., a meeting was chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah, and now at 3 p.m. a fresh meeting will be held at the Home Ministry, chaired by Amit Shah. This is massive, the blast that took place, 9 people killed right here in Delhi, in the national capital, and now the Home Minister and investigative agencies, it's their top priority, really trying to get to the bottom of how this entire plot took place. Let's go across to Aditya Raj call for more. And Aditya, what is the latest you can share with us? A meeting was held earlier today in the morning at 11, and now a fresh meeting will be chaired by the Home Minister.
Well, that's right. That's what we're picking up. This is the second important and crucial meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs that will be held at 3 p.m. To discuss and deliberate in detail about the forensic investigation and also the overall investigation by the Delhi police, the J&K police and the NIA into this entire terror attack and the terror plot that happened in New Delhi, in the heart of India's national capital. Right behind me, just meters away, the investigations continue, even as the forensics teams are trying to ascertain ascertain what kind of a chemical was used in this particular bomb blast. And apart from that, also the tentacles of this new Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was using doctors for terrorism, doctors for terror plots in the country, where several doctors have been arrested. One among them, Umar Nabi, perhaps was also the suicide bomber that led to the carnage that happened on the streets of New Delhi last evening at around 6:55, when at least 9 to 10 people were killed and there were 20 others who were injured as well. There's a lot of activity that's been happening here since early morning. Earlier in the day, we saw Home Minister Amit Shah chairing a meeting along with the Director of the Intelligence Bureau, the DG of the NIA, the Delhi Police Commissioner, Home Secretary and other senior officials of the MHA, trying to get a brief about what's happening when it comes to investigation, when it comes to the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, and also the kind of blast that was used by Jaish-e-Mohammed, and whether there are other members of the module that could be on the run, and whether it is required that there's a national kind of an approach towards this particular case, so that there is not just a vigil maintained at important sensitive installations, but also there is counter-terror activities that are increased in several parts of the country, particularly in northern India. I'm giving you a glimpse of where I am right now. My video journalist Arun is trying to show you this blast location. You can see entire white sheet that has been kept, a tent-like structure that has been created out here. This is the exact blast location at the Netaji Subhash Chowk red light area, bang in front of the historic Red Fort. This is where the Prime Minister on every 15th August, Independence Day, gives his speech, and this is where the blast has taken place, meters away from where I am standing. Since last evening, this entire area has been barricaded. There's massive presence of Delhi police, paramilitary forces in this area, apart from the forensics team and the specialized units of the NSG, the NIA, FSL and other important agencies, including the Intelligence Bureau as well, which is keeping a very close vigil and keeping the multitask agency approach to this particular crime. So an important critical meeting will be taking place at 3 p.m. Home Minister will be briefed again on the latest development. The Prime Minister has been kept abreast about the latest developments as well. The NSA Ajit Doval is also monitoring the situation very, very closely. So it's a very critical, important investigation when it comes to the forensic examination of the blast site. Several tests and examinations are taking place. On the other side, interrogation also taking place of several people who have been arrested in New Delhi as well as in Jammu and Kashmir.
That's right. Thanks so much, Aditya, for joining us with the very latest. So Home Minister Amit Shah to hold a meeting at 3 p.m. So many questions still remain regarding this blast, regarding the kind of, what was used in the blast, as well as exactly who was driving it. While it is suspected so far that Dr. Umar was driving it, remember that has to be proven forensically through DNA testing. Now let's take you through all the developments. As Aditya was saying, yes, Prime Minister Modi too has spoken out on it. Prime Minister is in Bhutan right now, where he condoled the victims of the Delhi blast and vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. Earlier, Home Minister held a meeting at 11 a.m. Again, another meeting will take place at 3 p.m. While Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in a stern warning, said that the attackers will not be spared. So this, as we're bringing you all the very latest on the investigations that are taking place in the 10/11 blast case.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
With that, we'll slip into a short break, but we'll continue to track all the developments in this story. Home Minister Amit Shah to hold a meeting at 3 p.m. We'll slip into a short break, more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों। मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead.
Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Prime Minister Modi sends out a stern message on the Delhi blast, says the government will go to the root of conspiracy. Defence Minister warns that those responsible won't be spared.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
BMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's
Welcome back. Some more breaking news coming in on the 10/11 blast probe, and the NI will be probing the Delhi blast. This is something that was, of course, known, but the blast case has been handed over to the NI. Let's go across to Aditya Raj Call for more. Aditya, if you can give us more details. The NI team at the spot investigating the blast as well. This is after the deadly 10/11 blast yesterday evening outside of the Red Fort in an I-20 car, then near the metro station as well, in which 9 people were killed, over 20 people were injured. Investigations taking place and connections found from this blast to the terror module that was busted, the Faridabad terror module, or the white-collar terror module involving at least 7 doctors who were connected to the a university, in fact, the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Remember, this is what took place on Sunday. This information came out. 7 people had been arrested, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, and all, including students, all connected to Al-Falah University, where ammonium nitrate was also seized. AK-47 rifle was found from the room of one of those arrested, Dr. Muzammil Shakil. Now, Dr. Umar, who was driving the I-20 car, it is being suspected that perhaps he panicked as others in his module were all arrested, and possibly that is what led to the blast. All right, we will try and get you more, but that's the latest news coming in. The NIA takes over the blast case. The case has been handed over to the National Investigative Agency. More coming up on the other side of this short break.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. And Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Some big breaking news now coming on the 10 blast probe, and the crime branch has conducted a major operation in Faridabad where 50 to 60 kilos of explosives have been recovered. These are more explosives that have been found. Remember earlier a terror module was busted here in Faridabad which consisted of doctors related to the Al Falah University. That time as well explosives were recovered, but now as further investigations are taking place, more explosives have been found in Faridabad. This is a day after the blast that took place outside of the Red Fort in Delhi, in which 9 people were killed, over 20 people were injured. And as investigations take place and more people connected to the Faridabad module, of around 7 doctors who were arrested. Now more information coming out, and 2 more suspects have been arrested from Faridabad, where more explosives have been found. 50 to 60 kilos of explosives have been recovered in this latest operation in Faridabad, where 2 more suspects have been arrested. So that is the big breaking news that we're bringing you. Faridabad really in focus ever since this terror module was busted from here, which consisted of around 7 doctors who had links to Jammu and Kashmir and also the Al Fallah University. But let's go across to Tanushka for the very latest now. Anushka, in fact, joining us with more. Anushka, what are these? All right, Tanushka joining us with the very latest now. Tanushka, what can you share with us? 50 to 60 kilos of explosives now recovered from Faridabad.
Right, precisely. We do understand that as of this point, 50 to 6 kilos of these explosives have been found in Faridabad and have been handed over as well. We do understand that 2 more people have also been detained. Now, what still remains to be understood from all of this is whether or not these are, they are being detained in the particular blast case that we're talking about or not at this point. And we also know that these detains that are being done are of course primarily suspects, and also that at this point the Delhi blast case has been handed over to the NIA. So the NIA has completely taken over the investigation at this point, and this is the latest that we're getting right now. But I am standing at the Maulana Azad mortuary present here, wherein the victims of the blast were brought in last night, and the bodies of the victims have been present here at the mortuary. The families of the deceased have also come in to, of course, take their loved ones' bodies back home, and we've spoken to some of their families as well. There have been 7 bodies that have been identified. One of Mohsin, who is a resident of Meerut, Ashok Kumar, who was a DTC conductor in the area of Chandni Chowk, Lokesh Gupta, a resident of Amroha, Dinesh Kumar Mishra from Chavasti, Pankaj Saini from Kanjwala. Noman used to run a cosmetic shop, and he had gone to Chandni Chowk yesterday to buy some cosmetic goods. We also just spoke to Juman Mohammad's uncle here, who Juman Mohammad is an e-rickshaw driver in the Chandni Chowk area, and we understand that a lot of these people were the sole breadwinners for their families. So definitely, what this sort of an incident.
All right, well, let's now go across to Aditya for more. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with that. And Aditya Rajkol joins us for more. And Aditya, now the big breaking news right now of more explosives having been recovered, 50 to 60 kilos recovered from Faridabad. And Faridabad really has been in focus after the module there was busted, and these doctors have also been arrested. What is the latest that you can share with us?
Well, yes, this is a big development. We are breaking first on NDTV. More of ammonium nitrate and more of this, explosive material has been recovered from Faridabad. This is a big development coming at this. But just to show you what's happening here at Red Fort, there are forensic teams that have reached yet again. There is investigation that continues. At least 20 to 30 people from the forensic team are actually monitoring this entire area. They're trying to collect evidence in this entire area. You can see the members of the forensic team along with the police and the paramilitary are monitoring this entire area, trying to see if there are any last pieces of evidence that need to be tracked down. You can see members of the forensic team, the MHA, now coming from this location. These are also places where some elements of the blast were actually scattered, including body parts. And now members of the Ministry of Home Affairs, the FSL team and the police and the paramilitary are keeping a close vigil of this entire area. All these members are coming here. These are first visuals coming here on NDTV, where you can see the members of the forensic team and of course the laboratory actually monitoring this entire area, trying to see what really happened. They're also trying to recreate this entire area and monitoring this entire area, because this is in the range of the blast. Yesterday while we were reporting in this entire area, we had seen that they many parts of the vehicles that were destroyed, and even body parts were flung in this particular location. Also, even as we report here on NDTV First, that there are more raids by the Delhi Police Crime Branch in which more ammunition has been recovered. There are some arrests also that have been made in Faridabad. But right behind me, members of the forensic team keeping a watch. They are trying to locate more details and more things out here. This area perhaps can be sanitized also, and we can see in these visuals as of now the forensic team keeping a very close watch and trying to again determine. Live visuals on your screen of the forensic team, at least 20 to 30 members of the forensic team sanitizing this entire location once again, because this is crucial to the entire investigation. Every small detail, every small chemical, every small component that will be taken by these people will be crucial to the entire investigation. So as of now, that is the big development coming at this hour. Live visuals on your screen of this sanitization exercise by the members of the forensic team out here outside the Red Fort.
All right, so Ditya bringing us the forensic team there outside the Red Fort. The NI has taken over the case. If we take you through all the big developments, the Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing a meeting just now, and also more explosives have been recovered in Faridabad. Remember, the Faridabad module has been in focus and said to be behind the blast that took place outside of the Red Fort, the 10/11 blast in which 9 people were killed. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Shubhang, who joins us from Faridabad. And Shubhang, even as you know, the focus also on the probe at the Red Fort, where the NIA team and the forensics team is, but also this is the other big breaking news coming in at this hour, is that more explosives have been recovered. Give us the details.
Well, Gargi, we need to remember that Faridabad, in fact, was the first place where these explosives were found, and later on, the attack outside the Red Fort had in fact happened yesterday night. Though the amount of ammonium nitrate that is being, again and again recovered from Faridabad, this clearly tells that more and more stock of such explosives were in fact kept in Faridabad. Maybe there was a larger plan, because they were somehow going to in fact send all of this to other states as well. That could have been a larger plan, but this plan has in fact flopped, because the Jammu Kashmir police and Haryana police in a joint operation had in fact recovered yesterday around 2,900 kilograms of these explosives, and now around 50 to 60 kgs of more explosives have been recovered from Faridabad. That is when we also are learning that few more people have also been detained from Al Falah University. Right now I'm currently standing just outside that very university, showing you the visuals. Though few people have also been detained for the rounds of questioning, though the police is trying to ascertain do they have any links with with the other doctors that have been arrested from the who were also working in this particular university, or is there any other clue that they are trying to establish? That is why the Delhi police and the Faridabad police have been making in and out movements in this university premises. Well, on the other hand side, we're also learning that now all the detained people by the Faridabad police somehow will also be handed over to the Delhi police also for the rounds of questioning. But if they do not get any proof, they will have to release them before 24 hours, or else file an FIR and arrest them. That is what now we'll be waiting for. We will be waiting for more proofs to come out in this particular case. But what we are learning latest is that 50 to 60 kgs of more explosives have been recovered from Faridabad. Back to you.
That's right, Shubhang. So as this investigation, several aspects of the investigation, if we talk about right now, you do have the forensics team at the spot at Red Fort. You have the NI that has taken over the investigation into this entire case. You have these various arrests that are being made. The Al Falah University is also in focus, where more people are being questioned, have been taken into custody, and in Kashmir as well. Because remember, in this Faridabad module, this white-collar module that we are describing, which possibly has links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, that the focus has been on these doctors from Kashmir who are linked to the blast that took place in Delhi. And as you were saying, Shubhang, that possibly a lot more was being planned by this module, given the extent of explosives that have been recovered. If you could, for our viewers, talk about this entire investigation. Earlier, this module was busted, and that information emerged on Sunday. Then on Monday evening is when this blast took place, Dr. Omar, and it's being considered that possibly he panicked, and that's what led, he carried out this blast at the Red Fort, and now more and more revelations coming out.
Well, exactly, Gargi. That is what this theory has been coming out, though the police also is suspicious that this is the only theory, because we see that the three people that are, connected with this Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist organization module, in fact, they were part of this particular university, which is Al-Falah University. And now we are also learning that, well, yesterday, in fact, from Faridabad, around 2,900 kgs of explosives were recovered, and then later in night there was an attack. This has happened in a very during a rush period, because as we know that the Umar Muhammad, when he found that two of his aide have been arrested, he simply just left from Faridabad. He straight away went from Faridabad, crossing the Badapur border, and in fact went towards the Red Fort. And in fact, he also waited inside the parking lot, sitting inside the car for almost 3 hours. He did not get outside of the car. In fact, that is what the police investigations have told us during the whole investigation that the probe agencies are doing. On the other hand, also later on, when he in fact left his car, it was after the 3 hours complete. He was sitting inside the car. Later on, he in fact went towards the market area. Just outside the Red Fort, there was also Chandni Chowk market on the left-hand side. That is a very rush area. And when car was moving slowly, there was a loud blast. People, in fact, were in fact very scared. Some eyewitnesses said that the loud noise was so huge that some people, in fact, fell, and the windows were in fact shattering. And that is when the agencies and the police came into this particular probe and have started probing. But now we are also learning that more and more explosives are being recovered from Faridabad. So simply what we are also learning in this particular matter is that the police investigations are now complete, though they are still trying to figure out more links to this. But now NIA has taken over the case. That simply means that the terrorist organization that we're talking about, Jaish-e-Mohammed, is present in this particular matter, and that is why the NIA itself has now taken over the case, because they know that this is a terrorist organization case, and now they will be heading the agency's probe. Back to you.
Links between this module and the Jaish-e-Mohammed is in focus. Thanks so much, Shubhang. We're also joined by Anushka, who also joins us from Faridabad. And Anushka, if I talk about, what all is in focus, one, of course, the I-20 car in which the blast took place. Then this terror module, these doctors from Faridabad, all related to the Al-Falah University from Jammu and Kashmir as well. They too are in focus. And in the university, since, you've been there and seen that there have been teams coming there to question more and more people over there. If you can bring us the latest from there.
That's right, Gargi. Over 800 police officials have been, in fact, sent to different nooks and corners of Faridabad so that they can verify whether or not there are more explosives that can be found in Faridabad, because we did see that this is the outskirts of Delhi NCR, and right now the Faridabad police and also several of the investigative agencies are trying to locate all the explosives that were, in fact, found at the residence of Muzammil Shakil, who's arrested and is right now being questioned. We're at the pollution center in Faridabad, from where Muzammil Shakil and his accomplices were here at on 29th of October. They had come here to get the pollution of their cars checked. This is the very pollution center from where we are reporting live. We have also accessed the CCTV footage of this particular center from the same number plate of the I-20 car which came here and which was involved in the blast. They took the car here, they got the PUC done of the car, and after that they went to, from few meters from here, we do know that there's a Royal Car center from where they have bought the car second-handed. And after that, yesterday we saw, after they got to learn that Muzammil Shakil was in fact detained by the police and was being questioned in panic. All of the groups were in fact the white collar crime syndicate, as we'll call them, because those are doctors, highly qualified professionals who are good at the job that they did. Muzammil Shakil was in fact teaching in the Al-Falah University from the past 3.5 years. Now we are getting to know that his accomplice, a female colleague, is also detained. Shahina is her name. She's also being questioned by the investigating agencies. She is said to be the one who provided her Swift card from which the police had recovered huge amount of arms and ammunition. And after that, she's also under police custody. She's being interrogated. What we do know by now that all of these people have a Jaish link connected to them. And they have, in fact, orchestrated this plan. This was a very thought after and thought out, carefully planned thing that was, in fact, being taken place in Faridabad. This is one big question is that how come they amass such massive amount of explosives so close to Delhi NCR, and they moved all of those without being detected. This is the pollution center from where we have been reporting. We are showing you the live visuals of this place on 29th of October. Here is where the people came to get the PUC of the car done, and after that, we did see yesterday the blast that took place in Chandni Chowk, which took the life of 9 people, and also 20 people are said to be injured in this whole blast. Over to you.
That's right, Anushka. Thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So several, areas in focus. Anushka telling us about Faridabad, where more explosives have been recovered and more people have been held at the Al-Falah University. But also on your screen, the NIA team is at the Red Fort at the site of the blast yesterday, and glad to see that a lot more of the area there has been cordoned off. Not like yesterday. This is a very crowded area, so there were challenges there, but the area has been cordoned off. The NIA team is at the explosion site collecting forensics there. The forensics team is combing the area for all sorts of clues and whatever they can find. Of course, a lot of time has now gone by. A lot of the public too were in that particular area, but the NIA team is at the explosion site and looking for more evidence, collecting whatever they can find, any sort of clues regarding the blast that took place yesterday in that I-20 car. But more breaking news coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived at the ministry for another huddle, another key meeting that he is chairing. Amit Shah has already held a meeting today morning at 11. Remember, there's so many unanswered questions. There needs to be more details of forensics, though of course we know it won't all be shared with the media immediately. But yes, a lot of questions there regarding the nature of explosives as well. Let's go across to Vishal now. And Vishal, we can see that visual of the Home Minister chairing this meeting. This is the second meeting that he is chairing today. Give us more details. Who all are present there?
Well, in the last 4 hours, Gargi, there have been 2 meetings, as you rightly mentioned. The second meeting has just started about a few minutes ago, and it is being headed by Home Minister Amit Shah. And we can safely assume that some of the top names in the security apparatus of India are present there, because in the morning, we had the IB chief, the NIA chief, the JNK police chief joining in virtually, and also the Delhi police chief. So the 5-6 top security officials of the country have been meeting since the morning. There was at least a 90-minute meeting in the morning. What was decided in the meeting, that we heard a few moments ago, that the probe has been handed over to NIA, the National Investigation Agency, officially. So that means this case has gone from, a blast incident to, we can safely assume that this is now a totally terror-related incident, because NIA is now handling the case. And the official announcement from the Home Ministry or the PMO, that is remaining to be seen. When that comes, that would probably be after the meeting. I am right outside the Ministry of Home Affairs building. You can see in the distance, there is the India Gate compound. People are, going about their duties, daily duties, like they do every day. The everyday lives of people doesn't seem to be affected in this road per se. You can see people going about their activities, but right inside this building is where all the action is going on. You can see at least 40 to 50 media people around here assembled. They're all trying to get the latest updates. We've seen a lot of VVIP cars out. The update is that the high-level meeting is still going on. It has just started. Last time it lasted around 90 minutes or so. It remains to be seen how long it will last. Now, top officials of the country, security officials of the country, are inside that building meeting as we speak. We've covered almost all angles of the story. It has, the 5 doctors who perpetrated this ghastly attack, who went through this whole procedure to execute this cowardly attack on innocent people that claimed lives of at least 9 innocent people. I was there at the Red Fort site as well. You could see that NIA people were investigating all the angles of the story. I at least personally saw at least 30 to 40 NIA people investigating the site, and they have increased the radius of the investigation. The media people, as Aditya was rightly mentioning, they have been moved further back. So these are some of the latest pictures that we are getting you. We'll have to wait for more confirmation on what happened inside the meeting.
All right, thanks so much, Vishal. So that is the big breaking news. If I really sum up all the big developments that have taken place, the Home Minister chairing that meeting currently, this is the second meeting that he is holding since today, in the last 4 hours. At 11 a.m. he held a meeting, and now again chairing a meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. A lot of unanswered questions. We still don't know what sort of chemical was used in the blast yesterday, in which 9 people were killed. But in focus, the I-20 car, the case has been handed over to the NIA, so it is a terror investigation now, and the links that this terror module, this white collar, module of doctors from Faridabad, the links that they had with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, that too is something that is being focused on as well by the investigators. More and more people are also being held who are connected to these doctors. Another doctor has been held in Jammu and Kashmir simply because he was connected to the doctors. We don't know if there's any role. More people have been held at the Al-Falah University, where these doctors had all studied, where they worked as well. So let's take you through, this module that we are talking about, in which these doctors are all involved, doctors who are meant to save lives, who are in fact planning something clearly a lot more sinister given the sheer volume of explosives that have been recovered. So let's take you through, the main the terror ecosystem that has emerged. There's Dr. Muhammad Omar, who is the suicide bomber. He was the person in that I-20 car. Of course, they still need to, tell us that with absolute certainty. DNA testing will take place. Samples have been taken from his relatives. He was employed at the Al-Falah Medical College, and that too is in the center of this probe. Investigators really centering on the Al-Falah University. Since the morning, several agencies and several policemen have arrived at the Al-Falah University. So Dr. Omar, who was in that ill-fated car, was in fact employed at the Al-Falah Medical College. He was 36 years old and born in Pulwama. Pulwama is also come into focus as many of the doctors are connected to it. Then there is Dr. Muzammil Ahmed or Mujammil Shakil, a medical professional also at the Al-Falah Hospital, and it was with him that a lot of these explosives were recovered. 2,900 kilos of explosives, also weapons, AK-47 recovered from his rented house, and he too is a resident of Pulwama, which is why agencies are really focusing on Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Then you have Dr. Adil Radha working at the GMC Anantnag. A rifle was found in his locker as well, and he too has been arrested. It was in fact he that led to the unraveling of this entire module, because he was caught on CCTV posting Jaish-e-Mohammed posters, because it was being investigated as to how these posters came up at the GMC Anantnag, and it was him who was first found on camera posting those posters, putting up those posters, and on questioning him is how this entire module actually unraveled. And then there was Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested from Lucknow, and it is being said by probe agencies that she was tasked with building the Jaish-e-Mohammed India Women's Wing. She was arrested and she too was found with explosives in her car, and in fact, rifles and explosives were found in her car. She too is connected to the Al-Falah University and arrested from Lucknow. Dr. Muzaffar Radha, Dr. Adil Radha's brother, is currently absconding. We're told he fled to Dubai 2 months ago. Then there's Dr. Ahmed Moinuddin Saeed, who was arrested by the Gujarat ATS from Hyderabad. And this, we're told, he was preparing for a ricin attack. This is a poisonous gas, and he had in fact surveyed the Azadpur Mandi is what is being told at this point by the investigating agency. So clearly this module has been busted. In fact, as we were bringing you, there was more information coming that more explosives have been recovered now from Faridabad. So Faridabad in focus, this module of doctors in focus, all from Jammu and Kashmir, all connected to the Al Fallah University. Now more breaking news coming in on this terror doctor network. Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Parvez are siblings. So that is the new information that's now coming in. The Lucknow home of Dr. Parvez, whose house was raided, is actually Dr. Shaheen's he's Dr. Shaheen's brother. They are siblings, and Dr. Shaheen, remember, was arrested from Lucknow, and explosives were also found in her car. Their father's name is Dr. Saeed Ansari, and Shaheen was selected through the Public Service Commission and became an assistant professor at the Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Medical College in Kanpur. Then in 2013, she left the college without informing anyone. She was married to an individual called Zafar Hayat. They divorced in 2015. And then in 2021, the institute dismissed Dr. Shaheen, and she was then connected to the Al Fallah University and finally arrested in Lucknow. And it's being said that she was tasked with creating a Jaish-e-Mohammed women's cell. Let's go across to Ranveer now for more. And Ranveer, more and more information really emerging on this entire terror module and all the individuals connected to it. Dr. Shaheen was arrested in Lucknow, and it now turns out that she and the person whose house she was staying in was her sibling. Give us more details.
Dr. Shaheen was arrested yesterday, is under interrogation. But if we talk about the updates, Dr. Shaheen is sister of Dr. Parvez, and Dr. Parvez, who is an assistant professor in Integral University, Lucknow. So in the morning, UP ATS along with Lucknow Police and Kashmir Police, they raided house of Dr. Parvez, and now the details are coming that Dr. Parvez is brother of Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested, and in her car some arms and ammunition were recovered. So now you can see some of the policemen, they are belongs to Lucknow Police, and some members from ATS and NIA, they are here in Lucknow. So the raids are going on. Today morning, the raids was conducted near IM Road, and now the raids is in Hazratganj area. So this is Lal Bagh, and here you can see the member of NIA and UP ATS, they are here for raids. And what we got to know that Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Parvez, they both are siblings, and Dr. Shaheen, who was selected through UPSC, and she was assistant professor in Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Medical College, Kanpur. She left the college in 2013 without any information, without any intimation, without resignation, and in 2015 she was divorced with Zafar Hayat. So after 2015, no one knows where Dr. Shaheen was, and now the news is coming that in 2021, Ganesh Shankar University Medical College terminated her, and yesterday she was arrested, who has connection with Dr. Muzammil. Muzammil is also in ATS custody, NIA custody, and some arms were recovered in Dr. Shaheen's car. So this is the raid going on in Lucknow, and not only in Lucknow but Saharanpur, Shamli and Muzaffarnagar. These are other three districts where UP ATS is conducting raids since morning. So a big update from Lucknow and from UP that UP police is on alert, and each and every districts have witnessed a security beef up. Along with the top officials, they are monitoring the situation, and UP ATS along with some members of the NIA and Kashmir Police, they are conducting raids at several locations including Lucknow, Saharanpur, Shamli and Muzaffarnagar. So Dr. Shaheen is one of the key member of this doctor network, doctor module, and Dr. Parvez, who is assistant professor in Integral University, Lucknow. He is, where is, no one knows, but he is also under a scanner because the raid was conducted by UP ATS at his residence near IM Road, and now the raids are here in Lal Bagh area. So Dr. Shaheen's connection is under scanner. She is the member of the doctor module, and now her residence has been interrogated and raided by UP, ATS and NIA. So the things are going on, but no of the officials, not even Lucknow police, not even NIA or ATS officials, they are keeping mum, and they are not ready to utter a single word over this update, because the interrogation is going on and they are keeping mum, and the interrogation is going on.
All right, so that is, new details emerging about Dr. Shaheen. Thanks so much, Ranveer, for joining us with all those details. Dr. Shaheen also arrested, but let's bring you some more breaking news that is coming out regarding the blast that took place outside of the Red Fort yesterday. The doctors were plotting a suicide attack, is what we are told. The message behind the attack, the national capital on target. Clearly, a lot of explosives were amassed, as we've been bringing you ever since this terror module, this doctor module has been busted, and now the message behind this blast is clearly that Delhi was the target of this. There were several people involved in this module. Jaish-e-Mohammed hand was also being investigated, and as we heard from Ranveer there, Dr. Shaheen in Lucknow, she too had explosives in her car as well. So these doctors, clearly something much bigger was also planned by them. Did Dr. Umar, who was in that I-20, did he panic, and did he just set off that blast, because all his other contemporaries, all his other members of the module had been arrested? And we have been bringing you since the morning the journey taken by that I-20. It entered Delhi in the morning from Haryana side, and then it was in the parking lot outside of the Red Fort for several hours till it finally made its way towards the metro station and then exploded. Let's go across to Aditya for more. He joins us from outside the Red Fort, where the NIA team, which is currently investigating, has taken over the investigation, and they are present there. But Aditya, clearly, given the amount of explosives that were recovered Sunday and are still being recovered from Faridabad, and then the blast that took place yesterday, clearly the national capital was the target.
Well, clearly, the national capital was a target, and that's why 2,900 kgs of explosives and ammonium nitrate was recovered yesterday morning by the Jammu Kashmir police and the Haryana police from Faridabad. Today, in fresh raids by the Delhi police crime branch, more such recoveries have happened. There are more arrests that have taken place in Haryana as well. That clearly indicates that the Jaish-e-Mohammed module had much bigger target in mind, perhaps in the national capital. There are 20 timers that were recovered also. That indicates that it was not one or two locations, but multiple locations that were in mind by the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Pakistani deep state that wanted to strike in the heart of India's national capital. This particular attack could have happened in panic, could have happened in a more well-calibrated way, but certainly what has happened is that one of the suicide bombers had led to this particular attack right outside the Red Fort gate number 1, where the red light was situated off Subhash Chowk, and that's where 9 people were killed and 20 others were injured. Just to give you a glimpse of where I'm standing, officially the NIA has taken over the probe just minutes ago. We had NIA investigators and forensic team members trying to investigate and piece together if there is still some forensic evidence that can be collected in this area. So this entire area has been stretched further. That means that the media has been asked to go further away, and the entire radius of the investigation area has been increased further by the NIA. Earlier, of course, the Delhi police was investigating this, but now the NIA senior officers have also come on the scene. There are senior officers of the Delhi police special cell also on the scene out here. So the investigation will continue. Some of the important elements that they are trying to ascertain is what kind of explosive was really used. Was there ammonium nitrate or some other kind of chemical that was used in this entire exercise? But as of now, no official details on how this blast really occurred, and at the same time how with the how much amount of ammunition and ammonium nitrate was used in this, or whether there was more other chemicals that were used in this bomb blast.
That's right, Aditya. And who else was, perhaps connected to that module? So that investigation taking place, as we see, across the country, in Kashmir, in Delhi, in Lucknow as well. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. For the moment, slipping into a short break.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
Across the country. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं। चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला। पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं। इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of
Welcome back. Some more breaking news now coming in on the investigations into the 10/11 blast case, as well as the module that has emerged in Faridabad. Now over 52 people have been questioned at the Al Falah University. Remember, this is the university in Faridabad that has been in focus, where many of those involved in this terror module with possible links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been connected to. And one of those individuals is suspected to have carried out the blast that took place yesterday at the Red Fort, in which 9 people have been killed. Now 6 staff members from the Al Falah University have been interrogated. More than 52 individuals were told, especially those who worked with Dr. Muzammil Shakil at the Al Falah University, are being questioned. It was his residence where hundreds of kilos of explosives were found, as well as weaponry. Let's go across to Shubhang now for more on this story. Shubhang, Al Falah University has been in focus since this blast took place, and in fact before that, since this terror module was busted. Give us more details of the investigations there today.
Well, exactly. That is what we have been, in fact, reporting since morning from this particular place. Well, we are still standing outside the Al Falah University over here, showing you the visuals. Though the Delhi police team is still inside, other officers have been leaving, though few, in fact, have also been detained. Till now, what we're getting to know is that 6 more people from the university have been detained for the rounds of questioning. They will be taking similarly rounds of questioning from the Faridabad police and also the Delhi police as well. Now that the NIA has also taken over the case, so they will also be, interrogating all these people similarly. So we are also learning in this particular case is that till now, 52 people have been questioned by the Faridabad police and the Delhi police in this matter, because as we know, yesterday, in fact, around 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate was in fact recovered from Haryana by the Jammu Kashmir and Haryana police in a joint operation. Well, today we are also learning that now, since after these findings have been taken place, the Delhi police in fact was searching for the CCTV footage inside. They have also been talking to the principal of the university, because this university has been linked to 3 most important people that were in fact active members of Jaish-e-Mohammed's module, that is a terrorist organization. That is why these investigations are taking place from the university as well, because still they are also trying to link the attack that was taken place yesterday, in fact in the night outside the Red Fort. So similarly, more people will also be detained in some time. That is what we are learning. But similarly, the rounds of questioning is still on. Back to you.
That's right. Thanks so much, Shubhang, for joining us with all those details. And Dr. Omar, who was suspected to have been in that car which was blown up outside the Red Fort, was also connected to the Al Falah University. So let's take you through these details of this university, and how is it that this university is now in focus as a terror den. This is the Al Falah University in Faridabad, in which 3 of the doctors who are a part of this module that has now been busted were connected to this university. Was set up in 2014 by the Al Falah Trust and recognized by the UGC in 2015. It's a 70-acre campus in Dhauj, just outside of Faridabad, and it received accreditation from the NAAC as well. It has a 650-bed charitable hospital is what, all these details now emerging regarding Al Falah University, given that it is now in focus ever since this terror module was busted there on Sunday, in which, around 7 people were involved. 3 of the doctors connected to the Al Falah University, 3 of the doctors actually working there. That's Dr. Umar, who we were speaking about, who was in that I-20 car that blew up outside of the Red Fort near the metro station. He was parked at the parking lot outside the Red Fort for several hours, and finally, the car blast took place. Was he in panic? That is what is now being probed. Was he in panic because all his other, connections had all been arrested, all of them who were part of this module? Dr. Muzammil, he's really the one who's in focus, given that these 2,900 kilos of explosives were seized at his residence. In his room it was found. Also, ammunition was seized from his room. Then there's Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested in Lucknow, and ammunition was found in her car as well. Explosives were found in her car is what investigators are telling us, and the link to these individuals to the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan. And so how did this university turn out to have these 3 doctors who were possibly a part of this, entire, module, this terror module that possibly had links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, is what investigators are saying. Well, we'll slip into a short break and return with all the very latest. Do remember, Home Minister Amit Shah is currently holding a meeting on this terror blast as well.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। B-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot. Thank you very much. You're starting golf.
Welcome back as we're bringing you all the latest in the investigations into the 10/11 blast. And in focus is the terror module, the Faridabad module that is being talked about. So let's talk about Dr. Umar Muhammad, who was suspected in the suicide bombing behind the blast that took place at the Red Fort, in which 9 people died. He was close to Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil at the Al Falah University. So let's take you through his details. Just who was Dr. Umar Muhammad? His father, G. Nabi Bhatt. Native place was Koil in Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. And remember, Pulwama too has really come into focus. He was born in 1989 and current occupation, he was a doctor at the Al Falah Medical College, where now the big focus of the investigators is, where many people are now being questioned. He was somebody who had studied his medicine at the GMC in Srinagar. In fact, he was a senior resident at GMC Anantnag as well, and then later he transferred to Faridabad, and perhaps that is where he came into contact with the other doctors who are a part of this module, and he's reported to be close to Dr. Adil, and both are associated, is what investigators are saying, with a radical doctors group which is active on Telegram. And it's being said that this entire module was also in touch with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and that they were a Jaish-e-Mohammed module here in India, that according to the probe agency. So we'll continue to bring you all the developments in this case. For the moment, slipping into a short break. Do stay with us.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine.
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV. Probe deepens in the blast near Red Fort case. Investigating agencies have made more arrests today. Every angle is being investigated is what we've been told. But what is worrying is also that the spotlight is on a doctor's network, the radicalization of white-collar professionals.
That's right. Multiple investigating leads coming out, multiple searches going on, political statements coming from the top of the political leadership, starting with the Prime Minister. Let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends out a stern message on the Delhi blast case in which 9 people were killed. Speaking in Bhutan, he says the government will go to the root of the conspiracy. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh warns that those responsible won't be spared.
Link emerges between the deadly blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort and white-collar terror module that was busted by police teams of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The car in which the explosion took place was owned by Amir, who's part of the module.
First pictures of that Delhi blast suspect surface. That's the suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar, who's suspected to have been inside that I-20 car and triggered off that blast. He emerges as the key face of the 10/11 terror probe case, allegedly.
We also have the first picture of Dr. Shaheen, a female doctor who has been arrested from Lucknow. Ammunition has also been seized from Dr. Shaheen's car. She's been accused of heading Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing in India.
And all those investigations and that political statements coming even as voting underway in Bihar phase 2, over 60.4% turnout recorded in the 122 seats till 3 p.m. That itself is remarkably higher than what it was last time, of course, partly attributed to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls, bringing the overall number lesser.
Veteran actor Dharmendra is hospitalized in Mumbai. His wife Hema Malini and daughter Isha Deol have said that the actor is stable and he's recovering.
Well, our live and continuing coverage of the events that have unfolded since the tragic explosion last evening outside Delhi's Red Fort, which has left multiple injuries and multiple questions as far as investigators are concerned. Strong reactions coming in, starting with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi has condoled, Vasudha, the victims of the Delhi blast and has vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, held a high-level security meeting today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh as well, in a stern warning, has said that the attackers will not be spared. Prime Minister Modi has said the conspirators behind this blast near Delhi's Red Fort won't be spared, and this is just a day after 9 people have been killed in the explosion.
Well, he also said that our agencies will get to the bottom of this conspiracy. The conspirators behind this will not be spared, and all those responsible will be brought to justice. He said this while speaking in Thimphu. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level security review meeting at his residence earlier today. Another MHA meeting will be held around 3 p.m. So the top of the political leadership taking this extremely seriously as expected. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Vasudha, has issued a stern warning as well in the wake of that blast.
That's right, Veera. In fact, the Prime Minister is expected to be back in India. In a few hours from now, he's expected to preside over a cabinet meeting and possibly a CCS also. This is all being taken very seriously. The Home Minister, I've been told, is constantly in touch with the Prime Minister, and he's advising the Prime Minister on all the updates that have been happening. There have been at least 3 high-level security meetings that have happened in the Home Minister's residence since last night.
That's right. Let's listen into those reactions. Remember, Vasudha, there have been multiple updates coming in from investigators as well, which we'll bring to you in just a bit. But first, let's listen into the Prime Minister and the other reactions that came in.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
There was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there, Vasudha. Earlier, we juxtaposed the reaction from Prime Minister Modi soon after Pahalgam vis-a-vis the reaction that we got from him from Thimphu there. So, multiple confabulations going on in the national capital over the investigations and the fallout of that deadly terror attack, as we were calling it right now, Vasudha.
That's right, Veera. This is the first time that a terror attack was targeted at civilians, and this is happening under Narendra Modi's regime. So clearly, this is something that the government will want to take very seriously, which is why several high-level security meetings are taking place. The CCS is expected to take place tomorrow after, of course, the cabinet meeting. So clearly, the spotlight is on what the government will do with regarding to this particular attack. And Home Minister Amit Shah has clarified yesterday that every angle will be probed into this attack, which means that terror attack remains the primary focus, but also every possible angle and everyone who's involved in this is going to be brought to justice, is what the Home Minister has said.
That's right. Several questions also being raised over how such large quantity of explosives, remember, before this attack was found in Faridabad. So those questions will be raised. There's a huge network of doctors that are being probed at the moment. To say the least, quite a few disturbing details coming out as the probe into that blast near the Red Fort deepens, Vasudha. Investigators today took 3 more doctors from Faridabad's Al Falah University into custody.
And that's right. This university, Veera, has made headlines after 3 doctors linked to it came under the spotlight for their alleged involvement in terrorist activities. And this includes Dr. Shaheen, a doctor from Lucknow who was also associated with Dr. Mujammil, who was also in police custody. And remember, all of this happens after a huge amount of RDX and also ammunition was recovered in Faridabad and several places in Haryana yesterday. Now, this blast has claimed almost 11 lives, but the NIA, which is the National Investigation Agency, has now taken over this investigation of this blast that has really shaken the country.
That's right, Vasudha. There have also been reports categorically from sources, as we've been reporting here, saying categorically that they suspect that it was, in a sense, a Fidain kind of an attack where the car that exploded outside the Red Fort was being driven with the intention to cause that explosion. So we'll have to wait and see, though, in terms of the official reactions. And as you rightly pointed out, the government saying that it's looking at all angles. And of course, at the moment, this entire large network of doctors all connected in some way or the other to that Al Falah University in the National Capital Region being probed at. That would be the key focus as the Prime Minister returns back from Bhutan and the top level of the Indian establishment discusses the way forward and the response from India. Vasudha.
Well, several witnesses have also been questioned, and Veera, what I understand is that investigators today also visited the Al Falah Medical University in Faridabad, and 3 doctors have been taken into custody. And this doctors' network is being probed because apart from Dr. Mujammil and Dr. Shaheen, who is this female doctor who was responsible for Jaish-e-Mohammed's recruitment amongst women, there are also other doctors who are in police custody. Their family members have also been detained by investigation agencies, but clearly what needs to be done right now is a little more investigation before the police and the investigation agencies come up with some official statement on what really caused this blast and who really are responsible for this.
That's right. If we can play some of the reactions that we've picked up from earlier in the day, as far as the investigations are concerned, the sound bites and the reactions that have come in earlier in the day all through, because it's been rapidly changing in terms of information that we've been flowing in as far as the investigations are concerned into that blast last evening.
That's right. We have a team of reporters. Those visuals there of Umar, who is suspected to be the bomber in this case, and he was also somebody who was studying at Al Falah University in Faridabad, and it is just astonishing how this white-collar professionals have all been radicalized. Veera, this is not a new thing. We've seen this happening in the West as well, but reactions from family members have also come in, most of them saying that they had no clue that their family members were involved in activities like this, and it's terrifying that these doctors use their professional networks. They've allegedly used their professional networks to also raise funds and also be part of terror activities.
मेरे सामने हुआ है 10 कदम की दूरी पे कार खड़ी थी, कार में ब्लास्ट हुआ, कार उड़ गया, वही लगा। इतना तेज धुआं था कि और हम कुछ नहीं देख पाए, लेकिन 2 आदमी घायल तड़प रहा था मेरे आगे में। मैं कंडीशन में नहीं था जो उसको बचाता, मैं खुद गिर गया था।
एक आवाज़ें आई, उसके बाद मुझे चोट लग गया, और चोट लगने के बाद मैं भाग खड़ा हुआ अपने इलाज के लिए। प्राइवेट में भर्ती कराया हूँ रात को, उसके बाद घर चला गया। अब आया हूँ लोकनाथ अस्पताल अपने इलाज के लिए, लेकिन मुझे जो है अंदर जाने नहीं दिया गया है।
दिनेश मिश्रा से मिलने आए हैं यहाँ पे। उनकी हमें अभी कोई खबर नहीं है कि वो कैसे हैं कैसे नहीं है, कोई अभी उनकी खबर नहीं है। सो मिलने दिया नहीं जा रहा है, ना कोई उनकी खबर मिल रहा है कि हैं कैसे सिचुएशन में, कैसे नहीं है, या यहाँ हैं कि यहाँ नहीं, किसी दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में है। सो परिवार सब लोग पीड़ित हैं।
वो ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म हो गए, बम ब्लास्ट के अंदर। वो बैटरी से चलाते थे, उनको सुबह से मैसेज है, उनको कॉल करी, उसके बाद कोई कॉल बैक नहीं हुई उनकी। उनसे ना बात हुई। हमारे यहाँ से कॉल पहुँची भी तो कहने लगी ऐसे ऐसा हादसा हुआ है, तुम्हारा हस्बैंड ये है हमारी सिस्टर के पास। तो कहने लगी हाँ मेरे मियाँ शोहर है कि यहाँ पे पड़े हुए हैं। तो आज अब उसके बारे में बता रहे कि ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म हो गए वो।
मैं अपने बहनों को लेकर आया हूँ सर। क्या हुआ? ये अभी 6:45 बजे करीब जो ये बम विस्फोट जो हुआ था लाल किले पे, ये बैटरी रिक्शा चलाते हैं, ये अपनी सवारी वगैरह उतर रहे थे कि उसी हादसे के शिकार हुए हैं। जब हमने देखा सारा दिमाग सूजा पड़ा है, पैर में भी चोट है, गाड़ी पूरी डैमेज हो चुकी है, इनकी बैटरी रिक्शा भी।
We have Shubham joining us from Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Shubham, help us understand, this is the university that's in the spotlight. 3 doctors have been detained and all of them seem to have some alleged links with the attack that took place yesterday near the Red Fort. Help us understand what is happening at the university there today.
Well, currently showing you the visual just outside the Al-Falah University. I'm standing right side. There were, in fact, so many movements since morning, be it the Delhi police, be it the Faridabad. There were movements in and out. The investigation in this particular matter is very important at this particular university because the 3 main accused in this particular case of, recovering the ammunition and also the arms that were, in fact, recovered from Dr. Shaheen's car. And also the recovery that has been done in terms of the ammunition nitrate that was recovered yesterday, in fact, which was around 2,900 kilograms of ammunition nitrate. Now, in this particular case, 3 more people, in fact, let me update, 6 more people have been, in fact, taken into custody, and now they will be also taking up some rounds of questions, and that is when the police and the NI, because now NI has also taken over the case in this particular matter, so they will also be, in fact, taking rounds of questioning from these particular detained people, though they have to release them before 24 hours if they do not get any proof against them, or they will have to file an FIR to arrest those who have been detained till now. But in this particular matter, this university definitely plays a very crucial role because till now, the 3 main accused in this particular matter are from this university. They were the part of the university, from the faculty members. In fact, they were. That is what the students have been told. Till now, 52 people have been investigated inside the premises of this university by the Faridabad police and the Delhi police. Now, the same rounds of questioning will be also conducted by the NI in this particular matter. Back to you.
Shubhang, any sense of a way in which you could describe the mood or conversation that you may have had with others in the university? Because this is, from what we gather, a widely known university that's been there. What's the sense that you're picking up from the rest of them out there? I mean, is there a sense of shock? Is there a sense of suspicion? Are they waiting to find out what the investigators have actually in terms of hard evidence?
Well, absolutely. There was a sense of shock in the students as well, because when, in fact, students were leaving the university premises, we were also talking to them, though they were not comfortable talking on camera, but off camera, in fact, they were talking with us, and they were very shocked that, the faculty members from their college or from their university were part of a module, and that too a terrorist organization. Though, in fact, talking to them, they have also said that they never thought, they had never, in fact, found any suspicion on the professors as they were working on day-to-day basis. But what we are also learning about Dr. Shaheen, they have said, some of the professors that inside the university have said that she was very moody. She did not listen to anyone. She used to do what she felt like, and no strict action was taken against her during this particular period. But now what they are learning is that they are part of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a terrorist organization. So definitely this is alarming for them as well, shocking for them as well, though they have said that the university administration have also said that they will follow all the procedures, and in fact, they will also help the police in the investigation. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Shubhang, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Al-Falah University in Faridabad is in the spotlight after 3 doctors working in that university have been detained and they're in police custody. And of course, Dr. Shaheen, who's a female doctor from Lucknow, is also in the spotlight, and she was closely working with Dr. Mujammil, who has also been allegedly involved in the terror attack that took place yesterday. Now, what we also understand is that at least 52 people have been interrogated in the Al-Falah University Medical Institution in Faridabad. This is being seen as a hotspot where the doctors' network flourished, and A lot of them have been involved in terror activities, but remember, all of them are claims, and the investigating agencies are still probing this particular incident, and these doctors are also being interrogated, and it will be some time before for the official agencies, or the official statement from the investigating agencies to come out. My colleague Veera also has more details on what really happened yesterday, how did this blast take place, and what more do we know from the site so far.
Well, Vasudha, as you're pointing out, look, it's all what we've been able to piece together from the information that we have so far. A Faridabad link, as we've been mentioning all along, to that blast has been emerging since last evening. It was, in fact, as soon as the blast went off, most reporters who were covering the Faridabad seizure of around 2,900 kilograms of explosives have been speaking about it. But there you have it on your screens, is that i20 car, a white Hyundai i20 car that was the one which set off that explosion at the Red Fort. Let's just look at the journey that i20 car took from Faridabad. There it crosses the Badarpur border, that comes into Delhi, comes into Saraikale Khan, and then goes to the ITO and Red Fort. And as we know, that it was being driven slowly. It had been parked at a parking lot there for a few hours, and then it had been driven slowly towards that red light where it exploded. So critically, CCTV footage shows that the driver remained seated inside that car for nearly 3 hours without even stepping out once. Investigators revealed that the Red Fort blast used an ANFO, or that's ammonium nitrate fuel operated with fuel, which detonated, likely by a manual trigger. ANFO is cheap, easy to assemble from common materials, a preferred device in past terror strikes as well. But the quantity that's used, the nature of the IED, the nature of the device that set off that explosive, these are questions that the investigators will have to answer. And as what we picked up from news reports so far, the quantum of the blast and the temperatures in that area revealed that a sizable amount of ammonium nitrate, or ANFO as we call it, as far as the explosive is concerned, was used in that blast.
That's right, Veera. The car is also believed to have changed several hands, from Salman to Ahmed to Tariq, and that's also an angle that the police is probing. Let's also go across to my colleague Shreya, who is reporting from the LNJP hospital, which is where most of the injured people are. Shreya, what are witnesses saying with regard to what happened yesterday? And tell us about the official count of people who have passed away and also the ones who are still recovering.
Well, of course, officially at least 9 people have been killed in this deadly blast, including identified victims Dinesh Kumar Mishra, who's a local worker in the area in the national capital, and also 34-year-old Ashok Kumar from Amroha, Uttar Pradesh, and 35-year-old Amar Kataria from Delhi. With the remaining 6 deceased aged 25 to 58 are yet to be identified, and 1 mutilated body has been recovered from the site as well. And of course, the family members are struggling to identify the bodies. 20 others were injured. Among them, there are 2 women and 18 men, with the youngest being 21-year-old Shivam Jha from Usmanpur in Delhi. A total of 12 victims hail from the capital here in Delhi, while 8 are from Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Himachal Pradesh. The victims are, of course, anonymous people who from the working class, and so far, no compensation has been announced. Of course, the investigation is underway, and after the initial probe report is out, the government will be announcing fair compensation for the affected families. Remember, all these casualties were rushed to Loknayak Jayaprakash Hospital, which is the nearest hospital from the explosion spot. And since morning, we have been seeing heartbreaking visuals of family members, their inconsolable grief, who had gathered outside the mortuary as well. And of course, we saw visuals of young children, waiting for their parents, waiting for their father, weeping over the loss of their father. And some are also waiting for the deceased bodies post-mortem to be done. Of course, the eyewitnesses reported, how they saw scattered bodies bodies and body parts at the scene, at the explosion site outside Red Fort last evening. And of course, Delhi police has registered an FIR under the UAP and Explosives Act and launched raids on a suspected Faridabad-based terror module. Of course, Delhi is on high alert at this point in time, and the higher authorities, the government has said that no one will be spared. The one who are responsible for this heinous blast, they will, get their due punishment, and justice will be delivered to all those families who have lost their sole breadwinner. And so far, 9 people have been killed, but the numbers could be significantly higher. But officially, 9 people have died, and over 20 people are injured, and they are in a critical condition at LNGP hospital.
Right, we'll keep a close watch of that from the hospitals. Thanks very much there, Shreya. The prime suspect, as we've been mentioning, Vasudha, Dr. Umar Mohammed, who was the suspected suicide bomber in that I-20 car that exploded there. He was connected and was an aide, according to investigators, and of course all this is source-based information at this stage, of Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, the earlier ones who were arrested, one in Faridabad and the other in Saharanpur.
Absolutely, Veera. Dr. Muzammil was arrested after he was found with a lot of RDX, and Umar Mohammed's family's DNA is being collected to ascertain the identity of the body that was collected from the blast site. That's what we understand. Umar belongs to Kashmir, is what we understand. He was also associated with the Al Falah institution in Faridabad, the medical institution that's in the spotlight since last night. The other key conspirators, Umar Rashid, involved in this case is a government employee, is what we understand from our sources, and is also Amir Rashid's brother. Amir Rashid had handed over the keys of another key conspirator, Tariq, who is believed to also have been one of those people who bought the car from Salman. Remember, the car that exploded, the I-20 car that exploded had also changed multiple hands, according to sources. Umar drove the car from Badarpur border near Faridabad, and he brought the car to the Red Fort parking lot. My colleague Veera has more details on this.
That's right. Let's just take you through what we know from authorities, from other sources, as far as those involved in that, the suspects are concerned. Dr. Umar Mohammed was the suspected suicide bomber that we just mentioned behind the Red Fort blast. The other suspect was also Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil's aide at the Al Falah universities. That's Dr. Umar Mohammed. There you have it. Father's name, G. Nabi Bhatt, native place Khoil in Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. And that's the connection that's being probed very closely. Date of birth, 1989, February 24th. The current occupation, he was a doctor at the Al Falah Medical College in Faridabad. And that's the key place where the multiple connections are seemingly evolving. He's a former resident, senior resident at the GMC in Anantnag as well. So he's had time in the valley as well. So these are the connections that's being closely looked at. He was later transferred to Faridabad. So that's pretty much what we've been able to piece together as far as this Dr. Umar Mohammed is concerned, who is suspectably the man who was driving that I-20 car that exploded outside the Red Fort, both associated with a radical doctors group active on Telegram as well. These are the information that the investigators have been able to piece out. Part of a Jaish-e-Mohammed module, according to sources, of course, that's a suspected aspect. So these are the information that we've been able to bring together. Let me go back to Vasudha for more in terms of the news and the latest that's come in from this investigation.
That's so. Thank you, Veera, for joining us. And also, this is Dr. Umar Mohammed, who is believed to be the key suicide bomber here. His family has been traced to Kashmir. This is a man who was associated with the Al Falah Medical Institution in Faridabad. He's also spent some time in Anantnag. He was training to be a doctor. We'll get you more on all of that in just a bit. It's time for a short break.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो
तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me.
NDTV has accessed a new CCTV footage of the I-20 car that exploded yesterday. It was part of the bomb blast. The CCTV footage is from Delhi to Faridabad, and the suspect, the suicide bomber, Umar Mohammed, is suspected to be wearing a mask, and he's seen driving the car.
There you see it. That's from the Delhi Faridabad toll plaza, where you cut over, I presume, Vasudha, into the national capital from Faridabad. And there you have that image there of the suspect there, Dr. Umar, allegedly wearing a mask. Umar entered Delhi via Faridabad at 8:13 a.m. Remember, the blast happens at 6:55 in the evening. 8:13 a.m. he enters New Delhi. Another CCTV footage of the I-20 car has surfaced as well, and that's what we're showing it. This footage is from the Badarpur toll plaza, Vasudha. The suspect Umar is seen in that CCTV footage that we're playing on the screens wearing a mask.
That's right, Virat. Umar Mohammed was a doctor associated with the Al-Falah Institution in Faridabad. He's also a doctor who has worked in Anantnag, and his family is in Pulwama. And these are two CCTV footages, one of Dr. Umar Mohammed in Badarpur toll plaza. The other one is also him crossing the Faridabad New Delhi toll plaza. We don't know if it's on the same day though, but we do see somebody who looks like him wearing
the mask. That's right. I believe NDTV's Mukesh is joining us live. Mukesh, go ahead. What information are you picking up? Can you just put this CCTV footage that we're playing on our screens in context for our viewers?
देखिए, जो उमर मोहम्मद है उसका एक नया सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आया है। ये फुटेज सोमवार का है, यानी कल ब्लास्ट हुआ है और ब्लास्ट से ठीक पहले का ये फुटेज है। ये जो उमर मोहम्मद है ये फरीदाबाद में अल फला जो यूनिवर्सिटी है वहां से चला था और उसके बाद 8:13 पर ये बदरपुर टोल क्रॉस करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। आप फुटेज में देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी में उमर मोहम्मद अकेला बैठा हुआ है और इसने अपने चेहरे पर मास्क पहना हुआ है जिससे ये अपनी पहचान छिपा पाए। और बदरपुर टोल प्लाजा के बाद ये फिर आश्रम होते हुए, सराय कालिका होते हुए, IT होते हुए जो रेड फोर्ट की पार्किंग है वहां पहुंचा है। लेकिन इसके पहले दिल्ली पुलिस को एक और फुटेज मिला है इसका। फरीदाबाद में एशियन हॉस्पिटल है, वहां पर ये सुबह 7 बजे वहां से निकल रहा है, यानी कि ये घर से अर्ली मॉर्निंग निकल गया था विस्फोटक लेकर और ये पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी के साथ में दिल्ली आया था। और इसमें इसके जो हैंडलर हैं, जब उन्होंने टाइम बताया और जब जगह बताई उसके हिसाब से इसने ब्लास्ट किया है। तो ये पूरा जो रूट मैप है ये दिल्ली पुलिस ने तैयार किया है। इस पूरे रूट पर जितने भी CCTV कैमरे लगे हैं फरीदाबाद से लेकर रेड फोर्ट तक, उन तमाम CCTV कैमरों के फुटेज को निकाला जा रहा है और जो पूरा रूट मैप है वो तैयार किया गया है, जिसमें कई जगहों पर उमर मोहम्मद I-20 गाड़ी लेकर ड्राइव करते हुए जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। जी
मुकेश, जस्ट एक चीज बताइए, 8:13 सुबह he has come from Faridabad, so it's pretty clear that all through the day he was there in Delhi. And is there any other information that you're picking up from the authorities?
देखिए, बिल्कुल इसने पूरा दिन जो है दिल्ली में बिताया है, क्योंकि सुबह 8:13 पर ये दिल्ली एंटर कर गया था और 8:13 के बाद ये जो रेड फोर्ट की पार्किंग है यहाँ पर ये पहुंचता है 3:19 पर, यानी कि पूरे दिन ये दिल्ली के अंदर रहा और फिर इसने 3 घंटे जो रेड फोर्ट की पार्किंग है वहां पर 3 घंटे रहा और वहां पर रहने के दौरान गाड़ी से ये 1 सेकेंड के लिए भी बाहर नहीं निकला, क्योंकि इसको लगता था कि अगर बाहर निकलेंगे तो इसकी पहचान हो जाएगी, वहाँ जो CCTV कैमरे लगे हैं उसमें इसका फुटेज आ जाएगा, इसीलिए बाहर नहीं निकला है। तो कुल मिलाकर दिल्ली पुलिस ने पूरा रूट मैप तैयार किया है और इस मामले की जांच को दिल्ली पुलिस आगे बढ़ा रही है।
मुकेश जी, कल रात से हम देख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने काफी विटनेसेस से बात की है, और कोई ऐसा इन्फॉर्मेशन है दिल्ली पुलिस के थ्रू जो आप हमको बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, बिल्कुल दिल्ली पुलिस ने तमाम जो लोकल लोग थे जहां पर ये ब्लास्ट हुआ था उनके स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किए हैं, कैसे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ, क्योंकि जो पुलिस कमिश्नर है उन्होंने कल ही कहा था कि जो ब्लास्ट है वो मूविंग कार के अंदर हुआ है, कार मूव कर रही थी और अब तो ये बिल्कुल क्लियर हो गया है कि जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है।
Right, we seem to have lost that line with Mukesh there, but of course that information coming in, Vasudha, which is extremely important because this gives the categorical confirmation of what time the suspected Fidain or suicide bomber in this case, which is Dr. Umar, entered into New Delhi. So that's pretty much the grab that you're seeing on your screens from the Badarpur toll plaza at 8:13 a.m. That I-20 car enters New Delhi, and it's been there in New Delhi presumably through the day. We don't know if it went back into Faridabad and came back, but pretty much clearly coming in from Faridabad through the Badarpur border into New Delhi. And of course, remember, this is at 8:13 a.m. in the morning to our viewers. Of course, the blast goes off at 6:55 in the evening. So,
like our colleague Mukesh was pointing out, Veera, that Umar Mohammed stayed in the car for all 3 hours in the parking lot because he didn't want to clearly be spotted by anybody. But of course, there's more information that's being gathered. What we know so far is that this is Dr. Umar Mohammed, the prime suspect, the suicide bomber in this case, the Fidain, who is suspected to have been part, the most important part of this bomb blast.
That's right. That's pretty much basis of what investigators. Obviously, they must be in possession of multiple CCTV footage, Vasudha, given that they know the route that was there. Yeah. There's also the footage of the car at the time of the blast moving slowly towards that red light. So the police, of course, would have much more information. This is, of course, what's come out at the moment by way of information coming in from the investigators of this particular CCTV footage of that car entering New Delhi's borders.
And this Hyundai i20 car, Veera, is the same one that has changed multiple hands, from Salman to Amit to Tariq. Correct. To finally Mohammed Omar, and of course police is also interrogating that particular angle, because this is the main tool of this terror blast, and this probably is also the most important pivotal thing that's helping investigating agencies understand the whole trail to this terror attack.
That's right, Vasudha. A couple of other things as well which you pick up from investigators from the other parts of the world as well. When you see that footage, they do have technology to decipher how much of payload was there in the car, how much of explosives were there in the car because of the compression on the suspensions and how far it is from the ground. So multiple angles will be probed by investigators. But Vasudha, it's also, as you rightly point out, NDTV will be bringing out this special report as well in a bit from now on, what you should be careful about when you sell a car to a person that you don't know, the kind of documentation that's needed to make sure that you know who you are selling your car to. In this case, as Vasudha rightly pointed out, this car seems to have changed multiple hands, and there is the last person who's used it, who's suspected suicide bomber. We still don't know when he procured it and what kind of documentation was provided.
Yes, Veera, but the most worrying aspect of this terror attack is also the involvement of white-collar professionals, and one of them is Dr. Shaheen, a terror doctor, a doctor who played an important role in this terror network. Several houses in Lucknow have been raided, and one of them belonged to Dr. Parvez, who's somebody who worked in an integrated university. He's the brother of Dr. Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen was recruited as part of Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing, is what we understand from our sources. And the father's name of Parvez and Shaheen is Saeed Ansari, who's also from Lucknow. Dr. Shaheen was selected through Public Service Commission. She's also worked in Kanpur, is what we believe, before, of course, coming to Faridabad to work in Al-Falah Medical Institution.
That's right. These are all the suspected by the investigators. Obviously, there will be a long process of putting out the categorical evidence before proving them guilty. Let's just listen in to Dr. Shaheen's father, Saeed Ansari, who spoke to our colleagues there in Lucknow.
हमें तो किसी से नहीं पता, आप ही लोग से पहली बार पता लग रहा है जी। डॉक्टर शाहीन फरीदाबाद में कब से रह रही थी, कुछ आइडिया आपको? डेढ़ साल हो गए करीब। किसी डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल का आपने नाम? नहीं, हमने कभी ना उनके मुंह से सुना है, ना हम मुजम्मिल को जानते हैं। ठीक।
That's right, that's the father of one of the suspects in that case, Dr. Shaheen, who was picked up by the police today, speaking to the media there. Ranveer, my colleague, joins me from Lucknow. Go ahead, Ranveer, what are you picking up from the family?
Dr. Shaheen, whose car was recovered from Dr. Muzammil, and the arms were in the car. So Dr. Shaheen belongs to Lucknow, and where I am standing, this is Khandari Bazaar, one of the congested areas in Lal Bagh, and you can see a huge crowd outside Dr. Shaheen's residence. Today morning, UP ATS along with police, UP police and Kashmir police, they raided a place near IM Road, and that belongs to Dr. Parvez, who is sibling of Dr. Shaheen. So Dr. Shaheen is anyhow associated with Dr. Muzammil, and Dr. Parvez is also a doctor, and he is working with Integral University in Lucknow as assistant professor in the medicine department. So Dr. Shaheen is under scanner. She has been interrogated and in Lucknow. Two places where Dr. Shaheen family members, they reside. One, this one where her father, Saeed Ansari, he resides, while at IM Road, Dr. Parvez Ansari, he lives. But today, when ATS teams raided the place of Dr. Parvez, there was no one, and the main gate was locked. So ATS broken the lock. They raided inside the house, and after inspection, they came out with a new lock. And then after, they came to this place in Khandari Bazaar, and after an interrogation with Shaheen's father, Saeed Ansari, for around 40 minutes, the teams gone from this place now, and the case is going on. So Dr. Shaheen belongs to Lucknow, and she was MBBS. She had done MBBS from Allahabad Medical College, and after that she cracked UPSC and she joined Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Medical College in Kanpur, and she worked there from 2006 to 2013. But the sources in Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Medical College just said that she left the college without any intimation in 2013, and 2015 is the year when she was divorced to Zafar Hayat. So she had taken a divorce from Zafar Hayat. Zafar belongs to Maharashtra, but there were some disputes between the husband and wife, and she was divorced in 2015. Right. And Dr. Shaheen's father said that around 1.5 years back, Dr. Shaheen shifted to Faridabad, and as per Saeed Ansari, he don't know who is Dr. Muzammil.
Right,
so
Ranveer, we'll keep coming back to you for the latest. I'm sorry to butt in there because we simply need to take a break, but of course, that was the reaction coming in from Lucknow, Vasudha. We'll slip into a very short break, much more when we come back.
In Bihar, बहुत politics है. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना कर दें, मजे को 3 गुना कर दें। गाजी, रोहान, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV.
Welcome back. We are continuing our coverage, non-stop coverage since last evening of the investigations into that Delhi blast. Much more, Vasudha, which will keep coming up in terms of both investigations and information coming in from investigators.
That's right, Veera. The doctors' network is in the spotlight, but several angles are being probed by investigating agencies. We'll get you all that and more on the other side of this break.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं। बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Veeru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV. The terror blast that happened in New Delhi yesterday near the Red Fort is being probed from all angles. High-level security meetings have taken place at the Home Minister's residence, and the Prime Minister has also spoken about it, saying that the accused will be led to justice.
Right, from CCTV footage to searches that are on, investigators have been trying to piece together the sequence of events that led to that blast. They have been able to identify the suspected suicide bomber or a Fidain attack, as some of the investigators have been telling off the record. So we'll get you all the latest that's coming in right now from the investigators and from the reactions that have come in. But first, the headlines, we're tracking this up.
Prime Minister Modi sends out a stern message on Delhi blast case in which 9 people have been killed. Speaking in Bhutan, he says the government will go to the root of this conspiracy. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also warned that those responsible for this will not be spared.
The link emerges between the deadly blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort and quote-unquote white-collar terror module that was allegedly busted by police teams of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The car in which the explosion took place was owned allegedly by Amir, who was part of the module.
First pictures of Delhi blast suspects have surfaced now. Dr. Umar, who is suspected to have been inside the car during the blast, emerges as the key face of this terror case. A possible Jaish link has also emerged from this.
And the first images of Dr. Shaheen, who was arrested in Lucknow. Ammunition seized from Dr. Shaheen's car, allegedly accused of heading the Jaish's women's wing in India. Searches are underway in the Al Falah University in Faridabad, where several of the doctors who were part of this module allegedly studied.
Voting underway in Bihar elections. It's phase 2 of Bihar polls. 122 constituencies across 20 districts are voting today. Over 60.4% turnout has been recorded in all of these seats concentrated in Shabad, Magad and Simachal areas of Bihar. The voting percentage has been 60.4 till 3 p.m.
Well, Bollywood's original strongman, the veteran actor Dharmendra, hospitalized in Mumbai. Hema Malini and Dr. Isha Deol say the actor is stable and recovering.
Well, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired an important review meeting today on the Delhi car blast with senior officials, and what we understand that he has instructed them to hunt down every culprit behind this incident.
That's right. Everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of the agencies, according to information or the message coming out of that meeting. It's a high-level security meet. Remember, the Prime Minister will be back in India, and there is a possibility of further confabulations and meetings at the top level, including a CCS Vasudha perhaps tomorrow. So multiple developments that we're tracking at the moment from the national capital.
That's right. This is the third high-level security meeting that has been chaired by the Home Minister. The Home Minister chaired one last night, and after that he has been having the series of meetings at his residence in which not just IB officials but also officials from J&K Police and also Delhi Police have been participating. He's also spoken to FSL officials, is what we understand, and he has been taking stock of the situation every hour, is what we understand, and also has been talking to the Prime Minister, who is in Bhutan, informing him about all the updates that have come in with regard to the investigation.
That's right. Much of these decisions will depend on categorical and confirmed information and both intelligence inputs that have come in, Vasudha. But these meetings would be crucial for India to assess the situation and also in terms of formulating a response.
That's right. Vishal joins us. Vishal has been tracking this meeting very closely. Vishal, we saw the Home Minister visit LNJP Hospital yesterday. He spoke to the witnesses, and there have been a series of high-level meetings since last night. Tell us about the latest meeting that has taken place. What kind of instructions has he given out to officials?
Vasudha, if I could hear you correctly, you asked about the meetings that Amit Shah chaired in the last few hours. There have been two meetings, I'll tell you. The first one was at 11 a.m. that lasted about 90 minutes or so. The second one started at about 3 p.m. at the Ministry of Home Affairs, which also lasted around the same time duration. And we have the statement of Amit Shah. He's just taken to X and posted that he chaired the review meetings of Delhi car blast with senior officials of all the sides. He has instructed all the higher officials to hunt down each and every culprit behind this incident. So the message is loud and clear from the Indian authorities that whoever is responsible for the blast that happened in that distance, about 100 meters from where we are standing, those white drapes tell you the story. Everything that happened last night is behind those white curtains, and that is what Amit Shah is talking about. He said that every culprit behind this ghastly incident will be hunted down and won't be spared. Everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of our agencies. This is what the Home Ministry of India has clearly said, and Prime Minister Modi also spoke on similar lines about 5-6 hours ago when he was on a visit to Bhutan. He clearly mentioned that anyone who is responsible for this incident will not go unpunished, will not go unnoticed. That is the biggest message that India is sending at the moment. We are right at the ground zero where all of it unfolded last night. You can see security officials standing in the distance. We have paramilitary forces. At least I've counted at least 250 to 300 officials from across many agencies. And behind those white drapes, you have NIA authorities, NIA officials going at it, discovering new clues, putting together pieces of clues that they have collected over the last 24 hours or so. It will be exactly 24 hours in about 1.5 hours of time, and that is the signal where it all happened, the yellow signal where the blast took place, and at least 9 to 10 people have died. It's a developing story, it's a dynamic story. If you want to see what effect this had on the people of Delhi, I'll request my camera person to show the road that we are on. It's almost totally empty. Not even one moving vehicle on this road. This is one of the busiest roads in Delhi, but it doesn't have a single moving vehicle at the moment. So that shows the story so far. Back to you, Vasudha.
Vishal, it's quite graphic what you're showing in terms of the fact that the roads are empty there. But what have you picked up specifically from the investigators? Is there anything specific that you've picked up beyond what we've been reporting? Because there's a lot of information about raids, about arrests, about CCTV footage. Any further information that you're picking up from investigators that you could share at this stage?
Well, over the last 1 hour or so, there have been several information that we have collected through sources. The first one, the top one on the list is obviously the involvement of many people from the Al Falah University that is located in Faridabad, Haryana. At least 52 people from that university, from staffers to students to junior resident doctors to senior resident doctors, including the woman who has been arrested. She these people have been questioned, these people have been detained, and there's a special investigation separately going on to analyze that part of the story, because Al Falah University seems to be at the center of this conspiracy, because this was not a random act of violence, as was reported earlier, that the fellow who detonated the explosive, he did not really act erratically, is what we've gathered so far.
Right, important, several connections being made to that Al Falah University. We'll keep a close watch of those investigations. Thanks very much, Vishal. Of course, Vasudha, one of the key aspects is also the reaction that's come in from across quarters, including from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's condoled the victims of the Delhi blast and has vowed to bring perpetrators to justice.
Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, held a high-level security meeting today. In fact, he held two such meetings today and one was held last night. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also issued a stern warning saying that attackers will not be spared. Prime Minister Modi, we are told, is going to return to India soon. He will be addressing a cabinet meeting and most likely a CCS meeting tomorrow. He has said that the conspirators of this crime, those behind this blast, will not be spared. And this is just a day after 9 people were killed in this explosion.
That's right. He also said that our agencies will get to the bottom of this conspiracy. The conspirators behind this will not be spared. As you just mentioned, all those responsible will be brought to justice. He said while speaking in Thimphu, and as you just mentioned, Home Minister Amit Shah has also chaired a high-level security meet at his residence earlier in the day. Another MHA meeting will be held around 3 p.m. That's what we've been reporting at the moment. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh issued a stern warning in the wake of that Delhi blast near the Red Fort. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister, both what he said yesterday and we'll also juxtapose it to his reaction just after the Pulwama attacks.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
From Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let's also listen in to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who issued a stern warning after those blasts.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
Well, there's a crackdown on Haryana's Al Falah University. Remember that this has become the hotspot. At least 4 doctors associated with this medical institution have been detained by police and they're being seen as suspects.
That's right, Vasudha. The entire investigation now revolving around Al Falah University. Obviously, these are all suspects right now. The police, of course, going through that investigation, and it all triggered back to that arrest at Saharanpur, and then, of course, the arrest of 2 doctors at Faridabad and the recovery of large quantities of ammonium nitrate as well as other explosive material, 2,900 kilograms. That information came in just before the blast at the national capital yesterday. Sources, and of course this will have to be corroborated with evidence, say that almost 40% or at least a large amount of doctors and staff at that Al Falah University could be from Jammu and Kashmir.
My colleague Anushka Garg joins us with more details on this. Anushka, from Shaheen to Umar, who is suspected to be the suicide bomber in this case, to Mujammil, who is also in police custody. A lot of them are they're all involved with this university. Tell us what is going on there and what is the crackdown that's happening there? How many people have been interrogated till now?
Right, Vasudha. A lot of movement can be seen here since today morning. We did see that the Delhi Police Special Branch had in fact reached here, and after investigating, they have in fact taken 52 people's statement and have in fact detained all of them and are right now interrogating them about whether or not they knew that such kind of activities, terror-related activities were in fact taking place in Al-Falah University. We are just outside the premises and we'd like to show you some visuals also. This is the Al-Falah University from where, Muzammil Shakil was teaching as a senior doctor for 3.5 years. This is the same very place where his lady accomplice was in fact also apprehended by the police. She's also in fact taken into custody, and we did see the visuals of how Shahina, who's the said lady accomplice of Muzammil Shakil, was in fact also detained. In her Swift Desire car, the police had found a lot of ammunition and also arms inside her car, and just barely a kilometer from this particular place from where we are standing in Fatehpur Taga. This is the village Fatehpur Taga, and barely a kilometer from here is the rented apartment of Muzammil Shakil, where he was storing 2,900 kgs worth of explosives and also getting to know suspected ammonium nitrate. Imagine the amount of number. Now the main question here is how were they able to amass such large quantity of explosives on the outskirts of Delhi NCR? And also second question is how did they manage to bring such kind of explosives to Faridabad without being detected? Also we are seeing that this is an umbrella investigation. The NIA has taken over this case, and also we are seeing that the Delhi police is right now investigating as to how these people were associated with each other. From what we are getting to know and what we are understanding is that Umar Muhammad was an accomplice of Muzammil Shakil, and the lady, female friend, was in fact also there, who was helping them,
Right. Anushka, we seem to be having trouble with getting through in terms of your audio. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest that's happening at the Al-Falah University. Meanwhile, Vasudha has more details from this investigation. Vasudha.
While the blast, Veera, at the Red Fort is being investigated from different angles, what is fascinating and really worrying is the terror module that's related to doctors that has emerged. It's a white-collar professionals network, mostly doctors. And remember, all of them are suspects right now. But what has also emerged is really worrying because all of them doctors, and they all seem very radicalized. This is Umar Muhammad. He is a doctor in training, 36 years old, and he is suspected to be the suicide bomber, the Fidain in this case. Remember, it's been established as a terror attack is what we know. He was employed at Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad, which is also being seen as a hotspot right now. Umar was also somebody who was employed as a resident doctor in Srinagar. He worked very closely with Dr. Adil and Dr. Mujammil, two other people who have been associated, who have been accused of being suspects in this case. And we also know that all of them have been associated with the Al-Falah hospital. Umar is also someone who comes from Pulwama, and he was... this is Mujammil Ahmed, and he was also somebody associated with Umar. Umar is a 36-year-old, and all three of them, Adil, Umar and Mujammil, work together. Mujammil Ahmed is somebody who was also associated with the Al-Falah Medical Hospital. Of the four, three doctors seem to have connections with Kashmir, two of them from Pulwama is what we understand. And all of this happened, the blast happened after 2,900 kg of explosives, weapons were recovered from Mujammil's rented house in Faridabad. He was a resident of Pulwama. And Dr. Adil is the other person who has worked at the GMC in Anantnag. All of them doctors. A rifle was found in his locker, and he was also earlier arrested for pasting JEM posters. So there is a Jaish linked to this. And the last one, of course, is Dr. Shaheen, who was tasked with building the women's body of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. She was a doctor in Lucknow, somebody who got into medical services after cracking the Public Service Commission examination, has worked in Kanpur, and she's been associated with Dr. Mujammil, who was arrested for possession of ammunition. And she's also been detained today from her house in Lucknow, from her father's house, and all four of them are being suspected of having links with the terror blast that took place in Delhi yesterday.
That's right. Dr. Umar Mohammed, as Vasudha was just mentioning, is the suspected suicide bomber behind the blast at that Red Fort. And the police, we believe, have collected Umar Mohammed's family's DNA to ascertain the identity of the body that was obtained from the car at the blast site. The other key conspirator, Umar Rashid, involved in the case is a government employee and Rashid's brother. Amir Rashid had handed over the keys to another conspirator, Tariq. That's the journey of that I-20 car. According to sources, Umar drove the car from Badarpur border, and we had even CCTV footage showing him cross the Badarpur border into the national capital from Faridabad and brought the car to the Red Fort parking lot, where he allegedly sat for 3 hours at the parking lot. After that, Adil and Muzamil's arrest from Faridabad. Sources say Umar Mohammed panicked and detonated the explosive near the Red Fort metro station. Of course, the last bit is conjuncture at this stage. But more about Dr. Umar, who is the suspected suicide bomber. Vasudha has the details.
Thank you, Veera. Dr. Umar Mohammed was the suspected suicide bomber behind the blast at the Red Fort. The suspect was Dr. Adil and Dr. Mujammil's aide. He worked very closely with them, all three doctors. Dr. Umar was 36 years old. He was born on 24th February 1989. Remember, he's the bomber who's suspected to have died yesterday, and his family's DNA is now being collected, and the verification process will also establish what his identity was. He was a doctor in training at Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad. He was also somebody who has worked as a resident doctor in Srinagar earlier, and he comes from Pulwama, and he's also been a resident doctor in Anantnag. So clear links with Kashmir. Remember, of the 4 suspects, 3 of them are doctors associated with Kashmir, and Dr. Umar Ahmed and Mohammed and his father, of course, Nabi Bhatt, is what we understand, a 36-year-old doctor. And this is the worrying part, because all 4 suspects in this case are professionals, working professionals, doctors, and there seems to be a certain sense of radicalization that has worked, and all of them were reportedly working closely, and they contacted each other through Telegram groups, is what we understand. They were all active on Telegram, and they were part of a Jaish-e-Mohammed module, is what we understand from our sources.
Right, thanks very much there, Vasudha. Of course, that's the profile that we've been able to put together of that alleged suicide bomber, the suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar. My colleague Tanishka Datta also joins me live. She's been tracking all the developments very, very closely. Tanushka, what's the latest you're picking up from investigators? What can you give us at this stage?
Right, I'm currently present at the Red Fort, right in front of the Red Fort, in fact, wherein this blast happened yesterday in the evening at around 6:52 p.m., which we do know of. And what we know as of now, fresh, is, we have 2 CCTV footage that we've come across of, the car, the I-20 white Hyundai car, of its whereabouts at 8:13 in the morning. It was at Badarpur Toll Plaza, and thereafter, of course, it went about the city and came to central Delhi, and right here at Chandni Chowk, which is wherein, after that we have another CCTV video wherein this car and 3 men are getting a pollution check of the white Hyundai car that exploded near Delhi's Red Fort on Monday, killing 9 people. We do know that 9 people have been killed, and as of now 8 bodies have been identified from the LNJP hospital. What we also understand is that, of course, that Dr. Umar Mohammed, who was the suicide bomber at this point, spent 3 hours in the car before actually panicking and detonating the bomb from the car itself, just only a few meters from where I am standing at, a few hundred meters. So to my right, I will ask my camera person to pan to the right, is the Red Fort, which is a little far away from where the blast happened, but not, just 100 meters away. To my left is the Jain temple. So definitely, and the Chandni Chowk market as well, definitely a very crowded area this is, and a very definitely a huge tourist hotspot too. Tourists were present at the Red Fort. The Chandni Chowk market in general has a lot of crowd. Some of the victims' families whom I spoke to today spoke of, some were shopkeepers who had come to buy more goods at the Chandni Chowk market, and little did they know that this would be, the last day of life, and they would lose their life in this manner. I think the most important bit to take into account is from this blast is that of the loss of lives that has happened. Definitely the link that has come about of this being a white collar terrorist module at this point with the Faridabad terrorist module and the Delhi blast being linked together is definitely something that is also being investigated investigated by the National Investigative Agency. The NIA has been handed over the case, and as we can see right now, a lot of definitely security deployment is present here at the Red Fort. The roads have been cordoned off from a couple of kilometers back. No people, no vehicles are allowed. Usually this area is hustling and bustling with traders, with tourists, not just from the state but from other states, even from abroad. And this is what the condition is of this very important area of the country. Red Fort is somewhere from where the Prime Minister also unfurls the flags for Independence Day, and definitely, this is in the heart of the capital that a tragedy like this has happened. We do know that Prime Minister Modi has also said that the conspirators behind this will not be spared. Back to you.
For joining us with those details. Now, we know that a Faridabad link to the terror blast has occurred, but how did this main weapon of terror, the car, the I-20 car, reach Delhi? Where did it all exchange hands? For all of this, let me go across to Veera. Veera has all the details.
That's right. Thanks very much there, Vasudha. Look, this car that we're talking about, the I-20 car, has been the focus of investigations, and it's changed multiple hands before it actually reached the hands of the suspected suicide bomber. Let's try and map to you where the car started and how it reached the Red Fort area. We have shown you CCTV footage, right? And that CCTV footage that we've been showing you is from that Badarpur border, where the car crosses at 8:13 a.m. It leaves from Faridabad, crosses the Badarpur toll into the national capital at 8:13 a.m. and that's the route it takes. And those who are familiar with Delhi would know that route very clearly. Goes all the way through Sarai Khale Khan to ITO and then to the Red Fort. And obviously, as you know, since we've been reporting since yesterday, it was parked at a parking lot for about 3 hours where the driver didn't leave the car. That's near the Red Fort area. And then it slowly moves towards the traffic signal when it's set off as an explosive. That car, which was packed with, we don't know, suspected ammonium nitrate, ANFO, fuel oil, triggered by fuel oil with a detonator perhaps there, blasts outside the Red Fort metro station, all the way from Faridabad through the Badarpur border at 8:13 a.m. and around 6:55 is that blast. So that's the journey of that I-20 car. Several questions there raised. Much more evidence will also come out in terms of CCTV footage of tracking that car in different parts of the city as the investigators further probe this case. Back to you, Vasudha.
Right. Thank you, Veera, for joining us. Also, the weapon, the main weapon of terror attack, and also the evidence here, the journey of the car as mapped by police officials here. NDTV is tracking hour by hour the route of the map. NDTV has tracked the I-20's movement, and the car starts at 8:13 a.m. is when we see Umar, who's seen as the Fadain in this case. He's seen entering Faridabad through the Badarpur toll plaza. At 3:19 is when we see the car parked near the Red Fort, and those visuals that you can see at 6:28 p.m. in the evening is when we see the car leaving the Red Fort parking a lot. Let me go across to Veera for more details on this. Veera.
That's right, Vasudha. I just wanted to track on the map for the viewers the information that you have been putting out. That's hour by hour tracking of that I-20 car that leaves from Faridabad in the morning and reaches the Red Fort there. Let's just play that map again for our viewers there. There you have it at Faridabad. It crosses the Badarpur border, as I told you, at the toll at 8:13 a.m. That's 8:13 in the morning, where you see the suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar, wearing, of course, a mask. This is, of course, information that we are piecing together from whatever we picked out. At 3:19 p.m., the car is seen parked near the Red Fort area. So, which means from here till the Red Fort area, it's moved up, and at 3:19 p.m. it's spotted there. That's where for about 3 hours it's parked at that parking lot near that Red Fort area, and at 6:28 p.m. the car leaves that Red Fort parking lot, slowly moves around that area, and at 6:55 p.m. is the moment of that enormous explosion that was set off with that car. That's the journey of that I-20 car that we've been able to piece together with the information that we've had so far. Back to you, Vasudha.
Well, thank you, Veera. So clearly the journey of the car is important for police to also understand what happened to the main suicide bomber here, Umar Mohammed. But the spotlight now is on doctors. It's also on Dr. Shaheen and her brother Parvez, both of them from Lucknow. Dr. Shaheen is a doctor, and she was associated with the Al-Falah Institute of Medical Sciences in Faridabad. She has worked in Kanpur earlier, and she's part of the Faridabad Jaish module, which also has the other suspects, including Mujammil, Adil, and of course Umar Mohammed, who is being seen as a suicide bomber in this case. Dr. Shaheen's brother Parvez was raided in Lucknow today. His father's house, Said Ansari's house, was raided. Parvez works in an integrated university in Uttar Pradesh. NDTV has accessed exclusive details on Dr. Shaheen.
Well, she was also working at Faridabad's Al-Falah Medical College and was an associate for Dr. Umar, as you just mentioned, the suspected suicide bomber behind the Red Fort blast. Dr. Shaheen was allegedly assigned to establish and lead the women's wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is deeply concerning, Vasudha, given that these are all highly educated doctors and ones who've even cleared the Public Service Commission, as you just mentioned there. Security agencies are now tracking Shaheen's associates, Shaheen's digital trail being scanned to unearth the full extent of whatever they're investigating in terms of this terror network that was planned. Obviously, all this is based on suspicion at the moment. They will be looking for hard and clear evidence in this case to figure out the exact network and the exact nature of involvement of each of the members that are being probed. At the moment, obviously, we need to categorically state that these are all suspicion investigators are pursuing. Investigators believe that Dr. Shaheen was in contact with possible handlers across the border in Pakistan as well. And on the other hand, Shaheen's brother, Dr. Parvez, is absconding or isn't been traced down by the police as yet, though they have made searches at the residence.
What is, however, interesting, Veera, is we don't know yet if these doctors were also using their professional networks and also their own expertise to raise funds, but it's clear in some ways that they've all been associated with this terror attack that took place. Of course, the investigation is on. They're all being questioned, and Dr. Shaheen's brother, Dr. Parvez, is absconding, is what we know. The ATS is tracking him, but raids have happened across the states of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, and she's in police custody now. Let's listen into what her father said in Lucknow today.
हमें तो किसी से नहीं पता, आप ही लोग से पहली बार पता लग रहा है जी। डॉक्टर शाहीन फरीदाबाद में कब से रह रही थी, कुछ आइडिया आपको? डेढ़ साल हो गए करीब। किसी डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल का आपने नाम? नहीं, हमने कभी ना उनके मुंह से सुना है, ना हम मुजम्मिल को जानते हैं। ठीक।
Dr. Shaheen, part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed Faridabad module, arrested from Lucknow. This is the female doctor who worked at Faridabad's Al-Falah Medical College near the capital. And along with Dr. Umar, who allegedly triggered the blast outside the Red Fort, and Dr. Muzammil, who was hiding nearly 3,000 kgs of explosives, is part of the 10/11 terror conspiracy.
It was here the Dr. Shaheen, along with Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil, used to work, the Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad. It was here that her Swift Desire car was recovered with ammunition stacked inside, a network of white-collar terrorists, radicalized on Telegram groups and waiting to strike terror.
NDTV has accessed exclusive details about Dr. Shaheen and her role in the plot. She was allegedly recruited by the Jaish-e-Mohammed to establish the terror organization's women's wing in India. Its Pakistan arm is headed by Jaish chief Masood Azhar's sister. Dr. Shaheen was allegedly assigned to establish and lead the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Shaheen's digital trail is now being scanned to unearth the full extent of the women-led terror network that was planned. Investigators believe she was in contact with handlers across the border in Pakistan. NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, that's the profile of Dr. Shaheen, but the key questions and the burning questions that we are raising here on NDTV at the moment, which needs answers to understand what really unraveled there. Is that suicide bombing, was that suicide bombing a panic reaction to the Faridabad bust? Because remember, As soon as investigators go there in Faridabad and unearth enormous amount of explosives, including 350 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, which could be used to make ANFO, it's suspected that it's possibly Dr. Umar who left Faridabad, came out and in panic reaction took out that explosion there at the Red Fort, as tragic as it was. The second big question is, does this expose potentially, were the explosives potentially moved to other locations too? How closely will investigators have to probe further details from this? Because that's another concern. Remember, several states and several cities were also put on high alert after that blast, as is normally the case. But in this case, what about whether there's more explosives that's there outside as well? Then the Delhi blast, originally planned as a serial attack, because that question repeatedly raised after that 2,900 kilograms of multiple IED-making substances that were found accordingly in Faridabad. Of course, 350 kilograms of that was ammonium nitrate, which has been commonly used along with fuel oil, ANFO, in explosions in the past, including one in Oslo when about 900 kilograms of it was packed into a car in 2011. Does weapon recovery imply a mass shooting plan? That's another concerning question before the investigators. And how many more Jaish sleeper cells are there in India? And does this expose a well-planned structure that's existing in India that intelligence agencies were not aware? Remember, after the dismantling of the Indian Mujahideen, the investigators have been able to contain several elements, both from the radical, monitoring of radical elements and bringing them to book when there are radical posts and radicalization efforts on, and the other is also influence from outside. They have been able to curb that enormously in the last few years. How will India respond to that attack in New Delhi? That's another key question that is being raised, which will need categorical answers. Of course, the Prime Minister will be back, and of course there will be several conversations, confabulations in the national capital about what next and how India will respond. Back to you, Vasudha.
Thank you, Veera. Well, this issue is also playing out politically in India, with the government stating very clearly that the perpetrators of this terror attack will be brought to justice and they will be punished severely. Home Minister Amit Shah has said that he has given out instructions to all officials that they will have to go after every culprit who's accused of this crime. The Prime Minister, speaking in Bhutan, has also said that justice will be served. But the opposition, of course, has also accused the government of security lapses. Let's listen in to some reactions.
ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವೈಫಲ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು.
ಬಿಹಾರದ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಇವತ್ತು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
ಅದೇ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರುತ್ತಾ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಘಟನೆಗಳು
ಬೀರೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಫೇವರ್ ಬೀರುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಫೇವರ್ ಬೀರುವ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ.
सरकारने किती गांभीर्याने घेतला आणि कशा प्रकारे सुरक्षेचा आढावा घेतला होता?
बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है. सरकार ने बहुत गंभीरता से इसको लिया है और हमारी सरकार इस प्रकार की कृत्य करने वाले लोगों के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी और आतंकवाद को समर्थन करने वालों इस देश में कोई जगह नहीं है. निश्चित रूप से सब लोगों ने उनका धिक्कार करना चाहिए और निरपराध लोगों की एक प्रकार से जो मृत्यु हुई है, मैं उनको श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं और निश्चित रूप से जो दोषी होंगे उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई.
This is a heinous act. In case if it is done by any terror organizations, central government has to establish whether it is the terror act or it is a chemical bomb, and if it is a terrorist act, then we have to go to the bottom of the sun. We have to establish the entire chain. Somewhere, the security also has to be made responsible. When Rameshwaram Cafe had happened here, we're resigning for this one. Now we have to take own responsibility. The Home Minister should resign. If it is a terror act, or even if it's a chemical bomb case, then also they're responsible. It's a failure of intelligence, security breach, and that too in front of Red Fort.
क्या कहेंगे आप दिल्ली के धमाकों के बाद? अब
अच्छा, क्या बोलना है दिल्ली धमाके के बाद? पहलगाम और पुलवामा से लेके अभी तक कितने धमाके हुए? 3 दर्जन से ऊपर। सैनिक कैंप पर हमला, हमारे फोर्सेस पर हमला, कितना बदला ले लिया आपने? जखीरा हमको फरीदाबाद में पूरी बम्बई दिल्ली ख़त्म करने वाली जखीरा मिली, तो इंटेलिजेंस कहाँ थी? गायब थे। इंटेलिजेंस किनके जिम्मे में है? और 12 घंटे के तक आप इंतजार कर रहे थे कि कोई और बड़ी घटना घटे, तो क्या 9 और 11 के बदले 1100 मारेंगे? और किस पर अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय होगी? भैया, अमित भाई को सिर्फ आप चोरी करने का मंत्रालय दिए हुए हैं कि वोट चोरी कैसे होगी, सत्ता में हम कैसे आएंगे, प्रबंधन का मंत्रालय आप देखिए। देश सुरक्षित अमित भाई के रहते नहीं रह सकता है। अमित भाई को एक मंत्रालय, चुनाव मंत्रालय दे दीजिए, उसमें चुनाव आयोग को साथ लगा दीजिए, और जितना चोरी करने वाले तरीके हैं वो उनको ज़्यादा ज्ञानवर्धन है। वो देश के लिए वो सही गृह मंत्री नहीं है, इसलिए उनको हर कीमत पर रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए।
Whatever it is, it's too early to speculate. But one thing is established, that Mr. Amit Shah has been the most incompetent home minister in the history of independent India. Delhi riots 2020, Pahalgam, Manipur, Pulwama, unrest throughout the country. As a home minister, he goes to Bihar, he goes to Madhya Pradesh and says that Bangladeshis are entering the country. Recent Pahalgam attacks, there is no accountability whatsoever. I mean, any other government would have ensured that the home minister resigned. The only reason why I think the BJP is tolerating this incompetence is because Mr. Amit Shah has all Mr. Modi's secrets.
Sir, at this point in time, what is your first thoughts on the investigation and what kind of compensation will be provided to the affected people?
Well, Honorable Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has already taken the matter in his own hands, and he is looking after every micro and minute issues related to this unfortunate blast that happened yesterday in my constituency. And all the security agencies, including Delhi Police, is on their toes to find out the cause. And once the things are identified, nobody responsible for this unfortunate blast will be spared under any circumstances. I pay my respects to all those bereaved families who have lost their dear ones, whereas the people, those who are having medical treatment at the hospitals.
Well, Veera, several political reactions there, with the government making it clear that every perpetrator is going to be punished for this, while the opposition is blaming the government, accusing that it's been a major security lapse.
That's right. Several questions will have to be raised on multiple fronts. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, much more on the latest that's coming in from the investigations.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Bit of breaking news that's coming in, Vasudha, but that's not on the Delhi blast case, but on the Sabarimala gold heist probe. Former Travancore Devaswam board president has been arrested, Vasudha.
This is the third arrest, Veera, in the Sabarimala gold heist probe, Sabarimala gold investigation that's happening. And Vasu, former Travancore Devaswam board president, has been arrested by SIT today.
Well, as you just mentioned, he's the third accused in that Sabarimala gold heist case. Remember, it's been probed by the special investigating team after lots of gold from the Sabarimala temple door, which was donated to the temple by Vijay Mallya in 1999, was found missing. In fact, the gold door, the gold-plated doors, Vasudha, had taken a journey across South India. In fact, even to some houses of actors as well. So Vasu, who has been arrested, is known to be the representative of the ruling LDF government there, Vasudha.
That's right. He was also the Devaswam board commissioner for 2 years before becoming the president of TDP.
That's right. Of course, there have been multiple questions raised about it. We'll keep a close watch on that investigation as well as the investigations into the Delhi blast case, which is our prime focus at the moment. And also, in a bit from now, Padmaja will be in with the latest on Bihar and the fact that voting will conclude in phase 2 at 6 p.m.
Yes, just a few minutes left for the polling in Bihar to end. 122 seats are voting today across 20 districts. The focus is on the Magad Shabad part of Bihar, and also Simanchal, where the Muslim vote becomes very important. But yes, is Nitish Kumar going to make a comeback, or is it going to be the Mahagathbandhan way? My colleague Padmaja Joshi joins you on the other side.
Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, कमाल से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
I've been covering Indian politics long enough to know that Bihar isn't just another election.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं। I'll be joining NDTV's expert panel to go beyond the rhetoric and to tell you what the Bihar election really means.
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter.
Good evening and welcome. Thanks for tuning in to NDTV 24/7. Polling has concluded in the second and final phase for the Bihar elections, and with that, all eyes will be squarely on the 14th of November results day live. While the first phase was arguably more high profile and had most of the familiar faces in the fray, people like Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav, the two deputy chief ministers. Phase 2 as well will decide the fate of 12 sitting ministers in the Nitish Kumar government. In addition to that, 24 people who've been ministers in the Mahagathbandhan government are testing their fate in the critical regions of Shabad, Mithilanchal as well as Magad. The 122 seats are spread across 20 districts, but without a doubt, the most high-profile, politically sensitive seats come from the Simanchal region. 24 assembly seats, which will this time around see a tight contest between the Congress and RJD on one side, and on the other side is the third front, which comprises of AIMIM and Chandrasekhar Azad's Azad Samaj Party and Swami Prasad Maurya's Apni Janta Party. But without a doubt, it is Asaduddin Owaisi who could well be the mover and shaker in that region. Breaking news coming in right now. Bihar has surpassed the 2020 polling percentage figure in phase 2. Record voting has taken place yet again. Bihar voter turnout numbers have overtaken the kind of figures we saw in phase 1 as well. Over 60% polling has already taken place. These are the numbers that we are getting for after 5 p.m. 67.14% voter turnout till 5 p.m., which is a whopping 15.6% higher voting that has taken place till 5 p.m. alone. And it's natural that both the sides will claim that this works in their favor. The Mahagathbandhan says that large numbers people coming out signals an anti-incumbency. Some are putting down to the SIR, the number of voters who have been reduced thanks to SIR. But even if we do an apples to apples comparison between phase 1 and phase 2, the phase 2 voting has been far brisker. Far more people have come out and cast their vote. Let's just take a look at the numbers that we have seen since morning. Every 2 hours, the Election Commission has given the data for the kind of polling that has taken place and done a comparison between phase 1 of this election and phase 2, and consistently that number has been higher. What is that comparison like? At least a 2 to 3% difference between phase 1 and phase 2 itself. More people coming out to register their mandate. 9 a.m. today morning, the polling stood at 14.55% as compared to 13% in phase 1. 11 a.m. it climbed to 31% as compared to 27% in phase 1. At 1 o'clock, that figure had climbed to 47.62%, an increase of about 5% compared to phase 1 itself. And then at 3 p.m., this number had gone to 60% as compared to 53% in phase 1, which means consistently, and now this has gone above 65%. Bihar has given a historic historic voter turnout in the second phase and overall in the polling itself. Joining us in the studios, we've got senior journalist Sanjeev Srivastav and Ajit Jha. Your opening thoughts on these figures. The JDU naturally is hailing this voting. In the very latest reaction that we've gone from the JDU, it has said Bihar has given a historic mandate. They've already declared their mandate. Now some people will blame the EVM. So the barbs have already started. JDU saying that some people will find an excuse for their loss, but a higher turnout means that people have blessed us with the mandate. Ajit Jha, what do you make of this 65% plus polling seen in the second phase?
Let me explain a technical bit here.
Yeah.
Part of the increase in polling is because of the SIR.
Yes.
What actually happened, that the registered voters conventionally every 5 years increases by 8 to 10%. This time, because of the SIR, the registered voter increase is just 1%. So, the definition of turnout is the number of people who have voted divided by registered voters into 100. So therefore, there is a bit of an exaggeration in terms of the turnout. But that's only partly. Yes. The other part is three reasons, I would say. A, I would call it fierce competition between political parties. In the past, we largely had a bipolar fight between Mahagathbandhan and NDA. This time we have tripolar in Simanchal, I would say 4 poles, right? So fierce competition naturally raises, political parties bring their supporters to vote, go down to the booth level. So that's one reason. But the other 2 reasons are very important. One is what I would call the people I talk to on the ground, one-sided women voting for Nitish Kumar for the NDA.
We talked about the individual. In just a second, you spoke of Simanchal, and yes, without a doubt, there is a very pitched contest there. A scuffle broke out between workers of the Congress and the BJP at a polling booth in Araria. This is one of the seats. This is one of the 4 Lok Sabha seats, in fact, that falls in that region. In a polling booth in Araria during voting for the second and final phase, Congress supporters alleged that the BJP called for beating them up. And Sanjeev Srivastav, this might just be one of the symptoms. Simanchal, and you've traveled in that area, just to give our viewers a broad idea of what Simanchal is about and why it is important. It has a total of 24 assembly seats. There are 4 districts there: Purnia, Araria, Katihar and Kishanganj. Kishanganj with close to 68% Muslims, Katihar 44.5% Muslims, 38.46% Muslims in Purnia, and Araria at 42.95%. All of these seats very closely fought, and clearly the tempers are flying. However, the surprising bit, it is the BJP and the Congress clashing there. Sanjeev ji.
People who have the least stake. So in a manner of speaking there on those seats. But having said that, see, one really has to wait and watch what kind of a reaction or support in terms of voters Owaisi gets. Owaisi was camping, we went to Kishanganj, and Owaisi was camping there for nearly 10 days. A very senior leader of his party was also staying in the same hotel where we were staying in Purnia. So AIMIM has really pulled out all stops. And they have a point. While some consider them as a spoiler or a team B of BJP, they have consistently maintained that Muslims should have their own voice and should elect their own MLAs. So what kind of a response he gets on the ground will be very crucial for both the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan.
You really think that Owaisi is going to take away votes? Because most people brought back the wisdom to Delhi that vote katwa is not going to work this time.
I don't think so. I'll still wait for 14th November because my wisdom is not the final wisdom in any case. It cannot be. But a lot of things which we were assuming before going to Bihar turned out to be wrong. That Nitish's health and his state of mind or health faculties will be a big role. It was a zero effect on the ground. Whether SIR is a big issue and this whole vote chori campaign, it found little resonance on the ground. From distance, they were looking that a lot of noise was made around them. Similarly, that, okay, Owaisi has had his day in 2020. This time people will see through him and vote accordingly. I don't think that will work. Owaisi has his own support base. A lot of people really want their own representation. And this conventional theory ki why vote a losing side may also does not always work. People decide to vote. So Bihar is the most politically conscious, like Ajit.
Absolutely. And remember, this time around,
see.
when Mukesh Sahni was announced as the deputy CM face for the Mahagathbandhan, Owaisi went to town saying only one thing.
Yes.
आप क्या सिर्फ दरी बिछाते रह जाएंगे? कब तक आप लालटेन में तेल बनकर जलते रहेंगे? आप अपने घर में रोशनी कब करेंगे? When will the Muslims have their own leadership? When will they have their own CM? When will they have their own party? Let me go across to my colleagues now. Joining me are Prabhakar Kumar, our Bihar Bureau Chief. Aishwarya there also on the ground. Aishwarya, first tell us, what is the latest that you're hearing about this clash that happened in Araria?
Well, clash between BJP and the Congress supporters over there. We have seen such clashes in different parts of Bihar, specifically in Araria and also Waris Aliganj, where wives of two strong Olds are contesting. Their JDU supporter was beaten up. Car was broken as well. In Araria, we have been told that few people were injured as well, and police took cognizance. Heavy deployment of the police personals took after that when the reports came to the senior police officials. DSP was also summoned to that particular spot. The situation came under control in just a few minutes, but yes, it was just near the polling booth that we have been told where the BJP and Congress supporters clashed with each other.
Okay, let me get a quick word in from Prabhakar on the voter turnout that we have seen so far. Just to again repeat for our viewers, the Bihar polling up to 5 p.m. in phase 2 right now is at 67.14%, Prabhakar. And what should be commended for the Election Commission is that largely it has gone off without incident. This time around, you've had polling taking place in the least number of phases, only 2 phases, and that too has gone off more or less without a hitch. Prabhakar.
Yeah, very encouraging, Padmaja. I mean, the way the people, especially the women, have come out and voted in large numbers, it is very encouraging, and the entire effort of Election Commission to urge people to come out and vote has actually shown results on the ground. But if you see the data, whenever people come out and vote in large number, it can be either way. I mean, either it's a pro-incumbency vote or an anti-incumbency vote, and the data shows that those two are equal in number. So we don't know whether it's a pro-incumbency or anti-incumbency. But one thing is for sure. So whatever the results would be, because the people have come out and voted in large numbers, the results would be decisive. So as they are saying, either Arsh pe ya Farsh pe, so probably the Bihar results would be either Arsh pe ya Farsh pe for each of these factions.
All right, in fact, more news coming in, and we'll go across to Sikta Deo on that in just a bit. An incident has now come to light of some people attempting fake voting. The Motihari police have taken action in a case of fraudulent voting. Some women wearing burqas attempted to cast their votes under someone else's name. Let's get more details on that from Sikta, and this has taken place in the Dhaka Assembly constituency in Motihari. What more can you tell us, Sikta?
Padmaja, right now I'm in Katihar, which is part of Simanchal. Motihari details I would have to update you in a bit, but Katihar also has an interesting fight on few seats, like 4 cornered fights. That's my biggest takeaway from my ground reports, that Jan Suraj, AIM and Mahagathbandhan have fielded Muslim candidates in this area which has more Muslim population. So in fact, the Muslim voters here either are spoiled for choice or they are confused. So that's those seats going to be very interesting. Like for Shakil Ahmed Khan, it's a tough fight because Jan Suraj has also fielded a Muslim candidate in front of him. AIM also has that. Even for Mehboob Alam, another sitting MLA, a part of Mahagathbandhan of CPI-ML. He has Jan Suraj's Aftab Khan in front of him, and Owaisi's Adil Hassan is also contesting from this seat. So these are kind of fights on ground which is happening. I'm here right now in Saifganj in Katihar. Padmaja, I saw the excitement in the voters here. Huge numbers of voters turned out early in the morning waiting to get in. It was not even 7 and the queue was like not stopping, and that was a kind of excitement. And 2 takeaways from ground from my reporting, Padmaja, before I conclude. Why did the number increase? Because the poll dates were so close to festivals, whether it was Diwali or Chhath, a lot of people stayed back. They wanted to vote and go back. And the other one, the SIR process also created this awareness, and everybody who was here and who was working outside the state wanted to come and check the electoral list, whether the name was there or not. So I met quite a number of people who have trekked back to Katihar to vote today and spent 2 days here just to vote and go back. So those are the 2 reasons I felt that the massive numbers of voter turnout here.
This is interesting because a lot of people were watching out for whether this Palayan population would stay back. The first phase, of course, was much, much closer to Chhath, but would they stay all the way till the 11th? If they have actually stayed back, like Sikta said, she has gone and met those people on the ground. Who will they be preferring? A lot of these people actually, and I also met a few of those on the railway station. They seem to have a little bit of a soft corner for the Jan Suraj as well. They speak of the Pila Gamcha as an aspirational party, which maybe would help them when they go out of Bihar. They won't have to think of being called Bihari as some kind of slur. Ajit ji.
Sikta is right. It is a 4-cornered contest in the entire of Simanchal, I would say, because we traveled quite a bit. And like you pointed out, we went by flight. The whole flight was filled with, I would say, mostly Muslim voters, because our flight was delayed. So I talked to quite a few of them, and they were half divided. Half was saying Tej Raftar, meaning Tejashwi Yadav. The other half was saying Owaisi. And as you said, once I started moving around, I did find some voters who told me that they would vote for, Jan Swaraj party. So there is a 4-cornered fight. The other point I wanted to make...
And the biggest person to lose out on this would be Tejaswi Yadav, because if the Jan Swaraj and Owaisi are cutting into votes, the only person it affects is the Congress and Tejaswi Yadav.
Well, look at the last time results. RJD just got 1 seat out of 24. Congress is the one which did better. In this region, for some strange reason, the Congress has done much better.
Actually, both their Muslim MPs come from the Simanchal area.
So Congress and BJP did the best last time. BJP ended up, in fact,
all the counter
NDA kind of swept the entire sort of seat because of the division of the Muslim vote. So,
let me just talk about this phase overall. Why this is a bigger fight for the Mahagathbandhan. What are the regions that went into elections in phase 2, and what were the results like in 2020? Now, if we take a look at these 122 seats that have voted today and then compare it to the results that we saw last time around. Let's pull up that graphic on why this is a tough fight for the Mahagathbandhan, where we see how these seats were divided between the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA last time around. Here you see it. These are the 122 seats, and this was the breakup last time. The NDA got 66 of these seats. The Mahagathbandhan, however, got only 49. And the reason for that largely was, Sanjeev ji, because the AIMIM, the BSP and independents had cut not just into their seats, but also their vote share. And where the region where you will see these other colors coming up, these non-saffron, non-RJD colors, is this Simanchal area. So again, a 4-way fight this time around. Let me also give our viewers a little bit of an overview of what this region is like that is fighting. This here, and it's evenly divided for the simple reason, this area is Shahbad. This is where the NDA has got a very tough fight. Last time around, they had won only about, I think, 2 to 3 assembly seats. in the Shahbad area. Then we come here to Mithilanchal, where you will see a wave of saffron. The JDU and NDA doing pretty well in the Mithilanchal region, areas like Darbhanga and Sitamarhi. They had got their solid loyal voters here. And then the third region here is of Simanchal, which is bordering West Bengal, where you've got a significant Muslim population, like I said. And this is where Tejaswi Yadav and the Congress will be giving it their all. This time around, Sanjeev ji, is the critical. Phase 2 was definitely more critical for Tejaswi Yadav.
So when you're showing the last 2020 poll figures, it's interesting not only because the number of seats which AIM, OSC's party and others have got, it's what that tells you part of the story. The other part of the story is how many seats did they ensure that the actually Mahagathbandhan lost out? Because they still took votes in the areas where they didn't win. So it will be the same story playing out. What kind of ground support will OSC get? Will have a function on the, will have an impact on the outcome. So how the vote is getting divided. Only on Jan Swaraj Party and Prashant Kishore, I think it cuts both ways. Somewhere, yes, he will cut into anti-incumbency votes and if he has put up Muslim candidates. But the Muslim candidate will be a bigger threat from OSC rather than Jan Swaraj. But he will also be cutting into some BJP vote, the upper caste. But the other point which I spoke to some voters both on the Delhi airport while going to Bihar and some very few in Patna. After that, I didn't come across Jan Swaraj voters, very honestly, personally. But they started with
most of the ones who have left Bihar and are outside, they see that, there's this new idea, this young person.
My interpretation or impression of them was, while they were very much taken in and swayed in by the idea and this hope and aspiration, but if you talk to them a little much, if you prod a little more, I doubt whether they'll in fact end up voting for Prashant Kishore. Till the time what their concept is, their thought is, their romanticism about the idea. But when they end up in the polling booth, my suspicion is they'll go one way or the other, one or the other winning side. Let's see. I'll be very curious to find out how exactly the result plays out for Prashant Kishore's party.
Well, a lot of people would have said the same thing about Asaduddin Owaisi as well, and yet you had 5 seats going to Owaisi.
There is a difference. Owaisi plays to the very basic aspirational level of the minority vote.
Yeah, he's playing to identity.
Because he says, what you said, कि कब तक दरी बिछाओगे? So that point hits the Muslims somewhat.
Yeah, but maybe it also hits people when Prashant Kishore says, कब तक आप जात पात पे वोट देते रहोगे?
बिल्कुल सही बात है. So that's why this curiosity about 14th November. And one thing other which you were talking about, see, Rahul Gandhi definitely has a bigger traction amongst minority vote.
Since we're talking about Rahul Gandhi, this EVMs now being sealed after polling is completely over. I wonder if those flying squads, Sanjeev ji, that the Congress had spoken of, they had some eagle squad also, right, which was supposed to be a flying squad, was supposed to stand guard outside all the strong rooms to ensure that no dhandli is happening. I wonder if any of them are around as these EVMs are being sealed.
I wonder myself. They don't have enough feet on the ground in any case. Where will the flying squads be? But on this Tejaswi versus Rahul, on the minority vote, see, a lot of people just stand behind Rahul because they see him as a very firm voice of opposition against Prime Minister Modi. So that's his real traction amongst masses.
And to put it very crudely, one line sums it up when they say, "Wahi lad rahe hain Narendra Modi." नरेंद्र मोदी से कौन लड़ रहे हैं? राहुल गांधी नरेंद्र मोदी से लड़ रहे हैं. Speaking of Jan Swaraj, a clash broke out between supporters of Prashant Kishore's party and the BJP in Barbiga area of Waris Ali Ganj constituency. A car was also vandalized in this scuffle. Let's try and get more details of that from Aishwarya. One didn't think that Jan Swaraj was also going to get into a scuffle, and apparently this scuffle, Aishwarya, was with the BJP. What was the catalyst? All right, I think we seem to have lost the line with Aishwarya over there. If Prabhakar is there, Prabhakar, can you please answer that question? What really happened? Why did Jan Swaraj and BJP get into a scuffle? All right.
See, in the heat of an electoral battle, anybody can pick up a fight with anyone.
The fight actually for Prashant Kishore is in a way the BJP, because as Mr. Srivastava rightly pointed out, the upper caste, especially the Brahmin voter, have been voting almost like I would say overwhelmingly for the BJP. The first time the younger Brahmin voters are rethinking, some of them, I'm not saying all, but that would cut the BJP vote. So in a way, one reason for the fight could have been, the upper caste.
See, I cannot resist. I cannot resist this, Padmaja. I cannot resist this. The Brahmin vote is as solid a vote bank of the BJP as the minorities are of the opposition or the anti-BJP.
Especially in Mithilanchal area. So.
Yeah, and also it is that area where there are a few candidates, people who are disgruntled from the RJD, from the JDU, from the BJP, who have been given tickets very strategically by Prashant Kishore. On an outside bet, how much do you think Prashant Kishore could really stand to gain in this election?
I think Prashant Kishore...
In terms of vote share and seat.
Well, let me first begin and say Prashant Kishore has the biggest impact on the agenda of the election. For almost 2 years, he's been talking about unemployment. He's been talking about
agenda set karne ke liye election
migration. No, it's important because what happens is the focus moves, as you said, from identity to aspiration, number one. And number two, the very fact that Prashant Kishore is contesting in almost all constituency minus four of them. Therefore, the percentage vote, I think, will be rather significant. It could be as high as 10 or even more percentage-wise. Number of seats, that's the difficult thing because he doesn't have a base vote.
Okay.
So therefore, the number of seats is difficult to predict. But I think Prashant Kishore would certainly get what he was talking about, first pay, 10%, 10 seat, वो सीट कह रहा था, मैं कहता हूँ at least 10% vote he'll definitely get in this election.
Okay, so you don't have to wait very long to get a prediction because the poll of polls coming up on NDTV on the other side of a very quick break, a massive voter turnout above 65% in the second phase. This is the highest ever that the state of Bihar has seen and definitely the highest in the second phase of polling that has taken place, even higher than what we saw in the Lok Sabha elections in the state. What does this mean? What are the exit polls saying? Stay tuned because those numbers coming up on your screens in just a bit. A special broadcast with Rahul Kamal in a minute.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी।
जनता जनार्दन को प्रणाम करता हूं।
Bihar ballot locked and loaded. Who has the edge? Trends, twists and turning points. Get set for the NDTV exit poll. You're watching Battleground Bihar with Rahul Kamal.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching NDTV Battleground. Over the next 2
We will get you the numbers from the Bihar exit polls. We're going to be looking at 3 exit polls today, 2 polls tomorrow, and in a moment from now, I'll explain just why. We have a fabulous lineup of poll pundits in the studio who will be helping us understand the Bihar poll numbers. Let me introduce you to our guests right at the outset. I'll begin with Veer Sanghvi. He's coming back to television after a very long time. Veer, fantastic to have you back. Prabhu Chawla joins us. You've seen him on TV the last few days explaining the numbers, explaining the dynamics Bihar to our viewers. We have Amitabh Tiwari come back after spending a few days in Bihar. He's joining us now. We have Shubhrashra and we have Kanchan Gupta. What is striking, and that's where I want to start this broadcast, is just the sheer jump in voting numbers. Phase 2, provisional data. These aren't final numbers. Even at this moment, in some polling centers of Bihar, polling is still going on. But just take a look at the sharp spurt in voting percentages. We'll start from 9 a.m. going all the way up till about 5 p.m. for which we have data at this moment. Just take a look at the 3 lines on your screen. The blue line at the bottom is the 2020 voting percentage. The red line above that is phase 1, which in any case saw a big jump, about a 6.5% total jump between phase 1 and phase 2. And the green line above that is phase 3. So if in the 2020 assembly elections at 5 p.m. 52.4% voters in Bihar had voted, that has now skyrocketed to 67.1%, 15% more than the last elections. In just a moment, I'll start pulling out the post-poll data, but Amitabh Tiwari, a 15% jump till 5 p.m. between 2020 and 2025. Bihar hasn't voted so much since 1915, all elections going back to independence. What's going on in your home state?
Unprecedented and very, very difficult to explain numerically and statistically.
Why is it happening?
Also to incorporate the results of this high turnout in an exit poll or a post poll is going to take some time because people are still queuing up. I think Simanchal is the region wherein yesterday you were showing that the highest number of deletions have taken place. People who are there still on the list and are migrants believe that they are fortunate enough that their names are still on the list and they have not been deleted as permanently shifted. They are going back in hordes so that their names are not deleted in the next round.
Veer Sanghvi, one of the things we picked up on the field was that this sense amongst voters that if we don't go and vote in this election, something's going to happen before the next polling where our names will be stricken off the list forever. 15% jump. Have you seen something like this?
I've never seen something like it. And yes, I agree with them. I think that is one of the main reasons. There's a great sense of insecurity that we lose the right to vote, which in a sense, while nobody should be insecure, it's not a bad thing. At least people are valuing their vote and they're becoming conscious what a privilege we have in India as a democracy.
Prabhu Chawla, you've tracked elections over decades in a state like Bihar. This is the maximum polling this state has ever seen.
Yeah, it's a massive turnout. Yeah, obviously, it's unprecedented anywhere in the Indian history. Any state, not only Bihar, it never happened. This kind of spike has never happened in the past. But you have to take into account the number of votes which were cut down, total number of votes, absolute, and then calculate again what is the actual.
Sure. So that we calculated. Even if you remove the SIR effect, voting percentage, as we calculated on the show yesterday, still went up by 4%. Yeah. So there was still a big increase. Prabhakar runs our Patna bureau. He's joining us on the line at this moment. I'll start showing you one by one the different post polls that are coming in. Prabhakar, a 15% increase between the last election till now in the data that we have from the Election Commission. What are you picking up from your sources on the ground? What explains this massive surge?
So it primarily may be because of the women's voter turnout, because we were on the ground today, Rahul, and we saw a massive queue of women voters, and also the campaign which the Election Commission carried out here in Bihar, engaging all the big faces here, the celebrity faces here, and that campaign actually went on for the last 6 months. So that can also be considered as one of the reasons why this turnout was there. Then you have the OSC factor, the way all the political leaders actually actually were on the ground, actually campaigning and urging people to come out. So there can be a number of reasons, Rahul. One of the reasons, as we have been discussing, is the immigrants, actually the migrants coming back to Bihar to vote, to ensure that their name is not struck off from the voter list. Also the SIR effect, the 4% effect, which you are talking about, Rahul.
Okay, we now are set with the first set of exit poll numbers. Remember, two of the leading pollsters, Axis My India and C Voter, have said that they will be putting out their numbers tomorrow. So the first set of post-poll numbers on your screen right now, this is from People's Pulse. Coming up on your screen right now, People's Pulse projecting a very comfortable win to get between 133 to 159. The Jan Swaraj of Prashant Kishore just between 0 and 5. People's Pulse, and I want to show you the data as has been put out by People's Pulse. They think the Gathbandhan will be just between 75 and 101. Remember, the RJD by itself was 75 plus in the last elections. That's a big fall for the RJD. Here it is on your screen, the first set of post-poll data, 133 to 159 for Nitish Kumar and the BJP. Rahul Gandhi, Tejaswi Yadav just between 75 and 101. The JSP between 0 and 5. That's the first set of data. Shubhrashra, when the NDA sees this, they'll get some comfort. They seem to be in the first post-poll study very, very comfortably placed, well above the majority mark of 122.
Yes, the numbers as shown on your screen does look extremely comfortable for the NDA, and there can be many explanations as to why. But I think for me, the high voter turnout simply is an indication of an assertive voter who is not there to vote as a ritual, but to basically assert their agency and say that this is what we are voting for. Now, what that is can be decoded once the actual results are out.
Tehseen Poonawalla just 75 to 101. 20 years of anti-incumbency against Nitish Kumar. If this is the best that Tejaswi and Rahul can do, it's not good news. The opposition lost Haryana, Maharashtra, and now if another big state goes to the NDA, that's just not very good news.
That is a big if this holds true. But in my opinion, the increased vote percentage, 15%, if you remove the SI, it would be about 10 to 11% vote increase, is to do with the M factor. The M factor is both migrants and Mahila. The Mahilas also don't want their husbands to be out of town. It could be the factor that Amitabh spoke about, the SIR and losing their vote. I think this increased vote, particularly in the Himachal area where it's crossed 70% already, is an assertion that MGB is coming back, is storming into power, and Tejaswi will be the youngest chief minister of Bihar.
So, Rahul, may I just add to this? I don't agree that Mahila doesn't want migrants to, stay out, because often we miss that migration is also aspirational. I migrated from Bihar. It was not a compulsion, but I had to do it because Bihar did not have a platform, and I don't think there is an economic model in Bihar right now which can sustain any kind of talent.
Kanchan Gupta?
Can I just one line? She's right about that, except that Tejaswi is the only person promising that you come back and I will give you jobs.
So there are two things we've seen, Kanchan. A, the collapse of the Jan Swaraj party in terms of seat share, which you had predicted. And secondly, the NDA through the campaign exuded this air of confidence and surety. They thought they had this election in the bag. The first post-poll data seems to back that.
I think the results more or less would go this way. In fact, if the NDA is actually winning this election, it would be, the numbers would be more than this. But let me also add over here, I would go with Subhrashta, that, you just because men are out of Bihar doesn't mean that women are going to vote against the incumbent government. We have discussed the women's vote in Bihar quite a few times in this studio, and we have come up with various reasons why more and more women would be turning out to vote in elections in Bihar as in other states. Number two, I don't think Prashant Kishore's